Yo, South Africa, I knew that you guys would pull through for us, man. Thank you so much. We did it.
Guys, 1,000 voices. This is crazy. I'm so proud to be a South African.
South Africa, we did it.
Umgaqo-siseko weRiphabhlikhi yoMzantsi Afrika ka-1996 intshayelelo thina bantu baseMzantsi Afrika siyaziqonda intswelo-bulungisa zexesha lethu eladlulayo. Sinika imbeko abo beva ubunzima bebulaleka ngenxa yobulungisa nenkululeko elizweni lethu. Sihlonela abo bathi basebenzela ukwakha nokuphuhlisa ilizwe lethu kwaye sikholelwa ekubeni uMzantsi Afrika ngowethu sisonke thina bemi bahlala kuwo simanyene nangani singafani ngokobuhlanga. Kungoko sinabameli abonyulwa ngokukhululekileyo ukuba bawamkele lo mgaqo-siseko njengomthetho owongameleyo weRiphabhlikhi ukuze ungcibe iyantlukwano yangaphambili ukuze wakhe uluntu olusekelwe kwiinqobo ezisemgangathweni zedemokhrasi, ubulungisa kwezentlalo namalungelo abantu asiseko. Kumiselwe isiseko soluntu oluphila ngendlela yedemokhrasi nolwenza izinto elubala apho urhulumente esekelwe kwintando yabantu nalapho wonke ummi ekhuselwe ngokulinganayo ngumthetho ophucule ixabiso lokuphila kuba bonke abemi uze uvumele ukusebenza kwesakhono somntu ngamnye kanjalo. Wakhe uMzantsi Afrika omanyeneyo nonedemokhrasi onakho ukuthabatha indawo yawo efanelekile njengelizwe elinobungqa kusapho lwezizwe ngezizwe. Wanga uThixo angabakhusela abantu bakowethu. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika. Morena bulu Nkosi Tshaba sa Yesu. Nkosi South Africa. God bless South Africa. Modimo fa tutsetsa Africa. Nkosi katekisa Africa.
Hello, my name is Daniela Takis and I'm 10 years old. I will be reading the preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in the diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice and fundamental human rights, lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law, improve the quality of life of all citizens and the potential of each person, and build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people.
Goeiedag, ek is Christopher Kutsiembete en is 11 jaar oud. Ek lees die aanhef tot die grondwet van Suid-Afrika, 1996. Ons, die mense van Suid-Afrika, erken die ongeregtighede van ons verlede. Huldig diegene wat vir geregtigheid en vryheid in ons land gelei het. Respekteer diegene wat hul beywer het om ons land op te bou en te ontwikkel. En glo dat Suid-Afrika behoort aan almal wat daarin woon, verenig in ons verskeidenheid. Daarom neem ons deur ons vry verkose verteenwoordigers hierdie grondwet aan as die hoogste reg van die Republiek ten einde. Die verdeeldheid van die verlede te heel en 'n samelewing gegrond op demokratiese waardes, maatskaplike geregtigheid en basiese mensregte te skep. Die grondslag te lei vir 'n demokratiese en oop samelewing waarin 'n regering 'n grondves is op die wil van die bevolking en elke burger gelyk deur die reg beskerm word. Die lewensgehalte van alle burgers te verhoog en die potensiaal van elke mens te ontsluit en 'n verenigde en demokratiese Suid-Afrika te bou, wat sy regmatige plek as 'n soewereine staat in die gemeenskap van nasies kan inneem. Mag God ons mense beskerm. Nkosi sikaleli i-Afrika, morena buloka sichaba saisu. God seën Suid-Afrika. God bless South Africa. Mudzimu fatacheza Afrika. Osikatikiza Afrika.
Greetings, dear colleagues in the room and elsewhere, joining this expert roundtable on social justice, economic inclusion, and immigration. A special greeting to our Dean of Law here at Stellenbosch University, Professor Nicholas Smith, who joins us in person in this room. And a special greeting also to other leaders of the university joining us virtually. We convene today as part of an ongoing research and dialogue project at Stellenbosch University, facilitated by the Social Justice Chair at Stellenbosch University and in the law faculty. Today, we talk about social justice, economic inclusion, and immigration. Firstly, I would like us to reflect on how we started this meeting. You must agree with me that if you start your journey without vision, you shouldn't be surprised when you land where you don't want to be. When you start your journey with a vision, but do not keep that vision in mind, you shouldn't be surprised when you find yourself pivoting unintentionally along the way. So we start our meetings these days with the national anthem, as everyone does. Interestingly, when we first asked for a copy of the national anthem from some government agency, we were told, no, it's only for government events. I'm just laughing because that's supposed to be one of our guardrails telling us where we're going as a society and what we hope to achieve. But we were told that it's only for government events. So how do we as a society get to focus our attention and action to where we're supposed to go? We also, thanks to a lesson we learned from the Dean of the Law Faculty, start our events with a preamble. It's for the same reason that we want to make sure that whatever we say or do is anchored in where exactly do we want to land as we pursue our journey. The young people you saw on the screen are between 8 and 10, and they're reading the preamble as part of our Everyday Justice project to ensure that every person in this country knows what we have signed up to become as a nation. And primarily, the Constitution says we're adopting it in order to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society that is based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. The Constitution also says we're establishing a society where every citizen's life will be improved and every person's potential will be freed. I think I've gotten it wrong. The Constitution says we're establishing a society where every citizen's life will be improved and every person's potential will be freed. We gather today at a pivotal point in the history of our country, the continent, and the world. And this pivotal point has been precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic. But before then, we were approaching what people feared could be a precipice. And that precipice was driven by two challenges: social injustice and climate change, exacerbated by the fourth industrial revolution and globalization. As we meet today, we meet at the time when the issue of immigration as part of globalization has become a hugely divisive issue. Politicians mine it as voting fodder, whilst ordinary people scramble for resources. And in the end, social conflict is forever increasing. In this African continent, we are told that the wealth of this continent, or half of the wealth of this continent, belongs to the richest 3 people. And the rest of the half of the wealth of this continent must be shared by the rest. But even then, the bulk of that is shared by only 10% of the people in this continent. And the rest have to jostle for resources. In South Africa, Statistics South Africa says before COVID-19, upper bound poverty was at 55.5%. Unemployment is said to be at about 35% if you exclude the needs, not in employment, education, or training, and at about 45% if you include the needs. Youth unemployment is said to be at about 70%. Many families go without food for days. And just generally, we are struggling with water, energy, and food security in parts of this country. But within this context, we have found that two things are happening. That there's political jostling, where immigration is being mined as political fodder. The dialogue around how do we handle immigration in a manner that is socially just and anchored in shared humanity or Ubuntu remains a challenge. We've seen this divorce between social justice and the handling of immigration influence politics all over the world. Immigrants being blamed for social strife, particularly inadequacy of work opportunities, inadequacy of economic opportunities, and security challenges. We saw this in Brexit. We saw this in the last German elections, and we saw immigration being a political weapon in the Trump campaign in the United States. And more recently, the Le Pen campaign in France was also fought on the immigration front. Here in our country, we've seen businesses owned by immigrants being attacked. We've seen local businesses that hire immigrants being challenged. And at the lowest point, an immigrant was banned as part of this contestation of resources and shared space. This conference seeks to provide a platform for discussing the issue of social justice, economic inclusion, and immigration. Our objectives are to inform about immigration, human rights obligations, and social justice imperatives, with the intention to ensure that as we discuss this issue, we discuss it within global human rights guardrails and our own constitutional guardrails. We hope to transform our thinking by ensuring that we discuss this emotive issue within the context of shared humanity or Ubuntu, and within the rubric of constitutional governance and accountability. We hope to inspire an appreciation of social justice dynamics of immigration and economic opportunities in the country and the continent. We will be focusing on 3 dimensions: the historical dimensions of immigration in South Africa, a critical analysis of legal human rights instruments, global ones and national ones, that should govern how we deal with immigration and economic opportunity. We will identify the nature and consequences of xenophobia through a social justice lens. The outcomes of this expert roundtable will be the following. We will submit a policy brief to Parliament. We will publish a research paper or report and make submissions to all forums that deal with the immigration issue. And hopefully this will also include the intended social compact, because we do think that the issue of immigration should be included in our social impact, in our social compact dialogue. We have a lineup of amazing speakers. The opening address will be provided by the Dean of Law at Stellenbosch University, Professor Nicholas Smith, who has a history of concern, research, and writing on social justice. And as we consider social justice, we also have to remember that the ILO has always been founded on social justice from the point at which it was established in 1919, following a global compact or a global social compact, which was called the Treaty of Versailles. We will have a keynote address by a representative of the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. And that representative is going to be Sihle Mtiane. And after concluding observations from me as your program director, we will have tea and then have panel discussions. And then we'll have a plenary session again in the afternoon and hopefully agree on how are we going to move forward with the issue of immigration in a manner that is consistent with our constitutional obligations, consistent with our global obligations in terms of the African Union, and consistent with our global obligations in terms of ILO conventions and United Nations instruments, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I'm now going to call upon our colleague, the Dean of Law, but before I do so, I must give you house rules. 1, kindly mute your devices, or only those who are in the venue, please mute your devices. Okay, this is a little bit late. I should have said this earlier. Secondly, speakers, please unmute and switch on video when speaking. Now I'm speaking to our speakers, wherever you are, please do so. Thirdly, those who want to pose questions, please do so in the chat box. And we ask you to do so. You may even start posing questions now so that we can put them to our speakers, but also continue to do so as our speakers inform us on the issue of social justice, immigration, and economic inclusion. Fourthly, please change your name. For those who are attending virtually, I have no idea what this means. Well, I'm just the messenger when it comes to the house rules, but to the digital natives, you probably know what it means to change your name. But I suspect they're saying, please have your proper name, because if we're going to allow you to speak, we need to know that you're not a bot, you're a real person, and that you don't want to be anonymous, because anonymous people have given us problems in the past. I've already indicated to you that the opening address will be provided by Professor Nicholas Smith, who I now call to the podium. She has written extensively on social justice and many aspects of the law. She sits on various structures, but more importantly, she has authored or edited several publications, including books on labor law and aspects of social justice. It's a privilege to have you, Dean Smith.
Good morning, goeiemorgen, Mweni. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here. And thank you, Professor Maronsela, for inviting me to deliver these opening remarks. It is always a challenge to follow upon yourself, and you've already made some very significant and comprehensive remarks, but I will give it a go and I'll see if I can offer some additional thoughts as some opening remarks. This is a very important topic that the Social Justice Chair has chosen for this roundtable. As a nation, we have seen the devastating consequences when social justice is absent and when xenophobia rather than solidarity moves people, when economic opportunities are not available or are not achieved, and when our constitutional promise is not visibly realized. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996 is transformative because it is committed to correcting the injustices of the past. And it is committed to establishing a society based on democratic values, social justice, and human rights. The human rights in the Bill of Rights are but one of the mechanisms for realizing the transformative objectives of the Constitution. And Oliver Fuo and Arnel du Plessis rightly indicate that these guarantees include traditional civil liberties as well as justiciable socio-economic rights. And this is important in the context of the discussion today. Those authors state that the latter seek to secure a basic quality of life for all members of society and to afford entitlements to the material conditions required for human welfare, including, for example, the rights of access to housing, healthcare services, sufficient food, water, social security, social assistance, education, land, and so we can continue. Or especially also an environment that is not harmful to health and well-being. And of course, the Constitution requires that the government adopt reasonable legislation, policies, and other measures to realize these rights in the Bill of Rights, and that every sphere of government and every organ of the state. Respect, protect, promote, and fulfill these rights. Why is this the case? This is to ensure that every person in our country can be said to experience a dignified life, even if perhaps a simple or pastoral life, but at least a dignified life. Yet, despite the constitutional commitment to transformation, social transformation, and the explicit constitutional duties, attempts to improve the lives of those living in South Africa, progress has been slow, and millions continue to live under conditions of social hardship. In many instances, for example, in the asylum adjudication, the South African courts have extended constitutional protection to all those physically present in the Republic, irrespective of their legal status. And we have seen other developments where undocumented people's children have access to schooling, etc. But this have not transpired in all spheres of life. And we must say that regardless of the court's approach, we cannot say that ordinary South Africans have always been seen to be living according to the principle of love thy neighbor. It may, however, be that this is not true for the great majority of South Africans, but perhaps only for pockets of organized groupings. To fear or to hate strangers, foreigners, or anyone that is perceived as strange or foreign is unfortunately not something new. Ngozi Odiaka describes xenophobia as a deep dislike of non-nationals by nationals of a recipient country or state. And she submits that it's the manifestation that normally constitutes a violation of human rights. In the South African context, history has shown xenophobia to comprise both a negative attitude towards foreigners and a manifestation in extreme cases of violent attacks against them. It has been well documented that after the formal downfall of apartheid, important political changes took place, democratic elections took place, a majority government was installed, and of course our immigration and migration regulation changed significantly, both the rationale and purposes thereof as well. We also have to admit, and this is also, has also been well documented by various authors, that the country's perceived position as a regional economic powerhouse continues to make it a very attractive destination for migrant workers looking for a better life. And these include both unskilled and highly skilled workers. People like Urifir and Gavanji have written, for example, about protections and possibilities available for highly skilled migrant workers. The fact is that worldwide, migration is viewed as a tool for economic growth. So why then the resurgence in anti-migrant sentiments through operations such as Operation Dudula? And who are they targeting when we put faces to those affected? I want to just reference one example of a class of workers, sometimes, but not always undocumented, a class which is quite well researched. And I want to refer to the Southern African Migration Management Project. It's a project funded by the European Commission. It was a 4-year project to improve migration management in the Southern African and the Indian Ocean region, which highlights the position of domestic workers. I chose this project because domestic workers, of course, is predominantly focused on female workers. And according to this project brief, domestic work is one of the most prominent sectors of migrant workers in Southern Africa. Globally, 1 in 25 women workers is a domestic worker. And nearly 1 in every 5 domestic worker, 1 in 5, works in a country other than their own. Domestic workers comprise a significant part of the global workforce in informal employment. And of course, there's in that area where quite often the most problems occur if we talk about immigration and negative sentiments. And we must acknowledge that this is also where we find the most vulnerable groups of workers. Why? Because migrant domestic workers, and I would include that most other migrant workers in the informal economy, are often excluded from the scope of labor laws in these countries of destination, and evidence indicates that these workers often work longer hours, they receive lower wages, and they have more reported cases of sexual abuse and gender-based violence than their national counterparts. Of all migrant workers in sub-Saharan Africa, an estimated 9.4% of women are migrant domestic workers. That's a significant number. And domestic work is one of the sectors driving migration in Southern Africa, especially to South Africa, the top destination for African migrants. Globally, the majority of domestic workers who migrate to another country do so to neighboring countries. For example, from Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe to South Africa. In Africa, domestic work is a significant source of employment, accounting for 2.2% of the labor force. In Southern Africa, however, and notably Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, domestic work is even more common than in other parts of the continent. And there, of course, you can think about causal factors such as higher incomes, high income inequality, along with the widespread establishment of domestic work during the previous colonial periods. South Africa is the country with the highest number of domestic workers in Africa. So these are typically the type of workers that we are talking about, together with the spaza shop owners, who, by the way, are self-employed, who are not employees, and other categories of workers in both the formal and informal economies. And I think it's very important that we put a face to the people that we are talking about when we talk about workers in the informal economy in broad terms. I reread, apology, the formulation of today's theme a couple of times leading up to the session. Namely, exploring the social justice dimensions of polarizing nationalism and xenophobia concerning employment and informal sector opportunities. At first glance, it appears clear that it is imperative that there should be employment opportunities, whether formal or informal, and whether with some conditionalities in some instances or without, and depending on the context, with different conditions of stringency or conditions. Inclusivity and social justice, however, by their very nature, are wide and all embracing concepts. As a society, therefore, we must make important choices and decisions about how to think about things affecting not only our country, but also our region, and thereafter, how to regulate these matters. The brilliant late Lawrence du Plessis wrote that the law should neither be seen nor used as a solo instrument for social engineering. And I thought to include this piece of writing of Lawrence, because I was very happy to see that there's a very wide array of speakers today. It's not only lawyers on the program. So Lawrence convincingly argued that law cannot and will not operate successfully. That is, in fulfillment of its actual purpose, in isolation from, and in disregard of other modes of social regulation. Now, Lawrence was a great philosopher, so allow me just for a minute to get a little bit more theoretical. Lawrence explained clearly that the law, in accordance with its very nature, does not shape a communal ethos, but expresses it. If part of this ethos is to leave elbow room for the optimal realization of both human freedom and responsibility, law as coercion will, for instance, keep a low profile, but will nevertheless step in, he says, in a supportive capacity to actualize itself as a guarantor of interests when necessary. But on the other hand, in a society where the dominant ethos is taken in tow by a consuming fervor to give shape to a social master plan, law is transformed, or rather deformed, into an expedient instrument of coercion. And it is then used to enforce the will of social engineers, and it becomes a threat to, instead of a stronghold for, the rights and the interests of many ordinary people. The belief that ultimately the law as the dominant social engineer will take care of everything does not only instill a deceitful sense of security into the minds of officials, but also leaves the false impression that personal or moral responsibility is redundant. I want to conclude by expressing the opinion that deciding which kind of society we want to live in is something that all of us have a personal and moral responsibility or stake in. And it's something that cannot be outsourced to the drafters of legislation or to the executive or those who go around controlling shopkeepers and asking for proof of citizenship. There are no straightforward answers. That would be too easy in an era where there's only increasingly complex and messy problems. Moreover, an era where there's rising vulnerability and a need after a protracted pandemic against the backdrop of decades of globalization, the flight of capital, and the return to a position that labor lawyers at least idealistically thought would never happen again, namely one where labor is again a commodity, or even worse, where labor law and perhaps even immigration law may be considered a commodity. To recap, Madam Program Director, colleagues, delegates, we will not have any solutions today to the questions that we pose, but the best that we can hope for is that our deliberations may be fruitful, helpful, and of course, constructive. I wish you a very fruitful day of deliberations. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues and friends, you will agree with me that that was outstanding. Professor Nicholas Mead gave us a very clear conception of the problem that we face. and squarely the issue of scramble for economic resources, but weaponizing xenophobia to get an advantage. She gave us a history of immigration and the face of the average immigrant, which is the domestic worker. And as you spoke, Prof, I was reminded of the Constitutional Court's latest case on domestic workers, being the case of Mahlangu, and really just understanding how domestic workers were predominantly women, economically disadvantaged, keep things together so that the economy can be kept together. And you reminded us that that's not just the case in our country, but in many places in the world. You get domestic workers holding the fort whilst others are active elsewhere in the economy, but being subjected to various kinds of injustices, including exclusion from labor laws and subjection to things like harassment, low wages, and poor working conditions. But we have advised us to take responsibility. I mean, we framed this thing around human rights, the law, etc. But Prof. Smith is saying to us, much as the law can be an instrument of change, if you rely on it as the primary social engineering tool, then it becomes coercive and divorced from the people. And she's saying, let's not outsource the design and execution of the world we want to live in. Let us take moral and social responsibility. So I take it as a call for social leadership on the issues of xenophobia, economic inclusion, and immigration. And thank you, Prof. Let us give her another round of applause for such a fantastic. I apologize that we're running a little bit behind time. Our next speaker is the Chief Director for Policy and Strategies. Sorry, our next speaker is the Chief Director for Policy and Strategic Management in the Department of Home Affairs. The name is Sihle Mtiane. And we thank you, dear colleague, for accepting the delegation from Minister Aaron Motsoaledi to come and address this very important event. And we also do realize that Home Affairs is at the forefront of shaping our approach to immigration and ensuring that this is done in accordance with the Constitution. Please take the floor, dear colleague.
Good morning, dear guest, and thank you very much, Chairperson Prof. Tuli Madonsela. It's such a pleasure for the department to be part of this engagement. But maybe firstly, Chairperson, let me apologize again on behalf of the Minister Dr. Motsoaledi. He's unable to join the meeting due to other commitments. So I had to stand in. You will understand that those shoes are shoes that a person of my age or caliber may not be able to fill. So I will do my best. Indeed, it is a bit overwhelming for me to address such an esteemed group of experts. So you'll pardon me when I stutter along the way, but I'll try my best to live to your expectation. I don't know if I'm able to share the presentation. I'll take off switch off my camera if that is fine with you, Chair.
It is fine with me, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm just trying to put it up. Please give me a few seconds. Right, let's see if I can. Is the presentation showing that side now? All right, I believe that the presentation is showing that side right now. Chair, after receiving this invitation from your office, we then thought of presenting something on mixed and irregular migration and share what is the nature of mixed migration and irregular migration in South Africa. So we've prepared a presentation along those lines. It will then show you what is causing the lot of noise that you see in South Africa, and also we'll also try to demonstrate what, as the Department of Home Affairs, we are doing to try and address this issue. But just before so this is the outline of the input that I'm going to be making. Just before I get to the actual issue in terms of mixed migration and irregular migration, I thought it is important for me to share with the team what are the different types of visas and permits that each and every person who wants to come to South Africa may utilize. There are two pieces of legislation that enable us to grant visas to foreign nationals.
Sorry, Mr. Mtiani, sir, I apologize for interrupting you. I'm told that the presentation is not showing.
Is it?
Yes, if you can press share, and the team will then indicate when it's appearing.
Okay, let's see.
All right, thank you, sir.
Can you see it now, Prof?
We still don't see it.
Okay, let me reload it.
Is it possible to email it to the chair and then somebody could drive it for you?
Let's see first. Can you see it now?
We can see it now, sir. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. You may have to start again so that there's a proper flow of your speech, because I apologize for the interruption.
No problem. No, thank you very much. Again, as I was saying, the department decided to prepare a presentation on irregular migration and the mixed migration that we are experiencing basically as as a country. In the presentation that I'm going to take you through, we will demonstrate what are the causes of the noises that you see in the country, as well as what we are doing as government in this space. I thought before I get to the actual gist of the presentation, I should just take you through just few presentation that set us so the instrument that we use to receive foreign nationals into the country. We've got visas. The first list of visas, they come from Immigration Act 13 of 2002, and those are the visas that you see on the list on your left in terms of the screen. You've got visitors visas. These are the visas for our tourists, those who want to visit our country. Crew visas, those who are like the captains of the ship, the pilots who are bringing people to the country. You've got study visas, treaty visas. This is a visa that is entered between South Africa and a country. For instance, the Cuban doctors would have come under this visa, which we call it a treaty visa. Then we have a business visa. I will talk to this a little bit later, because this is one of the visas that is exploited by unscrupulous business persons, as well by some foreign nationals in the country. We've got a medical visa for those who are coming here for medical assistance. Then we've got work-related visas. We've got a general work visa. This is the visa that can only be granted to a foreign national if there is no citizen or permanent resident who can do the job. Corporate visa. This is the visa that is normally used by the agriculture sector when they need seasonal workers. It's approved through the Department of Labor. Intra-company visa. This is the visa normally for the executives, which are not employed in South Africa, but they're employed by an international company that is based in South Africa. It's usually a 4-year visa. Then you've got a critical skills work visa. This is the visa that is granted on the grounds of your qualification being included on the critical skills list. The minister late in the last financial year did gazette a new list with a new qualifications. You also have what we call a visa for those who want to come and retire in South Africa. This visa basically, a person must demonstrate that he will be able to sustain him or herself, and the person must have at least, and in his pension must have at least a monthly income of 37,000. And then you have exchange visa. This is basically usually universities are using this a lot, exchange programs, where South African students may be going to US while US students, they come on our side. Relative visa, this is for family visa. It's either for couples or children of the couples or of the PR or citizens in some instances. The corporate visa, I've spoken to this. And then you've got what is no longer that active, what was called the transit. In fact, the transit visa, it's still active. This is linked with the refugee regime. When a person arrives at our port of entry and the person indicates that he wants to apply for asylum seeker, he is issued with what is called Section 21 permits that will allow the person to go and apply for refugee status in the country. Then on the bottom, Chairperson, you then have what you call visas that are issued on the basis of the Refugees Act of 1998. That act, there are two critical visas that are issued. The first one is the asylum seeker visa. It's now a visa, no longer a permit. This is a visa that is granted to a person before a status is adjudicated. When the person applies to say he or she is running from danger or they are running from danger, this is the visa that will be granted. Currently, this visa allows a person to work in South Africa, to study and do business while awaiting for the determination of the status. If the person is successful and the success rate, Chairperson, is very low, the person will then be granted Section 24 permit. That permit is basically equivalent to a permanent residence to that person, because the person qualifies for every right that a citizen qualifies for, except that the person cannot vote or be voted. Chairperson, then there are visas that you may use basically to progress to permanent resident status. Those visas, they include the following. If you're on a general work visa for 5 years and they still your job offer is there, you could qualify for permanent residence. If you've been in the country for a period of 5 years, a critical skills work visa as well. This one, you do not have to be in the country for 5 years. You can apply immediately after you've been granted a critical skills work visa. There has been a change in terms of the circulars that we've issued around the critical skills visa, work visa. What has changed here, Chairperson, is that now you need a job offer for you to come in the country. In the past, people would just qualify for a visa even if there was no job offer. What we've also changed here, there was a circular that had been issued by the department that allowed students who were studying in the country to apply for permanent residence if the qualification was included on the list. That circular has been withdrawn, Chairperson. And then a spouse of a permanent resident or of a citizen may qualify for permanent residence. A child of a permanent resident qualifies. A business person also qualifies for PR. And then we have refugees who qualify for permanent residence. And then the retirement PR also, you can qualify that the requirement currently for you to get a retirement PR is that you must have at least 15 million on your account. And then the retirement one is still the 37,000 per month. The financial independent one, you must at least have 15 million on your account. The business visa, you must have at least on your account. I'll verify now the figure. I don't want to mislead. It used to be 5 million. I think that figure has changed, but those are the changes. Chairperson, these numbers, what they are telling us is who has been granted permanent residence in South Africa. You will notice that at number 2, you have what we call extraordinary skills. This is where you also find critical skills visa holders. But this figure it's not a true reflection of what is happening, because it also includes those students who were granted critical skills visas from 2016. Ordinarily, this number is very low. You have less than 1% of people who are coming into the country. So in general, what the numbers are telling you is people who are getting PR in this country are not in majority people who are in business, or people who have got critical skills, or people who are financially independent, or retired persons. It is those who are coming to the country, like these are like the top list. It's abnormal for this. If you look data in other countries, it's very abnormal for dependents to be in fact to be number one with what we see here as it's happening in the country. And then also spouses, you've got high volume of people who are applying using the relative visa as spouses. This is the other area that is being exploited through marriage or life partnerships. Then refugees on the at a high list. So this is what you definitely get in terms of numbers around who is in the country. I also thought, Chair, I must share with the roundtable in terms of the trends around people who are applying for asylum in the country. You will notice that when there was instability in Zimbabwe, the numbers shoot up around 2008 and 2009. It's 2010, they started to go down. This is now when we were hosting the World Cup. The numbers have been going down in terms of people that are applying for asylum, Chairperson. While the numbers have been going down, Chairperson, there is another phenomenon that has arisen. That is those who are rejected, because every year since 1998, we have been granting very few people the refugee status. In fact, the last time I checked, in the last financial year, we had less than 150,000 refugees, people who have been granted the refugee status in the country. So South Africa does not have a refugee question or problem, because it's quite a very few number of those. South Africa has a problem of those who are using the asylum system in order to legalize their stay in the country. And those are in majority. When they have been rejected, they do not come back to collect the status. As a result, you've got quite a number of people who are in the country who are irregular, basically, in the country. They remain illegal in the country because they are not properly documented. So that's why, if there is one area, if we needed to solve a problem of migration in this country, it will be about ensuring that we continue to offer humane services to those who are in need of protection, while at the same time putting all the resources that we have as a state, that's now including the society as well, to deal with this question of those who remain illegal or irregular in the country, even if their status had been rejected in the country. So, Chairperson, now getting to I'll try and speak now, getting to the gist of the nature of mixed migration in South Africa. As the biggest economy in the Southern African region, South Africa is attracting high mixed migration flows, which is defined in this context as a mix of those who claim asylum, economic migrants, trafficked, and smuggled persons. And sadly, Chairperson, there is not much in different platforms that is discussed around victims of trafficking in this country, which has increased as per the report that we are receiving. We do also have people who are smuggled. In most cases, smuggled person, they are part of the deal. There's someone who is coordinating that movement. Asylum seekers and economic migrants, they come from almost all regions of the world, including from countries that are generally stable politically. Chairperson, we do have those. In fact, recently the United Nations, the Commissioner for Refugees from the United Nations, he also raised an issue about South Africa harboring people who have committed crimes elsewhere in the world to come and seek asylum in the country. So there is a serious need for us to tighten in this area. And when we tighten, it should never be about saying South Africa is no longer welcoming to deserving asylum seekers in the country, but is to make sure that those who are coming to exploit the system are removed from the system. The asylum seeker regime, as I'm saying, Chairperson, continues to be abused and exploited, resulting in the very high number of claims that are rejected. And these, Chairperson, these numbers, they also clog the system, resulting to poor services provided to deserving asylum seekers. As I was saying, Chairperson, most applicants are economic migrants who claim asylum just to buy time in order to work, study, and establish business in the country. Other irregular migrants, they stay illegally in the country without claiming asylum, Chairperson. And the challenge with this in terms of the case law, there is a Ruta case where you cannot deport a person, even if the person has been living in the country illegally for whatever number of years. As soon as that person says, I want to apply for asylum, as a state, you can't touch that person. You must allow that person an opportunity to apply for asylum, which in most cases it takes a bit long because the system is overwhelmed. So, Chairperson, the question that one may ask is, why South Africa? Why is this? I remember a few years back, the ILO wrote a producer report, which was termed the Southern Dream, where there is movement from the north towards the south. So, Chairperson, in terms of pull factors, it is worth noting that nowhere in the world has a country with a stronger economy than its neighbors has ever managed to effectively exclude migrants from neighboring countries. South Africa is no different, Chairperson. As you will know, America tried to stop the Mexicans, but it did not work, Chairperson. Brazil also faced the same problem with its neighboring countries. Kenya in East Africa is the same challenge. Is the same case in West Africa, Chairperson, for countries like Ghana and Nigeria. Any country that is a superpower in the region, there's always one-way traffic. The traffic is towards that country. Also, Chairperson, the South African economy remains by far the biggest in the Southern African region, with the resultant economic pull factor. The South African economy still remains much bigger than the other countries in GDP terms, despite the challenges that we're having with our economy, but our economy still remains very big when comparing to our neighboring countries. The other factor, Chairperson, is that for humanitarian, constitutional, earlier on you made reference to the Constitution, and practical reasons, South Africa has avoided camps, either for asylum seekers or for refugees. Nowhere in our policy documents, Chairperson, we are asking for camps because they're inhumane. It has been proven internationally that running camps actually it's not sustainable, even economic-wise. It's not a wise decision. So we have not, in our policies, even in our current legislation, argued for camps. However, the challenge is that while the policy of non-encampment can be fully justified, there is no provision made for providing indigent asylum seekers with basic needs, basically. This has led to our courts obliging the department to consider issuing deserving cases with permits allowing them to work or study. In the case in point, Chairperson, will be the Wachenuka case, which instructed the department to allow some asylum seekers to work. And this was not just on the grounds of the department having taken long to issue a status, but also on human dignity grounds, that if you invite someone in your house, if you're not gonna provide for basic needs of that person, you must at least allow the person to work. Those were the grounds. A related factor that is sometimes used to make a case on why we have become a pull factor is the fact that we have signed and ratified the Convention on Refugees as well as the Protocol on Refugees without any reservations. It is a fact, Chairperson, that most countries in the world, developed and developing countries, have entered into this agreement with reservations. So South Africa has not done that. So even in some instances when you are trying to limit certain provisions for asylum seekers, it becomes a bit difficult to deal with that, Chairperson. So while South Africa remains an attractive destination for most asylum seekers for economic reasons, South Africa has its own challenges, Chairperson, which has led now to the noise that we see in the media and elsewhere, the Dudula movement and all those effective in political. It's not surprising, Chairperson, that the issue of migration has entered the political space. It's something that happens in the whole world. Migrants are usually the first victims when the economy is not doing well. So while South Africa has a bigger economy in the region, a number of socio-economic challenges are facing the country. Key economic challenges, they include the following. South Africa has the most unequal society in the world, Chairperson, and the highest unemployment rates as well. This is in part the result of the skewed structure of the post-colonial economy and low levels of education and skills in our country. The high unemployment rate is still stubborn and it is standing at 46%. Chairperson, I am using an expanded definition of unemployment here. We have more than 55% of the population that live in poverty. This is statistics since 2015. Economic migrants from SADC largely have low to medium levels of skills, and they often compete directly with unemployed South Africans. They also, this is also the other challenge. If you go to Diepsloot or here in Pretoria, there's a place in Pretoria is called the Plastic View. You'll find that the majority of people, especially in Plastic View, the majority of people who are there are people who are undocumented, who are not citizens. In majority, they are Zimbabweans. So in most cases, you will find in informal settlements non-citizens from our neighboring countries. Other nationalities from West Africa, they, in terms of the skill set and in terms of the resources, they are far better off than our neighboring, those who are coming from our neighboring countries. So as they said, in the urban areas where South African internal migrants from rural or urban, peri-urban areas are competing for scarce resources, services, and opportunities, the noise begin to come up, Chairperson. This competition and often willingness by economic migrants. In fact, willingness is not the right word. I'm trying to look for the right word, because it's not that they are willing to take those exploitative wages, but they're forced by circumstances. They have nothing, they don't have any papers that protect them in the country. They're not unionized. If they think about going back home, situation is far worse at home. So it's better to get some of the, especially in the hospital industry, they continue to work there. Even if they don't get any salary, they survive on tips. And in that case, South Africans don't stay there. As a result, we see some of the restaurants are largely serviced by foreign nationals. In some sectors, citizens have been replaced by foreign nationals due to the exploitation of migration and labor laws by business persons. So South Africa has been responding to this challenge, but we are far from resolving the problem. So platforms like this, where experts, they meet to discuss issues of migration, social justice, they are very important for not just for South Africa, but for the country as a whole. So
colleague, sorry, I keep being interrupting you. If you could kindly try and wrap up. We do have a few questions for you for another 5 minutes, but I'm running behind schedule. Thank you, sir.
It's okay, Chair. This is my last slide anyway. So in the past, we've introduced few interventions trying to deal with this challenge. You will be aware of the special dispensations for economic migrants from SADC in the early 90s. You'll be aware of the special dispensation for the Zimbabweans, the Lesotho nationals. These dispensations, however, they are being reviewed, and a decision has been taken to discontinue these dispensations. Obviously, these dispensations and other interventions, they are not sufficient, Chairperson. In 2017, Cabinet then approved the white paper that is trying to respond to these issues. This paper is available on our website. The white paper is currently being reviewed to make sure that it is aligned with the National Labour Migration Policy. The paper will be gazetted during this financial year for public comment, Chairperson. The act, the Border Management Act, also was approved or accepted into law by the President in 2020, which gave birth to the Border Management Authority. The establishment of this authority is very important, Chairperson, as it will strengthen the border management capacity for facilitating legal migration while reducing irregular migration. Chairperson, thank you so much. That will conclude my submission to this roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiane from the Department of Home Affairs, giving us a keynote address. And we thank you very much for this very educational overview of how the department is handling immigration, the 12 pathways that allow it, the principles that regulate it, including international obligations relating to refugees. Thank you. And you've also given us an indication of what are some of the key challenges. And again, you basically have somehow concurred with Professor Smith that the difficulties around scarce resources, how do you share these resources in such a way that economic strife is not created or exacerbated? And secondly, in such a way that you do not exacerbate unemployment, inequality, and challenges of accessing government resources by the people of South Africa. Here's a question for you, sir, from Lauren Landau. Given the futility and massive expense of efforts to prevent undocumented migration and remove unauthorized migration or migrants, would it not be more practical and cost-effective to simply create more pathways for legalization for the kinds of people who live and move in the region? So this colleague is saying it, seemingly whatever is being done to ensure that migration is controlled, this seems not to be working. Shouldn't we create more opportunities for people to come in legally? In other words, probably beyond the 12 opportunities. And the colleague says this would remove pressure on the asylum application process in ways that would enable South Africa to provide protection to those fleeing for safety. In other words, people would not have to resort to asylum seeking if you create better opportunities for them to emigrate. The next question from Tobeka Cindy is the issue of special permits. Discontinuing the permit is this not adding more pressure to the already burdened system of undocumented migrants, as chances are people will not be going back to their countries? So if you're discontinuing that special permit, then you have more people staying in undocumented capacity. So that's the third way. The first one was, how about increasing chances of coming in? The second one is by discontinuing the special permit, aren't you creating more problems? The third one from Valerie Ferren is it possible that South Africa's decision not to have refugee camps is an economic one, as it would require housing, feeding, schooling, etc. for refugees? I don't know if you got the questions, Mr. Mtiane. The first one is give more opportunities for immigration. The second one is the special permit. If you remove it, won't it even create more need for people to exploit the asylum seeking opportunity? The third one is it possible that there are no refugee camps because we don't have resources to feed, house, school, and provide other services to those who are awaiting asylum? You have I've been given an opportunity for you to answer in 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, so that we can then take a break. I will not give my closing observations anymore. We'll just take a picture of the group and then take a break so that the next panel can start on time. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you so much, Prof. Familiar questions from Professor Landau, by the way. Let me put it this way. The white paper on migration, which will be gazetted for public comments, has got quite a lot of issues with regard to other pathways to legalizing, for people to legalize themselves in the country. So let's wait until that is gazetted for public comments. The Department of Employment of Employment and Labor has gazetted. I think there will be discussion later on. The National Labor Migration Policy that is also discussing the sectors where we will be able to allow foreign nationals to work. It's very important that as we discuss this, we are not discussing it only in the abstract. That is why I also presented the challenges that the country is facing economically. And then in terms of Tobega's question, the permits are being discontinued. It also links to the white paper that I'm speaking to. It will also provide a different, what we're calling currently, special work permits for those who are coming from our neighboring countries. And that permit will not be open to everyone else in the world, but we'll be trying to accommodate who coming from our immediate neighbors. The question around camps is not just an economic one, it's also a constitutional one. Freedom of movement is embedded in the Constitution. So keeping people in camps would be unconstitutional. Chairperson, I think the other questions are related to what I've responded to. There was a question on the platform on how do people become illegal in the country. Some of them, they come through porous borders. Some of them, they come to the country legally. And then after that, they overstay and then they don't go home. That would be my summary in terms of responding to the question. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, dear colleagues. That was our keynote speaker, Sihle. That was our keynote speaker, Sihle Ntiane, representing the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. And we're grateful for your presentation, sir, which has given us a proper framing of what you are trying to do and what your constraints are. And I see that your speech and that of Professor Smith have given us enough of a frame for the deliberations that will continue going forward. Do convey our gratitude to the Minister of Home Affairs, and do indicate that we will submit a policy brief, which hopefully will respond to your white paper even before the white paper is released. And when the white paper is released, we shall convene another smaller think tank meeting to discuss whatever you're proposing. And we appreciate that whatever you're doing, you seek to anchor it in the Constitution and our international obligations. Dear colleagues, we've eaten a little bit of time from the next panel, which will be chaired by the talented Ms. Nkomo, who is the chairperson of the board of Oxfam, which is very much concerned with equality and anti-poverty. She's also a development economist, one of those economists who understand that the central focus of development should be people, not the economy for the sake of the economy, and not the economy for advancing the wealth of a few. Let's do two things now. Can we take a picture of those online? Is that the understanding? So please, I don't know, should people show up their faces? Right, sorry. Please open your videos just for a moment so that we can take a picture of you for posterity and for audit purposes, we have to say you really were in the room. And one of the ways to prove that is to have a picture of everyone in the room. So please open your cameras. I'm going to give that task now to my colleague, Ms. Marna Lawrence, who's in charge of this. And from my side, I'm just going to say after that, you're going to go for 10 minutes. And then the next panel, which is moderated by Ms. Peli Sangomo, will comment. Okay, over to you, my colleague. Thank you.
Are we done now?
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Are we done, Dai?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Okay, so we should be back by what? 10:52?
Sorry, can we then break until just 10? I'm afraid we'll have to come back at 10:50 as people have tea. And when we come back, the moderator will be Ms. Pelisa Nkomo. Thank you.
Maybe also step outside to hold it first.
Of the outcomes of this session would lead into submission of a policy paper, but also, stimulating, a discussion on the issues of migration. So the theme in this for this panel would really be focusing on exploring historic, current, and future immigration policy of South Africa and the implementation thereof and its effectiveness in achieving a socially just purpose. And I think that's a very big theme. And if I would borrow, one or two sentences or statements from the Dean in her opening remarks about our constitutionalism and its transformative nature, but also as well at the same time, the challenges that we confronted with in South Africa. Just, few remarks from my side. I'm not going to take a lot of time, just to say that from time immemorial, since 1800, South Africa has really been attracting, migrant workers, and part of it has to do with its nature of this economy, industrialized economy, which is really based on an energy and minerals resource complex. And things have changed. South African economy has deindustrialized. We've seen a shrinking contribution of manufacturing sector in terms of the GDP output. We've seen, a lot of service-orientated sector actually growing, which is the tertiary economy, which amongst those has really been demanding highly technical skills. So the critical sectors that really should be driving the economy, which is, primary sectors and the manufacturing have really been shrinking. And part of what the panelists would really going to be, kind of like really addressing within the theme I've outlined earlier, is to really get into multiple entry points, but also look at the intersectionality, between migration, economic policy. I think, I'd really like them to touch on the issues of regional integration and regional industrial development strategy, but as well as the social justice issues, because, and I think some of those issues are quite natural. I think with that, I just want to quickly introduce I have an impeccable team of experts that will be speaking, taking each 10 minutes in terms of their own input. A representative from Minister Thulasingasi's office, Professor Marius Oliver, and I think he's likely to really stick on the policy discourse and some of the contextual issues. Judge Dennis Davis, the president of the Competition Appeals Court of Cape Town, Professor Lauren Landu is a professor of migration and development at the University of Research, the University of Oxford, and as well as a professor of research at University of Witwatersrand, linked to African Center for Migration and Society. Ms. Lily Chopper, project manager at DDP Migration, and a PhD candidate in the Department of Sociology at the Department of KwaZulu-Natal University. Mr. Jackie van Zaydam, Chief Director of Population and Development, Department of Social Development in South Africa, and as well as Ms. Naledi Plachi, Associate Partner for Advancement of Women in Informal Economy and Informality Concept. She's also a PhD candidate on open distance learning in NESA. I think with that diverse, panel that will be presenting, different views, particularly, as I said, that they'll be picking up on the intersectionality of these different issues around the history, the current, and the future migration policy. Professor Oliver, I'm going to hand over to you. You have your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and also to Professor Madonsela and colleagues. It's our privilege and pleasure to give you a brief overview of the draft National Labour Migration Policy. As you all know, this was published on the 28th of February. There is a 3-month period for comments and feedback, after which the revision of the policy and the associated draft legislation may take place. I've asked for assistance with the slides. Could we please ask the organizers to bring up the slides? Thank you. We can move to the next slide, please. Right, the policy is, of course, a comprehensive policy in its draft form. So the best I can do is just to give you a very high-level overview of the policy. I assume you have been able to look at it. Important, of course, is to understand what would be the rationale for the policy. And as is the case with many policies, it has to serve a divergent kind of consideration, so to say. So in this case, we would like to suggest to you that it is important to achieve a balance between at least 4 key issues. The first is of course, on the one hand, the population expectations regarding accessibility to work for South Africans in view of some of the figures, the sober figures that we heard this morning. But secondly, also the labour market needs of the country, in particular the need for critical skills, which may not be available locally. Importantly, and aligned also with our theme of this roundtable, the protection of migrant workers and their families in accordance with both international guidelines and standards, and I would like to add the Constitution, as will appear later on. Importantly, also the role of regional integration and cooperation imperatives in the past very often overlooked in policy making in this country. A modern day approach is indeed to consider what would be the developmental potential of migration, and to some extent the policy tries to achieve that as well. Next slide, please. Can we move to the next slide, please? The migration context in the country, purely by way of summary, the past dispensation, previous political dispensation, was very much informed by a racially oriented policy framework. The facts and figures, some of which we heard earlier today already, migrants in this country constitute about 4% of the population and 7% of the labor force. And this is not necessarily out of tune with what we experience in many other countries in the world, especially since 2000. The influx that we have seen, in particular of undocumented migrant workers, that, however, has increased dramatically in an ever-expanding range of sectors. And of course, this contributes to the tensions that we see in the country. Migrants are, in particular, and increasingly so, concentrated in the informal sector, which is, of course, a worrying trend given the lack of visibility, so to say, and also the difficulty of enforcing a rights-based approach as well, and other considerations. We have seen several legal and policy responses. The Immigration Act already discussed, Refugees Act as well, white paper currently being reviewed, and mention that was made of these special dispensation regimes. Next slide, please. So what then are the guiding principles for the policy? In the first place, and importantly so, the alignment with international and regional obligations. Even though South Africa hasn't ratified many of the labor migration-oriented international conventions, yet they are of relevance, even constitutionally so. Also guiding frameworks such as the SDGs, the two global compacts adopted in 2018, but also other documents at the global and increasingly also at the AU and at the SADC level. Alignment with national policy frameworks, to the extent that the policy frameworks may reflect on labor migration directly or indirectly, the National Development Plan, the now to be revised white paper, and also the currently being drafted, the draft employment policy. Importantly, very importantly, the alignment with the constitutional framework and its emphasis on human rights protection of migrants. And then the alignment, but certainly also the need for adjustment of national laws, in particular the Employment Services Act. So if we can then try to develop a vision for, next slide please, for the policy, then currently it reads as follows: to give rise to efficient and effective government leadership and intervention, supported by social partners and all major stakeholders, allowing for safe, orderly and regular migration for employment of highly, semi and low skilled workers to and from South Africa in pursuit of the country's national priorities. Next slide, please. The policy then covers 4 key intervention areas, and here is the first one: labor migration governance and management. There is a need, if we want the policy to be managed appropriately, for adjustment of the structures of the Department of Employment and Labour to enhance the capacity of the department to provide an extended labour migration service, also in relation to placement of South Africans abroad. Second, we invest in improved interministerial coordination but also integrated service delivery. And for this department then to be indicated as a leader department for all labour migration aspects. Right, and then finally to strengthen but also to utilize social dialogue mechanism to support South Africa's labour migration responses. We'll move to the next slide. The second key intervention area is all about data in this context. The need for data, for monitoring, evaluation, purposes to coordinate statistical and administrative labor migration data collection, currently quite fragmented. And then, very important, to invest in a joint structure involving Stats SA and relevant government departments to achieve coordinated labor migration data analysis, dissemination, standardization, and disaggregation of indicators, and to enhance partnerships with academic institutions. Next slide, please. The third intervention area, which is the most comprehensive one in terms of the topics being covered and the space required for that in the draft policy, is about labor migration to South Africa. And again, by way of a high-level summary, firstly, the emphasis on regulation monitoring of access to the South African labor market via a flexible quota system, a streamlined but also seamless visa regime, strong bi- and multilateral partnerships also with SADC countries. Then secondly, to attract but also to retain and strengthen skills and prioritize sectors requiring critical skills via incentivized arrangements, and also the notion of skills transfer plans. To deal effectively and prevent fraudulent and unethical recruitment, to enforce migrants' rights at work, an important area also to facilitate social protection for migrant workers in their country and access to compensation, also when people have returned to their country of origin. And then finally, but importantly, to support SADC regional labor market initiatives via ring-fence visa arrangements to the benefit of South African citizens, SADC citizens, apology. Next slide. It's the final key intervention area. Labor migration from South Africa. It's an area that has never ever been covered in any policy space in South Africa, let alone the legislative space. Therefore, it is necessary to undertake data mapping of South African migrant workers abroad and invest in diaspora liaison, outreach and sensitization campaigns, as is happening in many other parts of the world, even in Africa. To develop incentives for South African workers abroad to impart their skills and invest in labor market and other initiatives in South Africa, and to implement suitable overseas recruitment, facilitation and placement of South African work seekers and their protection, including their social protection throughout the migration journey, including labor market and social reintegration upon return. The next slide I'm not going to discuss, but it just gives you an overview of draft guidelines recently adopted by the African Union on what countries of origin could and should be doing to support their migrant workers abroad. We can move to the concluding slide. Next one. We do suggest to you that the absence of a streamlined policy framework will perpetuate the following: very much a fragmented and inconsistent approach to labor migration, non-aligned institutional frameworks, irregular labor migration, non-acquisition and non-retention of critical skills, but also insufficient regulatory frameworks, for example, in relation to recruitment, and the absence of a framework for supporting and channeling South Africans in the diaspora or wanting to work abroad. So what need to be done or happen? Firstly, comprehensive consultations, also within government, and to a very large extent that has been happening, and also public consultations currently being undertaken. And then secondly, the draft legislation that has been developed and also is being scrutinized for the moment. I think I'll stop here. Thank you so much, Chair.
Unmute.
I'm sorry for that. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Oliver, for such a quite quick and succinct presentation. I think and the fact that you outlined that the current policy intervention is actually grounded on constitutionalism as well as human rights. One of the things I want to plant is to think about where we come back It's around what the policy seeks to achieve in as far as protecting, labor rights or labor market rights of citizens within the SADC region. I'll be interested to hear a little bit more about what type of harmonization thinking from a policy intervention within the region, that is in place. But I want to just plant a seed for that one for you when you're coming back. Then the next speaker is Judge Dennis Davis, President of Competition Appeals Court of Cape Town. Judge Dennis, are you in the room? Okay, I think let's move to the next speaker in the meantime. May I ask the Tim Dan to just check if Judge Dennis will be able to join us a little later. May I then move to Professor Lauren Landu, Migration and Development Specialist. Professor, are you able to take the floor? You have your 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping you can hear me. Is that all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and I don't have a formal presentation. I have some notes that I'll be reading off of. I wish I could be there with you this morning. I have to teach this afternoon at WITS, so I'm stuck. But thank you for convening this. It couldn't come at a more important time. As we heard at the beginning, there's a sense that South Africa is at an inflection point, a turning point. There are a lot of decisions that need to be made, and migration is, for better or worse, at the center of much of the contemporary policy space. In many ways, this is too little too late, but it's better now than never. Of course, from the ACMS and others, we've been looking across the country in townships, at borders, in many places, at how immigration and migration policy plays out. We've been trying to further these discussions, I must say, quite unsuccessfully. So it's wonderful to have everybody together joining us, hopefully in a way that can be informed by our work and the work of many of the other people in the room. I think that many of my comments here will echo what you just heard from Marius, but probably in a slightly different way. So I've tried to distill my comments, and just, for someone who's been working on this for 20 years, to speak about it for 8 minutes is not an easy thing. So I've tried to distill my comments into just a few points that hopefully can further our discussions today. I think the first main point is something that we heard a little bit from our representative from the Department of Home Affairs, but it's a recognition that migration and immigration are not going to stop. No matter how much we do, no matter how much we invest in border controls and removing people, we can redirect it, we can make people more vulnerable, we can heighten abuses, we can do something to protect the labor market, but the structural inequalities within the country mean that people are continuing to come to cities. The structural inequalities within the region mean that people are coming to South Africa, not just to cities, of course, to farming areas, to border areas, to smaller towns, but in many places, these people are converging in these spaces. South Africans who are coming to places looking for work, foreigners coming to places looking for work. And that is part of where we see the real challenge, because we have not prepared for those movements and we're not sure how to respond. A good response should be, I think, informed by 3 factors. The first is an empirical foundation about the numbers and the consequences, the spatial distribution, the costs. We tended to focus on the number of migrants, the number of foreigners in a place, not the number of total people coming into a place, which in almost all instances is a lot of South Africans moving there with a sprinkling of foreigners. We haven't looked at what is really behind immigration violence. We haven't looked at what's behind conflicts. We tend to rely on tropes, familiar sort of stereotypes. And I think what we haven't really thought about is sort of politics, the spatial management, the way in which this intersects with a lot of other sort of thematic areas. The second thing a good policy needs to be based on is a realistic assessment of what the state can do, right? We have a wonderful constitution. We heard those children charmingly reading parts of it this morning, but our state lacks capacity. It cannot provide water for our citizens. It cannot provide jobs or housing. It can also not fully regulate migration, whether it's domestic or international. And we need to think about how do we build that capacity if that's what we want to do. And that is not something that just Home Affairs can do. It's obviously something that must involve social development. It must involve public works. It must involve the Department of Labor. It must involve justice, the police. All of these have a role, and we haven't really thought through what they're doing, how they work together, and how can we effectively respond to people moving in the region. I think the third point is one to reiterate something that we heard this morning also, that migration policy should really be about foregrounding the welfare of poor South Africans. It shouldn't be about security for its own sake. It shouldn't be about sovereignty for its own sake. It should be about what can we do to address the inequality, the poverty, the unemployment that we all know are really acute issues facing the country. If we look at the evolution of South African immigration policy over the last 15, 20 years, it has done none of those three things. It is not grounded on empirics. It is not grounded on a realistic assessment of what the state can do and what different departments, how they should work together. And it has primarily not been actually about empirically thinking through how does immigration work to develop the region. Instead, what we are seeing is policies that's driven by myth, by fear, by populism, all the more so in the last few years, right? And this results in policies that are about stopping informal trade more generally, which is bad for many South Africans. It is about policies which are destabilizing Zimbabweans and others who've been in the country for a long time, who are creating jobs, who are investing, who are teaching our children. It is about creating greater restrictions on the labor market in a time when people who are in business are saying we're struggling to get the skills and the people that we need, right? I think what we have to do is build a policy going forward that recognizes that we have a massive skills gap, and that's not just of the people who can pay 5 million rand to come in, or the people with engineering degrees. We have skills gaps throughout. We need trades craftspeople, we need teachers, we need electricians. Those are things that are in the region. And if we look at the graduation rates from primary all the way through matric in South Africa, we're not in a position in the short term to provide those skills. The failure of public education means South Africa has acute skills needs and will, if it is going to recover from the economic crisis that it is now in. I think we also have to recognize that unemployment in the country, that's 70% we heard about youth unemployment, has almost nothing to do with immigration. Getting rid of immigrants will do almost nothing to create those jobs. In fact, most of the evidence suggests that getting rid of immigrants, not just the elite, not just the poor, but any sector of that, is going to make things harder for South Africans. Not just because immigrants invest, not just because immigrants bring skills, but immigrants promote trade throughout the region. The money that we send to Zimbabwe, the money we send to Lesotho, the money that goes to Eswatini or to Mozambique, that stabilizes the region. It creates markets, and most of those things that people are buying are either made in South Africa or imported from South Africa. I think we also have to realize that the hostility that the region sees coming from South Africa, and the government will say, well, we're constitutional, we're committed to equality. That is not what is being seen. That is not the message that is coming across when people are being burnt in the streets and politicians from all parties are out saying we need to protect the labor market, we need to protect our sovereignty. This is going to result in destabilizing the region, and it is deeply eroding South Africa's soft power throughout the region. That's bad at a general diplomatic level, but it's also bad when we think about South African investments and trade throughout the region. We've seen the huge fines that Nigeria has put on MTN, not so much as a punishment for what MTN did, but as a punishment for how the South African government has treated Nigerians in the country. We've seen people stoning ShopRites, burning signs. We need South African investment in the region. That's South Africa's comparative advantage. Doesn't do well competing in Australia and Europe and the United States. We do well in the region. And if we erode South Africa's reputation and moral leadership, that is going to hurt South African business and job creation. We also have to recognize that this concentration, and we heard more about it just now from our colleague at Department of Home Affairs, the concentration on policing, on border control, on ridding the cities of undocumented migrants is taking a huge toll on the fiscus. We did a study in Gauteng, and something like 20 to 30% of police were spending their time harassing immigrants, arresting them, putting them in prison, doing all sorts of things which we may say, well, that's keeping us safe. It's not. What it's doing is it's distracting them from the real security issues that we have. The same for all of these monies that we're spending on border control. These are monies that we need to rebuild water systems, waste treatment systems, roads, to invest in higher education or schools. These are things we need to address. And lastly, the thing that we need to really be concerned about is the acceptance or even the endorsement of the kind of vigilante violence as part of immigration control. We have heard from officials that Operation Dudula must be the eyes and ears of the department. They must be the ones saying where the undocumented migrants are. That is an unconstitutional movement. It is a movement that does not believe in the rule of law or the Constitution. The endorsement or the acceptance of that kind of operation, not just what's happening now, but what's happened for the last 15, 20 years as immigrants have been kicked out of neighborhoods, whether it's from Motherwell or Alex Ramaphosa settlement in the farms in the Western Cape. The acceptance and endorsement of that kind of activity makes us all at risk, puts us all at risk. It undermines the rule of law. So as I wrap up, I think we need to think about migration policy in a different way. We need to think about migration policy as it intersects with urban planning, as it intersects with trade, as it intersects with labor, basically as it intersects with the things that will make South Africans' lives better. That's not how we're talking about migration policy now. We need to think about how all of government can get involved in this, how the Department of Labor can do workplace inspections that are legal and protect the welfare of South African workers, and can help to improve the possibility for people going forward. Not how do we put more money and let gangsters go and inspect workplaces. We need to think about different ways of approaching that is informed by pragmatism, not by fear or short-term political gains. And it's also on South African civil society to push back and say, look, we don't want this done in our name. Stop distracting us. Stop using migration policy as an excuse to not talk about your policy for growth, your policy for improving trade, because that's what it has become. I hope that all of the government colleagues that are there today and the rest of us can be part of that conversation. Certainly me and my colleagues at ACMS, at Oxford, we're keen to inform these discussions with data, with the ways of thinking through how government at all levels, all spheres of government, international relations, and all departments can think about migration. It's not something Home Affairs can or should do alone. It is something that all of us must do in the name of South Africa's future welfare of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Landu. I mean, I think you make the point very clearly that actually administrative interventions will never be sufficient. I think there needs to be both political leadership, but as well as addressing social and structural issues, both within South Africa as well as in the region. I think part of that soft power that South Africa enjoys actually needs to be able to use it to contribute into regional industrialization. And thank you so much for, again, that candid reflection on your part and the policy opportunities for South Africa. And I'm hoping that colleagues from Home Affairs are really taking notes from your input you've shared. Our next speaker, Judge Dennis Davis, have you managed to join us?
I'm sorry.
Okay, he's not here for now. All right, let's then move to Ms. Lily Soper, the project manager for DDP Migration Project. You have the floor. You have your 10 minutes, Lily. Mr.
Good morning, colleagues, and I thank the Madam Chair for the invite to discuss a rather crucial topic at a critical time as well. As I've been introduced, I am Lily Sope. Okay, so my point of departure is the post-apartheid time, because it's been the time when the country's policy have sort of struggled in managing the issues of Ama refugees, but it's also the state has struggled to manage the xenophobia that has been directed at African migrants. Because when we talk of xenophobia, we are not talking about the Asian or the UK immigrants, but it's always the African migrants who actually suffer. And it's also that the time that set the tone for the laws and the negative attitudes that we see towards our African brothers and sisters. Now let's go back just a little bit in terms of history. I refer to the Aliens Control Act, which was the leftover act. It's crossed the border from the colonial times to the post. So basically what the act did was that it gave the right to the immigration official to declare anyone who looked like a suspect to be an illegal migrant, to declare them as a prohibited person. And once the official had decided that that person was an illegal immigrant, they decided that they should be deported. And the sad part about that was that such a ruling could not be reviewed, it could not be reversed. It stood as it was. Of course, such a provision was a violation of the administrative justice, which is found in our constitution. But it's also characterized in a manner that when we see immigrants, we need to view them as these people who should not be trusted, and it's just to deprive the irregular immigrants the basic human rights that we are so proud of. Of course, the act was amended in 1995, but not much was changed in its structure, except for the judicial review, which was absent in the 1991 Act. Now, there are two terms that concern me that are in the Act, and that is the alien and the illegal immigrant. Now, we understand the definition of alien, which is someone who's not born in that particular country. However, when you talk of alien, it really is a discriminatory word, and it does not encourage social justice in any way. And even when you see in the media, the aliens are non-human, they are scary, they are just a destructive group that should be destroyed before they destroy you. And bear in mind that that was an act for people. Also, the act talks about illegal, the word. It says illegal immigrant. It's used as an adjective to describe a person. Again, this is dehumanizing, and it basically refers to a person by their state of being. A person cannot be illegal. However, their conduct can be illegal. Now, such labeling in terms may have birthed what we often see in our country when we refer to African migrants, Osbari, Amazaizai, and you can say whatever word you name. That shows no desire for a personal relationship. It sort of has an othering effect on the person, and obviously the chances of a proper respectful relationship to be built are drastically minimized. And we mentioned a bit on the things of the movement Operation Dudula. They are very strong on the word illegal migrant as seen. This word, this term was adopted in a policy which is supposed to make things better for those that it's actually serves. I call the Refugee Act the policy of hope. I'm not going to talk much about it because our Department of Home Affairs rep has touched on it, but it is a commendable act because the asylum seekers are allowed the freedom of movement as per the Constitution. It's also grant them the rights to work and be educated in our country. However, the implementation, I do note what Mr. Mtiana said, the implementation of it has been a challenge. One, it should take about approximately 180 days to a year to process the asylum seeker applications. We heard Mr. Mtiana talking about the frustrated system to the extent that last year in 2021, the UNHCR donated 9.6 million. At that time, it was 140 million to what they called the asylum seeker backlog project to the Department of Home Affairs. It would be nice to know how far that has gone in terms of processing the application. But it should also be noted that the longer there is a backlog, that means that there are African migrants who are in limbo, and such things, they really do fuel discrimination and the xenophobic tendencies, because the locals keep reminding them or telling them that they do not belong, hence called the illegal immigrants. The Refugee Act also talks about the right to work in a country. However, they cannot register a business. I said cannot in inverted commas, not because it's law, but it's the perception. We closely work with African migrants and the locals in the informal sector of trade. This is what they know, this is what they believe, because many of them have tried to register a business, but their applications are rejected. And the reason is because you are not a South African born person. Now, due to this application being rejected, the locals automatically think that therefore they cannot trade because they are rejected. If they cannot trade, they should not be given the trade permits, and basically they should be sent home, as we often hear in the anti-migrant sentiments. Now, coming to the current and the future policy, I believe that we have all seen the recently adopted policy in Johannesburg for the informal trade. They say that they want to regulate the overpopulated sector. Currently, they say that there are about 14,000 traders. They say it must be reduced to 8,100. They have clarified that they are prioritizing locals. Now, the question is, what criteria will they use to prioritize the locals? And what will happen to those African immigrants who are already training? Is there a plan for them somehow? And what if some South African immigrants, they do get the permits, and then later the locals apply? Will they withdraw those? And if so, what will happen to them? What is the more tangible plan? We've seen on different interviews, the Gauteng Premier emphasizing that that law was created only for business owned by South Africans, and his MMC was agreeing with what you was saying. An example is made. This so-called the policy, it's supposed to accommodate 8,100 spaces. Now, if only 8,100 locals apply, and a couple, I don't know, let's say 1,000 African immigrants, they will take only the locals already. That is unfair. Although they say that they should apply the non-national. So the question is, why must they apply if already they will actually be rejected? Now, knowing how migrants are treated in South Africa, how do you really know and trust that their applications will actually be processed and be given space to actually work as well? Now, it's a known practice that South locals, they rent out spaces. We've seen this with the RDP houses. They rent out their own containers where they're supposed to be working. This will happen. It's a certainty that this will actually happen. They will get the permits from the city, then rent it out,
to an African migrant. Now, who will bear the brunt of the punishment? Now, will the local who is toying blame the other local for renting out the space to the African migrant? Number one. Number two, or will they just assume that the non-national got the space that was supposed to be for them? This policy has been adopted in the Gauteng province. It's currently being explored in KZN, and we know what kind of a province we have in terms of violence. We do have a violent history, and the likelihood of this going national is there. And we do ask the question, where is the social justice even in the implementation? Because there's a huge thing of the policy will say something else, but the opposite will actually be implemented. Now, my question is, how are refugees supposed to fend for themselves, so to speak? We have a beautiful act, the Refugee Act, that says that we cannot deny refugees access to our country, so we will grant them that access. However, when they get to our country, they need to starve, more so because they cannot own businesses. They're not supposed to be employed because they are supposedly stealing jobs meant for the locals. And if they are lucky enough to be employed, they are exploited by their employers who pay them way below the minimal wage. And they're not supposed to be getting grants because they're also not the citizens. Now, we obviously have a problem with policy implementation. They always talk about there is just a lot of lack in inadequate personal training skills, perhaps the misinterpretation of the policy, or just not even knowing what the policy says. Yet they are in the spaces that are supposed to serve people according to what the policy says, and just the general unethical conduct. There at the border post, corruption is real. It's always on the news, and just the inconsistencies in the planning and the budget. So what we plan for is not properly aligned to the budget. Whether the budgets they are insufficient, or there is a budget but somehow it's being misused. Now, as I close off, now what do we really need to have a socially just implementation, immigration policy? One, as our constitution says, we really do pride ourselves with our constitution. Now let's protect and uphold the rights of those that is all living in the country, inclusive of immigrants. And let's uphold these. There need to be clear, implemented monitoring and evaluation practices in place. I'm not talking about the M&E practices that are documented, but these, they need to be done. Is what is supposed to be done being actually carried out? And just it needs to protect and improve the lives of those that it actually serve, to ensure fair participation, access to resources. And a very crucial point is education of both the locals and immigrants on migration. They need to be some form of a budget. There needs to be some form of a plan to educate about migration. And lastly, a migrant management system from point of entry until they are actually settled, because there's a lot of talk of them being untraceable. They don't know where they are. So there need to be a migrant management system, and within that system, there must be, how do we integrate immigrants into the communities in which they find themselves in? And I thank you.
Thank you so much, Lily. For really, I think you've pointed out so well the contradictions between policy and practices. So well, but also articulated some of the limitations and contradiction even between our constitution and some of the policies that we pass on. And you highlight the point around the Gauteng township economy. And I like how you actually even spoke about the concept of alien and othering. Because again, it's really outside of what our constitutionalism is. And I think we need to really start pondering as a society, where is this othering coming from. Okay. Is that Lily on the screen? May I see Judge Dennis has actually joined us. Judge Dennis, are you ready to take on your 10 minutes?
Sorry, I'm to do this on a phone because where I am, there's no proper Wi-Fi.
All right.
Okay, but I can start, yes.
Yes, go ahead, Judge Dennis.
Right, I'm not going to be long, but let me start by saying the following. In a recent article, which was published this year, Ronnie Amit writes as follows. While South Africa's progressive refugee legislation remains largely intact, government's reframing of migration as a security issue has resulted in a gap between law and policy as the government pursues security-based policy goals. Securitization of migration includes an expansive definition of who is an illegal migrant and a narrowed scope for obtaining legal migrant status. Now, I think that's right. And what is particularly interesting about this is a great deal of reference was placed on the 1998 Refugee Act. Now, it's true, in the 1998 Refugee Act, the Act applied a rights-based approach to asylum that rejects encampment, allows asylum seekers freedom of movement, grants the right to work and education for refugees and asylum seekers, consciously refuses to distinguish between asylum seekers and refugees, given the presupposed legitimacy of the former's claim. Consider, however, which I think backs up Amit's point, that by 2008, the Refugees Amendment Act removed a refugee's right to the same basic health care and primary education as South African, limited refugee status to those who are not citizens, permanent residents, or recognized refugees in other countries, enforced the abandonment of asylum seeker permits if they were not renewed 90 days after expiration, expanded the Director General's capacity to open or close an RBO and appoint officers, repealed the clause that says that the Act must be applied with due regard to the OAU Convention, the United Nations Convention and Protocol, repealed the section that said that asylum seekers should be treated as refugees until their status is determined, differentiated the extent of refugee rights and asylum seeker rights, including the latter's need to renew the asylum seeker's permit periodically at a designated RRO. So the question was that, as I think is indicated here, there's been a shift towards securitization and diminution of the rights of refugees and indeed asylum seekers. And in relation to asylum seekers, let me make the point quite bluntly that there are the cases in relation to this are absolutely extraordinary. In other words, very few judges in South Africa, myself included, have not had to deal with the Department of Home Affairs and its extraordinary attitude towards asylum seekers and illegal foreigners. Really, the attitude has been nothing short of shocking. On the 30th of December, really the second last day of last year, in a case called the Boer versus the Minister of Home Affairs, an illegal foreigner, it was held that an illegal foreigner who claims to be an asylum seeker and expresses an intent to apply for asylum should be permitted to apply, even if he has delayed in this regard. That, of course, followed the confirmation of the non-refoulement law in an earlier decision in Ruta. But you ask judges in the High Court consistently, you have got asylum seekers, people with really legitimate rights, as was articulated in Obor, meaning legitimate expectations, who literally are treated in the most shameful way. So pardon me for being cynical about the policies that we have to date. In other words, the fact that whatever policies we implement, we have to have serious question marks about whether, in fact, we are committed to balancing what is an obviously legitimate point, which is the question of migrancy versus the question of our constitution. And of course, I think it must be reiterated that the migrant policy is probably a policy that one can only manage as opposed to solve. It is a major problem. And it is also true that the management has got to take account of economically motivated migration In other words, governments have to ensure that migration rules can be aligned with the economic policies which they wish to implement. In South Africa, that of course is true, particularly in the light of the fact that there is quite substantial evidence, admittedly there's evidence to the contrary, that migrant workers, people who come into South Africa, immigrant workers, may well increase South Africa's income per capita, according to the ILO, by up to 5%. Now, it is true that there was, in fact, some earlier research which took the contrary, and we may not have reliable information on this. For example, the National Economic Policy did, in fact, refer to a negative impact, but the OECD and the ILO studies show compellingly to the difference. And therefore, there's a further question that has to be taken. This country was built on migration. Our entire economy was based on the shameful exploitation of migrant workers, both South Africans and foreigners, in relation to the migrant labor policy. In fact, at the mining in Durban, which is taking place as we speak, perhaps a considerably greater reflection should take place in the manner in which the mining houses made their money on the exploitation of migrant workers. And that, in a sense, compels a far greater, as it were, fidelity to balancing the rights which we essentially expressed in the Constitution, which were in the 1998 Refugee Act, and seem, both by way of amendment and by way of practice, to have been eviscerated over time. And the 2017 paper, which true spoke about pursuing a risk-based and securitized approach to migration, safeguarding South Africa's sovereignty and ensuring the safety of its citizens. It had to uproot a system that serves to perpetuate irregular migration, which in turn leads to unacceptable risks of corruption, human rights abuses, and national security risks. And then it went on to say that human rights organizations and legal practitioners, that's many of you sitting here today, abuse loopholes in the system to secure the release of illegal immigrants at the expense of the government. I'm assuming that they're really talking about cases like Abor and Ruta and more. And so what I'm trying to say is there's a serious problem in relation to the manner in which a policy over the period from 1998 has progressed, reflecting Amit's particular proposition. Let me make one point in relation to the 2022 policy document. It has two clear principles which I'm very attracted to. Equality of opportunity and treatment in respect of employment and occupation. One says bravo to that. Committing oneself to combating discrimination at work. Bravo to that too. The real question is how serious we are to implement that. And let me make one final point in this regard. And my final point is this. I am particularly anxious that these debates that we are having at the present take place in the context of an extraordinarily unfavorable discourse, where the EFF and other small parties are taking a view about migrants and about Africans who are not South Africans, which can be described in no other way other than xenophobic. And the real question is, will the government have the commitment to our Constitution, the bravery to stave off these xenophobic attacks, and in a sense, a commitment to a migration policy, which ultimately was what we thought we were doing in 1998. And I'm afraid to say that the trajectory is the other way. And were it not for the courts in particular, a whole host of people would have been chucked out of this country without any due process at all, thrown back into very parlous circumstances, which is an utter disgrace given our own history and our own commitment to rights. And I'll leave it there.
Much, Judge Davis. I think for that, I think you make a very clear point that government should actually focus on managing migration instead of controlling. But also at the same time, is that I think I like, again, the intersection you bring in around the role of the mining sector and how the mining sector is actually, and so much profit from actually migration labor. And in essence, so what type of moral obligation does the sector have towards migrants of this region. And I think it's even a much more deeper political question than even, and even probably above us as of today, but it does require, leadership willingness and commitment to make it sure that we deal with issues of migration, but also fundamentally that we build a vibrant regional economy that make it sure that everybody else has access to economic opportunities and leads decent lives and productive lives. All right, our next speaker on the panel is our colleague from Department of Social Development, Jackie van der Zeyden. You have your 10 minutes, Mr. Jackie.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks also very much to Comrade Tuli for the invitation. I was really pleasantly surprised when I received it. And it took me back to my own student years at Stellenbosch University. I wish I could have been there today. Back then in the mid-80s, I was a member of a very small branch of the National Union of South African Students that operated on the campus, which was an anti-apartheid organization. So in our strategy, we sought to connect the student struggle and the worker struggle and the community struggles together, within the spirit and framework of the United Democratic Front. And particularly then we decided to act on the increasing homelessness that we were observing in Stellenbosch, and we one morning very early went to the Red Square in the middle of the campus. We set up a shack and all students passed there, and obviously the university administration were not very happy about it. So they came in true Stellenbosch tradition. They didn't forcibly remove us, they were with us. And they tried to sort of, blame the emerging housing crisis on immigrants into the town. Now, because of the fact that we had collected our information and we were working together with the community, we were able to tell them, no, these are the life stories of the people who are homeless in Stellenbosch, etc. And we won the argument, and we were able to finish our protest and hopefully change some people's views. But I'm relating the story just to emphasize the power of evidence when one engages with an issue like today, the issue of migration. At the Department of Social Development, I'm the head of the National Population Unit of the South African government. So my input will be framed within the white paper on population policy, which was adopted in Parliament back in 1998. The white paper on population policy sets out, obviously a vision and strategies around a range of population issues or concerns, and that includes migration, of course. There are 4 specific concerns that the policy identifies that directly relate to migration. Firstly, the growth and structural dynamics of the population relative to the growth and capacity of the economy to cope with backlogs in employment, education, housing, health, and other social services to meet the needs of people. Secondly, inequities in access to resources, infrastructure, and social services, and the implication for redistribution and growth and the alleviation of poverty. And this specifically implies the need to quantify the reliable numbers on different categories of immigrants, as well as to avert unfounded and misleading prejudice towards immigrants. Then thirdly, the policy also concerns itself with the nature of spatial mobility in the country and the region, which requires more attention, as well as the inadequate analysis of the nature and impact of international migration for policy development purposes. So this was more than 20 years ago that we as government adopted this white paper as policy. It also acknowledges that the real impact of immigration and immigration on the South African social and economic structures needed to be clearly understood. So in terms of strategy, what the white paper then recommended back then was that we should seek to increase alternative choices for people through the provision of social services, infrastructure, and better employment opportunities. We should also seek to reduce backlogs in urban infrastructure and social services, and making adequate provision for future increases in urban populations, as well as to review the nature and impact of all forms of international migration on sustainable development in order to formulate and implement appropriate policy. So fast forward from 1998 to 2015, under the auspices of the then Interministerial Committee on Population Policy, Cabinet considered the progress report on the implementation of the country's population policy, and particularly that report made some detailed recommendations around migration, including to improve the availability of demographic information on migration and urbanization, the importance of interdepartmental data gathering and policy cohesion tools, frameworks that recognize migration and immigration as important for the country should be developed, the integration of social cohesion programs into local level planning, the mainstreaming of migration and urbanization into development planning, and then the recurring theme in our society and in our country, that the persistent apartheid settlement patterns we should start addressing and try to break down. So part of the program that the Interministerial Committee on Population Policy then developed and started implementing after that report was considered by Cabinet was to specifically focus on migration and urbanization, take stock of what we know about migration in South Africa. Secondly, to initiate a knowledge engagement process, which culminated in the first National Conference on Migration and Urbanization, which took place last year. And at that conference, a multi-stakeholder forum on migration and urbanization research was launched, as a forum that the Cabinet agreed to have established. And then, of course, the importance of capacity building on population migration, human rights, and sustainable development, and particularly, starting with municipalities. Now, you might have picked up that, these are long periods of time, from the decision to organize a conference. It took 6 years to organize the conference, which was a long time, but at the same time, I suppose, previous attempts have failed. So if it took 6 years, we got there. I think at this point, and before I move to sort of wrapping up, you would have heard that I'm referring to urbanization, internal migration, and international migration together. And that is a deliberate sort of approach that we've taken with respect to the population policy. And one of the reasons for that is that we want to establish a correct proportional perspective when we talk about people who move or people who become more, in our cities. And that perspective is not necessary to challenge the narrative that is developing, that our own failure as government and society can be blamed on immigrants from other countries. So flowing from the conference, which is basically what now will constitute the program of the forum that I've referred to, is first of all, the recommendation that we need to make sure that we are compliant with all our international and constitutional obligations as far as migration and people who migrate are concerned. The key recommendations, and there are about 6 of them, is first of all, collaboration across all spheres of government, but also with other agencies and among data producers as well as data users is going to be critically important. Secondly, as far as urbanization is concerned, I mean, it's a fact of life and it's driven by different factors, of course. But urbanization needs to take center stage in our discussions on policy position, planning, and programs in social, political, and economic areas. Data, and particularly data to inform migration indicators that are in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, needs to be collected. And we need to improve our data collection in the area of migration. We also need to explore and strengthen the use of alternative data sources. Capacity building is going to be very central. I think many people have referred to the challenges with government officials who do not understand the government's own policies, and we need to train ourselves to understand those policies. We also need to take stock of the policy gaps, and I think we've heard a lot of different views from different departments, etc., and commentators who've exposed that, and we need to work on that so that we can move towards greater policy cohesion. Of course, the discourse and narrative that is xenophobic, in nature, as the judge just said, needs to be challenged explicitly. And we need to move away, and we need to align our evidence gathering exercises to enable us to move away from a security approach to migration to a developmental approach to migration. So these matters will constitute the forum's agenda, and of course these are also feeding into the Interministerial Committee on Migration, and these recommendations are in process to be processed to Cabinet. So to conclude, Madam Chair, issues around migration have a long-standing history, and migration has been an intrinsic component of the development of our Southern African region. Therefore, the socio-political and economic discussions in all sectors and at the level of communities need to be well grounded in evidence in order to be beneficial to both South Africa as well as our region. But just my final remark, as government, we have to also start acting on the evidence that we already have about the developmental benefits of migration, so that the human mobility in the region can be harnessed to unlock those developmental benefits. I really do believe that we need to get our act together. We don't have to wait for more evidence. Whilst we improve evidence, we can act on the evidence we already have. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
For sharing the outcome of the migration conference. I had the honor as well of attending. I presented a paper on migration and social security, and it was well organized, but packed 5 days. But also, there was so much that was coming out of that conference. And perhaps one of the key things I suppose everyone in the audience will be keen to hear, it's whether there's a link between the work that Professor Marius Oliver had presented earlier and some of the outcomes of the conference last year, which is driven by the Migration Forum. All right, I see you nodding, so that's great. Okay, our last speaker is Ms. Naledi Plakis, Associate Partner for Advancement of Women in Informal Economy and Informality Concept. That's a very interesting, and I know that within the feminist economy circles, we really talk about parallel economy instead of informality, because most of us are actually connected into that parallel economy. When we step out, we buy sometimes fruit and vegetables in the store. So there is so much that we do that is connected. So we probably need to really ponder about the concept of informality and just talk about the parallel economy that exists amongst us. Is Ms. Naledi Plakis in the room?
Yes, I am. Are you able to hear me, Mrs. Pellis?
Yes, we can, but we can't see your face.
Great. I'm not sure if I'm able to learn this because I'm at the office, so background is not so appealing for me to share my camera.
You're using a Fanele Sibonge Ndebele's link, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, you have your 10 minutes just to say that you told me the last second. We're hoping just to put 1 or 2 questions. We know we're running out of time. We're pleading with colleagues to give us an extra 15 minutes of their time.
Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. Speaking of the current migration policies in South Africa, as we've all discussed, there's been no reference to the intersection between gender and migration, which then neglects the vulnerabilities and experiences which are confronted by women migrants in the country. South Africa has been and continues to experience changing gender migration patterns, which are considered, South Africa has been experiencing and continues. Hi.
Excuse me, Naledi, are you sharing a presentation or you're speaking from your notes? Just want to be sure.
I'm speaking from my notes.
Oh, all right. Okay.
So as I said, the current migration policy in the country makes no reference to the intersection between gender and migration, neglecting the vulnerabilities and experiences confronted by migrant women in the country. As a country, we continue to experience the changing gender migration patterns, and these patterns aren't necessarily considered by existing migration policies. Failing to recognize the engendered drivers and experiences of migration means that government cannot adequately respond to the risks of these vulnerabilities, nor can it adequately harness the development potential of women migrating to South Africa. South Africa experiences a high level of mixed migration, predominantly from our SADC neighboring countries. And the gender breakdown of permits issued by the Department of Home Affairs is not properly recorded. So we have no way of determining the real ratio of female asylum seekers and economic migrants, which further poses a challenge on how government can address the issues confronted by these females, in particular those who are within the informal economy. In accordance with global trends, we see more African women migrating to South Africa and more are migrating independently from their partners or spouses in search, obviously, for a better economic life and for better opportunities. And this is primarily owing to the changes in the labor market and the shrinking pathways of male migration. However, as it stands, South Africa's migration system does not consider the gendered aspects of migration and thus fails to consider gender-specific migration drivers, trends, and vulnerabilities. A lack of gender-specific data makes it difficult to determine the specificities of migrant women's engagement within the informal labor market. Although as a country we have a very in-depth women's rights and gender equality agenda that is well integrated into the national development agenda of the country in relation to socio-economic challenges, migration policies has failed to catch up with those trends to reflect the women's rights agenda of migrant women. Recent global migration trends have shifted and the number of women migrants has significantly increased. Currently in Africa, women make up about 49% of the migrant population. And in South Africa alone, there are about over a million women migrants, which was a very significant increase from 1990, which was 500,000. In 2017 alone, South Africa, Africa in general recorded a record of 1.8 million women migrants in Africa. And this is due obviously to economic hardships and the limited opportunities in their home countries. And today, South Africa being the most politically stable country and economically stable country in Africa, we house nearly 75% of the continent's largest companies, which is why we are experiencing such high numbers of economic migrants. With regards to women, they find themselves exposed to dangerous workplace conditions in the domestic and agricultural sector, irregular women migrants without formal employment rights. Formal employments don't enjoy the same rights and legal protections as other migrants, and they have limited knowledge and access to legal systems to pursue the rights that they have. And labor laws are particularly difficult to enforce in the informal sector due to the hidden nature of the work, and also the fear instilled in these women to interact with government officials and police officers because of fears of being detained and deposed and being deported poses an additional barrier for them to seek legal assistance. With that being said, I believe that the South African policy urgently needs to update and upgrade its current migration framework to align with existing gender frameworks and gender equality commitments. The migration framework as it stands ignores the unskilled workers and the impact that this has, particularly on women, exposing them to additional risks. And also, this then inhibits us as South Africa to maximize the development benefits of migration. In order for this to improve, we need to recognize women as migration drivers, and the workforce that needs to be integrated is key to developing a holistic plan to address irregular migration in South Africa. And there needs to be a drive into new visa regulations that should capitalize on the high number of women that are already in the country, particularly those that make up a significant number of the informal economy. Thank you.
I was still waiting and hoping that you will speak more, because this is also a subject matter that I'm quite passionate about. And thank you so much for really shining the spotlight on the gender discrimination and across, and the fact that in fact it should be a cross-cutting intervention when we talk about migration policy, and the fact that there's actually a disconnect between our gender equality agenda versus the migration policy, and the fact that a lot of women who come through don't understand their rights. But I think the point you're raising as well is this issue about migration policy that doesn't address unskilled labor. Hello. Oh, sorry. All right. So I think it feels like with Naledi's input, we really came into full circle in as far as the different inputs that have been made. As I said, that each panelist will actually contribute in the conversation based on their, scholarship knowledge, and I think they've really come into full circle. And I think, the input from Naledi around the gender issues just really, cuts across, because again, she's managed to make the connection between the economics, the gender disaggregated data, but as well as issues around labor rights. Now, I just need to be directed from the floor with this session. I don't know if we still have extra time. I know that, can I just see? Okay, I think we are on time. So, all right, so I'm going to request that we have about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes of questions, because we're meant to go on a break at 12:30. So I would really like to invite now any interventions. I've been noticing a lot of comments. Let me just even start with the last one from Pragna. Thank you, Naledi, for raising the issue of gender migration. Migration has become an increasingly feminized in every aspect of migration. Every aspect of migration should be interrogated with gender lenses, absolutely. Let me just see, there's an invitation for those who would like to join the migration forum meeting next week. It's posted in the group. Just want to see if there's any specific questions. Yes, I think there's a lot of acknowledgement from the speakers, the limitation of the xenophobic action plan. May I invite any interventions, any contributions on the subject, historic, current and future migration policy in South Africa, and the fact that South Africa is such a highly industrialized country, and what should be its contribution into the region? I think Professor Judge Dennis had actually raised the issue about, how migrant workers have really built the mining sector, which today again, it's one of the, has the highest GDP contribution within the economy. So, yes, I think I see there's a hand there. Finalist, Fanele, yes, you have the floor, and followed by Professor Maris Oliver. Yes, you may go ahead, you have the floor. Yes, go ahead, yes. Who's at the podium? Ma'am, you may proceed and speak.
Hello, yes, I'm in the audience here. It's a bit of
Oh, all right, okay.
trying to.
Okay, you'll be the first, and then finalists will be the second, and Professor Maris Oliver will be the third. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a policy question to the representative of the Minister, Marius Olivier, and yeah, I'd just be interested to find out from him. One of the issues raised in the policy was the increase of migrant workers in the informal sector and how the policy aimed to address this, which he described as a worrying trend. And I was just wondering how a quota system restricting employment opportunities, as well as requirements for employers to show that no South African can carry out the task of a prospective, before a South African or before an employer can employ a foreign national, how that will address the growth of the informal sector, because wouldn't it then force many foreign nationals into the informal sector to seek opportunities for self-employment, such as in the taxi industry or spaza shops, because there won't actually be employment opportunities for them as a result of the policy. So I was just trying to figure out how, yeah, a quota system and restrictions on people employing foreign nationals will deal with the increase of migrants in the informal sector, especially those who are in self-employment and small business.
Mm-hmm. Right, thank you for that. You didn't introduce yourself. Your name is?
Oh, sorry, Vanya.
Oh, all right, thank you, Vanya. And the next question, we'll get one of our panels to take up the questions. Let's take the other two questions. Panelista. Panelista Sibongo, you have the floor. All right, if panelist is unable to unmute, can we get Professor Maris Oliver to take the floor in the meantime?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question just posed, but also some of the other questions I think that were raised. One you raised, I believe, and in the chat box as well, there was a question about whether the 4% include undocumented migrants. I see in the meantime that Stephen Gordon, who will be speaking later today, he's from HSRC, and also Diego Iturralde from Stats South Africa. I believe that they will already update us on the figures, and thank you for what Stephen has already provided us with in terms of a recent contribution by a number of experts working in this area. So I'm going to leave this to them, other than to say that, of course, as it's also said in the contribution he sent us via the chat box, that there are no reliable figures of how many irregulars. So the figures currently quoted in the National Labour Migration Policy, the draft, and those figures will be updated based on what we are now receiving. This is purely based on what is available in the census surveys and other data sources that we were able to access. And I see he refers to some more recent sources. Very welcome. We will take this into account. So yeah. Then the chair, you in particular, you mentioned, I think, something about SADC integration, harmonization, if I remember correctly. this is, of course, a serious issue. The policy does state on a few occasions that it's kind of regrettable that thus far, let me put a positive spin on it, that there's really a need for us to align what we do in labor migration in South Africa, also in the broader regional framework, looking also at the SADC regional labor market, so to say. Much more can be achieved if we have a scenario where we can exchange labor, for example, in relation to where there are labor market needs in the different SADC countries. That's the one issue. And the second one, very importantly, is to see to what extent should we not and can we give priority to migrants and migrant workers in particular from the region versus the other migrant workers. This is a natural tendency that we find in many other places in the world. And I must say the draft white paper that the Chief Director of Home Affairs referred to, that actually provided for 3 categories of, if I could call them, ring-fenced visa categories for SADC migrants. Now, the policy certainly welcomes this and says that we must really pursue this further. So very important, the need for harmonization. And by the way, one of the key reasons for this draft policy is in fact a decision taken by all ministers of labor in SADC to have labor migration policies in place in the SADC region. And the obvious reason is that, of course, we would have then a basis to look at labor exchange and the like. Last, and before I forget, let me also ask this, that and the answers of all of you, and there will be a further session that the department is organizing with academics more broadly for consultation purposes. But we would really, from the perspective of revising the policy, and of course there's also the associated draft legislation, we really treasure your feedback and your comments on the policy. And I ask this of all of you individually and also, of course, of the social justice group or institute, what Professor Madonsela is managing. This would be highly appreciated so that we can make the policy as relevant for the country and the context of labor migration. The informal economy issue, that is a very, very difficult one. The problem is that for most part, from what we can see, but of course we don't always have the hard evidence, but many, if not most of the migrants working in the economy probably would have found their way there not through the regular challenge, or more importantly, they are awaiting decisions on their asylum status. So then they're not, or not yet at least, regular migrants from that perspective, but their position is not that of firmed up regular migrants. Of course, you have those as well. It was already mentioned, I think, also by one of the other speakers, that it is extremely difficult to monitor, working conditions, labor rights, for that matter, certainly also social protection rights in the informal economy. In fact, the other problem is that the very legal framework of social security is such that it does not appropriately accommodate workers in the informal economy, which of course is not to be welcomed. There is, for your interest, a proposal, it is on NETLEC's website, coming from the Department of Social Development, for the development of at least a pension arrangement and related benefits for workers in the informal economy. But in any event, that may help to address that problem partly. But it is really, really an issue. Now, the policy does not state, certainly does not say that the informal economy would have to be seen or declared as a part of the economy where migrant workers should not work. The quota system, the policy merely provides the framework for the quota system to be introduced. We have heard that also today that steps were taken to try and close off the informal economy to informal workers as a whole, migrants in particular. You know, I don't want to comment too much on that other than to say this as a lawyer. And what I'm going to say now, in fact, is reflected in a policy that, of course, we have very strong constitutional jurisprudence in this country, in particular Wachinuka and in the more recent Somali refugees case, where the Supreme Court of Appeal made it clear that, you know, you really cannot close off a sector of employment, including the informal economy, if that were to impinge on the human dignity and the ability of people to survive. So we have to find that kind of balance always. And the policy just, you know, addresses this in general terms. Sorry for talking so long, but there were quite a few issues to address. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you, Professor Oliver. I mean, I've given you that time as well, because I suppose a lot of questions that were even coming up from the chat are really around what's the response of the government in relation to migration policy. I still have the hand from Panele. Would you like to take the floor? All right, okay. If we're not, if we don't have Panele able to mute, we have still have 6 minutes into our time. I don't know if there's any other question or intervention from the panelists in the digital platform. All right, Prof. Tuli, and then Steve Gordon, and then Ms. Shomari, it was the third one.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't realize that the hybrid system does not recognize us if we don't go digital. But thank you for the privilege. And thank you to all of the panelists for such insightful and thought-provoking thoughts on the pressing issue of immigration. There's just a lot to digest and a lot for the team to put together, which gives us a clear picture. I have one comment and two questions. The first one is the issue of xenophobia, and any panelist can answer that question. Do we really have a xenophobia problem or an Afrophobia problem? Let's just look at the figures. I don't see much protests against people of European origin, whether traders or not. I see a lot of the anger being directed against people from the same continent we all happen to be, which for me seems to be a legacy of past racist immigration policies that have been mentioned by some of the panelists. I think Prof. Olivier touched on it. Our colleague from the Department of Home Affairs also touched on it. And I think it was also dealt with by our colleague from the Department of Social Development. So just please respond to that. The second, so that's just a comment, but also framed as a question. It seems to me from the presentations, we're trying to balance between what a country can legitimately accommodate in terms of being good a neighbor, in terms of being a good neighbor and accommodating others who need either refuge for being persecuted or need employment because where they come from, it's more difficult. But that's being balanced with the country's constitutional responsibilities to its own people and the need to have a working ecosystem that only contains a number of human beings that it can sustain. So it seems to me that that is the balance we're trying to strike. And I would like any of the panelists to indicate going forward, then how do we deal with that? And then there's a group that nobody has spoken about. This is a group that was a perennial problem for me as a pup protector, and it remains a perennial problem. A significant number of the people we call immigrants, non-South Africans, have never left South Africa in their lives. They've lived in this country for more than 30 years. They came with their parents, or no, their parents came at the time when this country's immigration policies were racist. Some came with some working visa, and then when they lost a job, they were not able to regularize their stay. These children, some of them somehow made it through matric and got university entrances, but they can't go to university. They're an angry generation. They can't get, without fraud, without corruption, they can't get bank statements. They can't go to university. They can't open businesses. And I spoke to one Minister of Home Affairs. He or she understood this problem, and he or she thought we should solve it. It's a problem in the whole country, but you get it a lot in the border between South Africa and Mozambique, South Africa and Swaziland, South Africa and Botswana, and South Africa and Lesotho. So we've got a whole group of unaccounted people that consume water, electricity, housing, etc., but they're unaccounted for. And Home Affairs confidently defines them as stateless people. So now, in terms of our international obligations, we can't have people who are stateless. So my question is, how do we deal with this? Oh, I was still telling you about this minister. He or she said we should solve this problem. But we were approaching elections at the time, so she thought it would be a hot potato. Remember in my opening address, I spoke about the weaponization of immigration, and that we would deal with it when he or she came back to office after the elections. Now, he or she did not come back to the same portfolio after elections. So what are we going to do with these? Because they've never left this country, and whatever all of these other policies we're talking about, they don't seem to apply to this group. I just need your advice on how we're going to deal with this generation very effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We have Stephen Gordon. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I very much enjoyed Lauren Landau's presentation on reframing the immigration debate and thinking about ways we can better fight xenophobia and xenophobic violence. I know that Lauren has some very strong views on the current national action plan to fight xenophobia, racism, and related intolerance. And I thought it'd be very beneficial for our general audience for him to share some of these critiques and insightful comments about our current anti-xenophobia strategy that I thought would be very, very illuminating given the subject today. And I would like to invite him maybe to give a quick summation of these views, if that would be amenable for everyone.
All right. Okay. He's actually, I see his hand is up, so he'll be the third person to speak. So he will share some of his insights. With Shumaro, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am Shomari Mukanjwa, representing a group of refugees. My question is based on the issue of refugee camp, which the representative of the Minister of Home Affairs said, according to the legislations in South Africa, the Constitution does not allow to have a refugee camp in South Africa. because it shows inhuman. Of course, we can understand a refugee camp will show a degree of inhuman. But how much is inhuman when we are confronted by xenophobic attacks? An example of what happened in this Displut, where a refugee or an immigrant, a Zimbabwean national, was burned to death. How inhuman is that? My focus here, Chair, and my question is emphasis to put first to wanting to open a refugee camp because of certain reasons. One of the reasons is we have got 5 categories of xenophobia that we found in South Africa. Number 1, we are faced with a xenophobia related to community. Number 2, we are faced a xenophobia related to target. When I mean target, I mean when people are protesting because of water, electricity, they don't go break ShopRite. They only target businesses of foreigners, businesses belonging to the foreigners. And number 3 is xenophobia related to, I call it colluded xenophobia, which is the institutions, the human rights, your United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, including other stakeholders to the government, not participating or giving advice to Department of Home Affairs and other department, that the policy that you are trying to put are alienating foreign nationals, especially the refugees. If we look at the labor quotas, the proposal that is put by Department of Labor, which is very discriminatory in my view, to say you should only employ a foreigner if you only see there is no a South African qualified to that. That itself, it is xenophobic in my view. And other xenophobic kind of category that we are faced with is the xenophobia related to administrative xenophobia, which we see what the delaying tactics that are applied by different departments. Your Home Affairs, for example, the stopping of issuing a permanent resident, the issue of a passport, the issue of determining the refugee status in time according to the law, which is 6 months to 3 months, but it takes more than 20 years. We have got people who have on the refugee, they are 20 years. The issue of not integrating, even the people are integrating themselves, yet are not integrated by law. By reading the policy, by reading the Constitution of South Africa, we appreciate that there is the wonderful Constitution that are there, but lack of implementations, that is the most serious issue that we, I hope the professors and the other experts should look on it. And Chair, the last one is xenophobia related to COVID-19, which it may sound crazy, but it's not crazy. I will give an example on what happens exactly when the COVID-19 started. When the country went into lockdown, everyone was put indoors, not moving around. You should be all indoors. But the government says they are only giving food to South African, only to South African, and not to foreigners. That means the foreigners were put inside to die. And when they die, they will say they die of COVID-19. Then I thought to say that was a xenophobia of its kind. And it should be taken so, because we cannot put people inside the houses and later on you say you are not going to give people food, we only go to give citizens, and you foreigner, you should die. So that I find it was a kind of xenophobia. In my question, in my closing is this, Chair. We really want to have a refugee camp in South Africa. Because of what? Number one, the refugee camp will minimize the scope of xenophobic attacks in every time. Number two, it will give the Home Affairs and the United Nations to take their responsibilities, Chair. Their responsibility on what? A refugee, if he's in the country, should get house, should get food, should get schooling, So they are paying for themselves. We only find those refugees are used as business tokens. They are only using their money. They pay VAT, and those people are not getting the tax return. If we say people are having what you call provided with a certain social services, of course, they go to hospital and they do they send their children to school. But something that we did not know, a refugee child now cannot go to institution of learning, even if they qualify with the high marks, even if they get with the high, they get their matric with the high marks. They cannot go to university because of the policies that are there. They say you can access this only if you are a South African. So I hope if we open a refugee camp, Madam Chair, it will alleviate the burden that refugees are having of paying rent or paying whatever it is to send their children to school, to pay transport, and their contribution is still not being recognized. So the refugee camp will determine South Africa is going to help the refugees.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Shomar. I actually given you more time because I mean you come from the community, so I didn't want to interrupt. And thank you for the questions. I hope the panelists are taking them up. So we need to wrap up in the next 6 minutes. So I'm going to give the next hands, at least 1.5 minutes each. So Professor Landu, you have the floor, and I'm hoping that you're going to take up the question that Stephen had raised, that they would really like you to share some of your insights, and followed by Jackie. And then there's a hand from finalists. I don't know whether it's someone in the venue, so I'll recognize that.
Hi, sorry, it's from me. I'm not in the venue. My screen is incorrectly named. It's Reva Foreman, and I represent a NGO in Hillbrow working on xenophobia. Thank you. I'll wait.
All right. Okay, so you'll be the third person, actually. Actually, I should even give you the first chance because your hand has been up.
I'll be very brief. Would you like me to proceed?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay.
Proceed,
well, first of all, thank you so much, Stellenbosch University, Professor Mandasela and Madam Chair. I feel that this is a crucial issue, not only for the sake of our African brethren, but for the sake of the democratic dispensation in our country, which is being threatened by this and many other issues. Particularly as regard Lauren's approach, there are two separate issues here. We must deal with the reality on the ground, which each speaker has really contributed towards. I would like to just say that one also must, as a parallel line, change the mindsets of our country towards this issue by actually arranging a series on television, in the media, of positive information about the exceptional contribution that is being made right today by informal traders employing South Africans, by African nationals, and I know several who are spending every day collecting supplies and food of all nature to help their brethren, South Africans around them. So all I'm saying is we also should have a panel, a session on changing the mindsets and creating a different attitude that that African nationals, be they illegal immigrant or not, or refugee, have an incredible contribution to make to the development of our country and employment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we have Jacques, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think just to maybe flag one other issue. We talk about the government and what the government does, and rightly so, and about what ministers say. And then when we talk about political parties, we've had reference to the EFF. We obviously know the problematic discourse that's spinning out of Action as SA and the Patriotic Alliance. But I think one area that needs to come into the discussion is the position of the largest political party in the country, the African National Congress. Because
No longer.
it is the party that represents most people. It has the greatest reach, etc. But whenever migration becomes a point of discussion, it goes to government, and then ANC leaders speak about it in their government capacity. And I think it's important that we try, those of us who are in the sphere of the African National Congress, to encourage that the ANC itself starts taking consistent positions and expects from its members and its leaders to stick to those consistent positions on these issues, so that the political leadership from the largest party comes through very clearly, and that we stop getting mixed messages from senior leaders in our party. Thank you very much.
No, good intervention there, Jacques. I agree with you. I see there's a hand of Justice. Has Professor Landu deferred your input for later? Justice, I'm just going to give you a minute. Okay, and then Professor Landu will be the last one. We'll close off. You have a minute, Justice.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, my hand was raised, but my name was spelled as someone else. Maybe that's
okay.
why. Yes. Thank you very much, Prof, and your team for inviting me to attend to this. I think my comment, and I think the presentations made so far so insightful. I'm sorry I arrived a little bit late, but I gained a lot from listening to the three last speakers. I think the issue that I just wanted to quickly raise is that there is a relationship between migration and international relations policy. So for me, what I find very concerning is the disjuncture between South Africa's international relations policy and its somewhat position on migration. Of course, South Africa cannot fix every political and economic problem around the region, but certainly South Africa has an obligation to support democracy and the rule of law in the region, in line with international and regional standards. I don't think the government has been doing so effectively. I think we can have a whole symposium on that. I don't have the time to go into details, but I don't think the government has been doing, I don't think its international relations policy is coherent. I don't think it has been effective in supporting democracy and the rule of law. And I think the migration crisis that now South Africa is dealing with might have also something to do with the incoherence and the ineffectiveness in the international relations policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Justice, for pointing out the conductation of the migration policy and foreign policy. Professor Landu, the last speaker, you may take the floor.
Yes, thank you, and apologies for lowering my hand. I hit that by mistake. I just wanted to build on Stephen and prompt and some of the other comments that we've had about how we think about combating xenophobia. And I fully agree, we need to have broad discussions and think about how we build tolerance, not just about immigrants, but around language difference, religious difference, racial difference. That project must continue. But what's happened is we continue to center migration as if that is what is behind the violence. And while migration and attitudes, as if that's what's driving it. But there's a lot of anti-immigrant attitudes across the country, and the violence happens in very specific places. And it happens against certain types of people who are seen as competitors, whether they're from Pakistan, whether they're from Somalia, whether they're from Zimbabwe. And we need to understand the politics of the urban spaces in which this violence, or in the rural areas where this is happening. And that is what's missing from the National Action Plan, and that's often what's missing from the discussion. People who lead the violence are not held accountable. We instead say we need to have a discussion between migrants and South Africans, and this just centers the divide between them. Instead, let us hold the people accountable who are leading the violence. Let us not try to say this is an issue of racial sort of legacy of racism. There's plenty of that, but let's look at it as an issue of governance, because that is something we can do something about in the short term. We can intervene, we can arrest, we can investigate, and we can try to build communities that will be safer for everyone. So I'll leave it there, and thank you everyone else. I have to go teach, but I appreciate being part of the discussion.
All right, thank you so much. It's exactly 12:45, and thank you so much for your time. I know there are questions that could not be addressed. I'm hoping that the next panel and other two panels, or during the panel section, could take up some of the questions that were not addressed on Afrophobia issues, the constitutional obligation, unaccounted, citizens who are classified as stateless, institutionalized xenophobia, and the contrast between migration policy and foreign policy. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much, Prof, for granting me the opportunity to facilitate this session for the last 2 hours. I'm going to request that we open our cameras as we did in the first session for the picture taking moment, and then we will break for lunch and then come back for the next session at 1:15. Okay, you will tell us, colleagues, when you've started taking the picture and when people can go off and get something to, grab something to eat and come back. All right, we note you, Lisa, that you're with us. Your camera is not working. All right, are we done, Dai, with the pictures?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues. Have a good small break of lunch, and then we'll see you at 1:15. Thank you very much.
We have the second panel, and the question for the second panel is that the speakers should critically analyze the legal and economic dimensions of foreign workers' lives, I imagine, in South Africa and internationally, with a specific focus on the effect on business opportunities and employment within the informal sector. So that's where we are. Business opportunities, employment, informal sector. That's where we are now. We're drilling down to that level. And some of the presentations and discussions started making suggestive indications this morning. So now we're going to drill down. We have 8, is it 8? We have 9 panelists. I'm going to intervene minimally. So once we get started, I'm just going to kind of let the speakers come in one after the other and make 1 or 2 comments in between. But before we do, just to introduce them, I'll just mention their names, and they're all up there. As Stephen Gordon, good afternoon, and nice to see you, or nice to connect here. And you are at the HSRC, and obviously you do lots of research about some of these issues. I want to provoke you with a question. It's not a question to you to answer necessarily, but I'm sure it's a question that you will not be able to avoid during this session. And that yours is, therefore, from me, which sectors of the economy sectors provide opportunities for foreign nationals? Which sectors? In other words, where are they concentrated? And if you could give a sense of where they come in and go to. If it's mainly in the informal sector, which elements or which parts of the informal sector are we talking about? So that's for you, Stephen. Once again, once we get started, you'll kick off. The second speaker or panelist is Diego Iturralde from Stats SA. Again, issues of stats, generation, and all of that. Very, very important contribution to this panel. And for you, Diego, my question is, which are the top 6 countries that have foreign nationals in South Africa? The top 6 countries. Yes, we talk about foreign nationals in general, and migrants coming to South Africa. But just give us a sense. I mean, at Stats SA, all of this should be kind of at your fingertips. Just do that, and maybe you could even hazard suggestions as to why these countries predominate as opposed to others. And I'm very keen also to get a sense as to, is it just foreign nationals from the rest of the continent, or is it foreign nationals from other parts, and which other parts? So there you are. And then Lizette Lancaster at ISS, Institute for Social Security Studies. Again, you are right at the core, at the center of research. The question that I've come from my top of my head is, does research support the view that foreign nationals constitute the majority of people who commit crimes in South Africa? Does research support that view, or is it just a stereotype? Once again, please share your thoughts, and but I know you have your own presentations, but I would really love to hear your thoughts on that. The fourth presenter, Professor Hope Magidimesha Chipungu, SACHI Chair, Inclusive Cities at UKZN. Once again, very interesting topic for the SACHI Chair. And my provocation to you is there a pattern about which foreign nationals gravitate to which province, which city, or which town in South Africa once they land in the country? Is there a pattern, and what sort of pattern is there, if at all there is? Once again, you'll have many more things to say there. The number 5 panelist, Nompumelelo Nzimande. Most importantly, you're the president of the Population Studies Association of Southern Africa, and you once again at the core of the research enterprise about these issues. My thoughts when I thought about you and what you're going to be presenting, again, you have the topic, but Operation Dudula has attracted considerable attention because of the vigilante type operations against against foreign nationals. But there are political parties as well, some of them quite small, that propagate similar sentiments as Operation Dudula. And many of them ran their November 2021 campaigns on this ticket, among many others. So who can you comment on these other parties? Yes, Operation Dudula is there, but there are other political parties who sit, and some of them in parliament, others in metros, others in local government municipalities. So if you could venture some views on that subject, that'd be good. Dr. Netson Popua, I thought, again, I don't know why I thought of throwing this one at you, but why are law enforcement agencies in the country, why do they seem so ineffective in dealing, especially with violence against foreign nationals? Why are they so ineffective? Is there something wrong with our law enforcement agencies? Is there something that needs fixing? So that's a very important issue, but then again, you have your presentation. Dr. Vanya Gastro, number seventh panelist. My thoughts when I looked at where you are and so on, the Center for Law and Society at UCT, I thought of I think you did raise a question along these lines. Maybe I didn't remember, but my question to you, is it desirable, or is it even possible to regulate the informal sector to prevent competition by foreign nationals in certain parts of the informal sector? Is it possible, or is it desirable? Once again, there's always this kind of a clamor that foreign nationals are taking our jobs. Is it true? All of that. If you could speak a little more about that. And then I have two members of the diplomatic service. His Excellency, Mr. Charles Sasoko Oredu, High Commissioner of the Republic of Ghana in South Africa. Your Excellency, again, when I saw your name and your participation here, I thought that you could share with us any lessons for South Africa from migration history in West Africa, especially Ghana, Nigeria. We do know there's history there. Anything that we can learn from, things to do and things not to do. All right. And then finally, the political attaché of the German embassy, Dr. Axel Bayer. When I thought about you, some years ago, I I spent time in Germany, in Kassel, and I remember very vividly the amount of paperwork that I had to do, even before I landed, even before I unpacked my suitcase. I had to go sign tons of papers, and then finally I had to go to Rathaus to get my card, my ticket. It seemed very regulated. Anyone who comes in had to be accounted for. So Germany has had decades of experience with migrants, Turkish migrants, migrants from other parts of the world. Is there anything South Africa can learn in terms of regulating access to employment opportunities by foreign nationals? So, colleagues, we have 9 exciting, very well-informed by all accounts and by all indications panelists here. I'm not going to waste time. I'm going to call upon the first one in this order. Dr. Stephen Gordon, please take the floor. And I'm going to, I will indicate very gently about time, because our time is very tight. You have 8 minutes. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. I have a presentation. Let me share it with our colleagues. And yes, I hope everyone can see me. Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Gordon. I am from the Human Sciences Research Council. Now, when presented with the topic here today, one of the most fundamental issues confronting immigrants working in the informal economy is the issue of xenophobia. But xenophobia is more than that. Xenophobia is an obstacle to comprehensive policy analysis, policy design, and policy implementation. When we try and address this issue within the informal economy, we are constantly confronted by anti-immigrant stereotypes and multiple debates about immigration as a wider question. So what I wanted to do with my limited time was give an overview of the issue of xenophobia within South Africa, talking to how attitudes have changed or not changed over time. Now, I want to emphasize that I will be using data from the South African Social Attitudes Survey, which is a nationally representative public opinion survey fielded in all 9 provinces in South Africa with people 16 years and older. It represents both old and young, black and white, rural and urban, an extremely comprehensive public opinion instrument that really allows us to unpack public attitudes towards the issue of immigration. So let us start with a very, very simple premise. Who in South Africa is welcoming to foreign nationals and who is not? Now, the adult populace in South Africa is quite divided on this issue. About a quarter would tell you that they welcome all immigrants. About a third will tell you that they do not welcome any immigrants from overseas. You have quite a lot of people right in the middle. Now, attitudes have not changed a lot over time, although we have seen some fluctuations. For example, in 2008, there was a big upswing in pro-immigrant sentiment, probably as a result from mass anti-xenophobia messaging earlier in that year. It's important to remember that the public opinion survey is always collected at the end of each individual year. Something similar happened in 2015 following a series of anti-xenophobia messaging within that year. We did seem to see an uptick in pro-immigrant sentiments. Now, one of the largest and most persistent stereotypes about international migrants has been raised by the chair that international migrants increase crime rates in South Africa. This is quite a stable stereotype about immigration, as we can see from this slide showing attitudes towards the issue from 2008 to 2021. Indeed, we must remember that Crime is often given as the main justification for xenophobic violence in South Africa. People in particular attribute illegal narcotics trafficking to international migrants. South Africans being quite supportive of vigilante violence as long as it's against a group they do not like. Another stereotype that is quite widespread in South Africa and mentioned by one of our previous speakers is the idea that immigrants bring disease to the country. This decline over the last few years, but the COVID-19 pandemic seemed to have pushed it more into the limelight. We saw an increase in this form of prejudice in 2020. This increase seems to be a little bit short-lived, and 2021 data shows a return to normalcy. So one of the fundamental issues confronted by international migrants working in the informal sector is zero-sum myths. A zero-sum myth is the idea that the gain of one person or one group must automatically mean the loss for everyone else. Of course, as some of our speakers have earlier alluded to, immigrants do not steal wealth from South Africa. In the vast majority of cases, zero-sum beliefs are not founded on reality. Indeed, existing World Bank and Iowa data will tell you that international migration is on the whole quite positive. Indeed, a recent IMO study in Johannesburg detailed the very positive economic contribution of informal sector enterprises owned by foreigners in that municipality. Zero-sum beliefs about immigration are a minority in the country, but it is a belief system held by many members of the poor in our country. However, that being said, many wealthy people also hold this belief, even though it is more common amongst poorer South Africans. Finally, there is another issue which has been alluded to previously, but I think we must speak quite frankly about, which is the issue of welfare chauvinism. Welfare chauvinism is the desire to restrict access to the social welfare system from foreigners. When asked about when people coming to South Africa from other countries should receive the same rights and benefits as citizens living here, a quite large chunk of the adult populace went for the most extreme option. They should never have the same rights. Quite an ethnocentric and nativist response. There were more nuanced responses, indeed much more open responses from other people, but this should be quite worrying to us. We must also note that existing welfare users tend to adopt this more extremist position more often than those who are not on welfare, although the level of difference is not exceptionally large. Welfare chauvinism being a particular problem in South Africa, and the one that has warped the politics of other countries, as examples of Hungary, Germany, and Poland will show. Finally, I want to talk about anti-immigrant violence or anti-immigrant hate crime, a specific issue in South Africa that many of our speakers have alluded to. So in the South African Social Attitudes Survey, fieldworkers asked respondents if they had taken part in violent action to prevent immigrants from living or working in their neighborhood, a very straightforward interpretation of xenophobic violence. Now, they found that a significant proportion of the population rejected this form of violence, saying that they had never engaged in this form of violence and would never do so. But worryingly, a minority, and a large minority, indicated that they, although they had not engaged in this type of violence, that they would be opening to do so. And many people admitted actually engaging in this form of violence sometime in the past. Indeed, xenophobic violence seems to be a surprisingly socially acceptable form of violence in South Africa. Other forms of violence when asked, people are much more reticent to admit participation. Now, what are the drivers of this form of anti-immigrant violence? There are multiple which have been explored in a number of studies, and I bring my presentation to a close. I want to encourage questions on this issue. But just to say, some of the main drivers of this form of violence include past participation in peaceful anti-immigrant actions, which we should be very worried when we see the rise of anti-immigrant movements which encourage these forms of demonstrations and boycotts of foreign communities and foreign-owned businesses. Indeed, these forms of demonstrations seem to reduce the social inhibitions within communities to participation in anti-immigrant violence. Other forms of anti-immigrant violence drivers that have been noted include those associated with associational life within communities and social participation in associational life, which can be a bit surprising when one unpacks how other forms of anti-immigrant violence and anti-immigrant campaigns have begun. One can see how existing civil society networks can be hijacked for the purpose of anti-immigrant action and anti-immigrant violence. This can be specifically seen in some of the latest forms of anti-immigrant activity targeted at foreigners working in the informal economy. So as I want to bring my session to a close, I would like to thank some of the people who put together the South African Social Attitude Survey. Without their participation, their help, and their dedication, this type of data that I present to you today, unfortunately, would not be available. In closing, I just want to briefly mention the chair's question about the labor market activity of international migrants in South Africa. My colleague at Stats SA, who will be speaking next, Diego, has done some very, very good research on this issue and will be able to speak to it in quite a lot of detail. He was actually the driving force which put together a statement from migration scholars to clear up some common misunderstandings about international migration in South Africa. One of those misunderstandings being where international migrants live, where they work, and their contribution to the labor market. So I am sure he will be able to address this very important question. Thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed my presentation, and please, I look forward to any questions you may have on this very, very important issue. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stephen. And thanks for keeping to the time. As you know, our time is tight, a very useful presentation. I'm going to hand over to Diego without any further delay. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tungu. Sharing my presentation quickly. Here we go. Okay. Thank you very much to the organizer of this session, to Professor Madonsela, and everybody at the Social Justice Chair in the Faculty of Law at Stellenbosch University. As a Mati from 2017, it gives me great pleasure to present this to you. 8 minutes is not a long time, so let me get straight into it. I think that a lot of the misperceptions about migration of foreign-born persons into South Africa stems with a misperception of the numbers of foreign-born people who are in South Africa. We have conducted at Stats SA 3 population censuses in 96, 2001, and 2011. And we can see from the graph that I'm showing you that the proportion of foreign-born migrants has increased from 96 and 2001, where it was at 2.06 and 2.29 to 4.22% in 2011. using one of our other sources, which I'm going to speak to just now, the mid-year population estimates, that 2.18 we estimate has increased to 3.95 in 2021, which is around 6.5%. So I think that having a proper understanding of these numbers and these specific numbers, which I'm referring to right here, I think is a very important part to understanding the debate around the numbers of migrants in South Africa. Prof. Buhlungu, you asked about the top 10 countries whose citizens are in South Africa. I have here the top 16 from 2011. We can see that it is predominantly sub-Saharan African, from the DRC in position 13, Somalia, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Zambia, then India in 8th place, Eswatini or Swaziland as it was still referred to back then, Namibia, the UK, Malawi, Lesotho, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe being the top 3. It would be difficult for me to say why. I mean, I think that clearly Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Lesotho as direct neighbors to South Africa is quite understandable. And I think that Malawi and South Africa have had a history of migrant labor from many years back, as Professor Oliveris has mentioned, and Mr. Mtiani, not Mr. Mtiani, but Judge Davis mentioned that South Africa was built on labor migrants in the mining industry, and I think these are the countries that historically have been coming to South Africa, but of course that history has changed, and people are coming to South Africa for a diversity of reasons now. So just a word about migration in the census. The module in the census, which adheres to the recommendations of the UN recommendations for population and housing census, it counts lifetime and period migration, and this includes questions on place of birth, citizenship. We've included a question on statelessness, and I'm very glad that Prof. Madonsela brought that up this morning. We've included a category of statelessness in the current 2022 census. We look at household membership because it's very important to see from a geospatial perspective who is a household member and who has moved from one place to the other, albeit in a temporary measure. Place of residence at the previous census, and most importantly, a new question in the 2022 census, which I hope all of you have filled that out, particularly in the Western Cape, I might add, reasons for migration, because this gives us a real insight into why people are moving and how it differs in one migration stream vis-a-vis the other. Following the census, a post-enumeration survey, PES, will take place, which makes adjustments for undercount. Of course, I'm sure you all know of the challenges of the enumeration of census in the Western Cape, which is why I mention and I implore and hope that all of you have been enumerated or enumerated yourselves. So this post-enumeration survey will make adjustments for undercount. At a national level in 2011, this undercount was sitting at 14.6%. Oh, I made mention of the mid-year population estimates. This is a demographic model which estimates the population at the midpoint of the year. Part of this, it makes assumptions about net international migration. So this is not immigration, strictly speaking, but net international migration. And we can see here that in the period 2011 to 16, we had about just over 900,000 persons. And in 2016 to 21, it declined a bit to 852. Most of that really as a result of COVID. Otherwise, I'm sure we would have seen a marginal increase as well. Looking at migration streams to Gauteng, we can see that of those international migrants and even internal migrants, Gauteng is a province of choice of migrants. and it really reflects the economic strength of the province, which is geographically the smallest one as well. If we look just as a point of comparison at the Western Cape, this is what the Western Cape would look like for the period of 2016 to 21, which attracted net 470,000 persons. So we can see mostly from the Eastern Cape, a bit from Gauteng, but also from outside South Africa. When we talk about migration estimation, it's also always very good to compare ourselves to others. And the UN Population Division and the NOMAD unit at the World Bank have also made estimations of migration, which compare quite favorably with that of South Africa. So I think in the 2019 estimates, they estimated 4.2 million foreign-born persons in South Africa. But then unfortunately in the 2020 estimates, they revised their estimates downwards, and there's a lot of contestation about that downward estimation of foreign-born persons. So we have engaged with them, and we're hopeful that they will correct this in their next iteration of the migration estimates. So the mid-year population estimates, which is the official population estimation product for South Africa from Stat.SA, which I'm responsible for, estimates foreign-born population in South Africa at 3.95 million, or just under 4 million persons. A lot has been said this morning about undocumented migrants. I was very supportive of I think it was the second presentation of the day that talks about the use of the word illegal, and that we cannot apply such a term to a person, because a person cannot be illegal. You're denying a person's right to existence by calling a migrant illegal. So from a semantic point of view, we will refer to it as undocumented or irregular migrants. Now, there have been many suggestions that there are a huge excess number of undocumented migrants in the country. But if we look at the demographic footprint of migrants, what I mean by this is the number of deaths in the age groups in which migrants occur, the number of births that are given to women in those age groups in which migrants are found. We do not see any evidence of there being millions and millions of people from one or other country. So I think the first thing is really to acknowledge that, yes, undocumented migrants do exist, but not to the extent that many people are peddling such misinformation. Secondly, the nature of undocumented migrants is also such that we often hear the rationale, the discourse that people are swimming across the Limpopo River or crawling through fences, but we must understand that many undocumented migrants enter the country in a documented fashion, and then for a variety of reasons are unable to maintain that status, and so lapse into an undocumented state. So there is a lot of variety with regards to undocumented migrant, and this makes its measurement really complicated, if not impossible. I was part of a global panel a few years ago which looked at the measurement of undocumented migration in various regions of the world. And it's not just in South Africa or in Africa, but around the world where people struggle to estimate the number of this category, unless the statistical infrastructure is such that it collects data for whatever the reason may be or the purpose might be, for people regardless of their migratory status. Moving on to issues of labor migration, we conducted this study in 2018 using the 2012 and 2017 quarterly labor force survey, which had a migration module inserted into it. We are looking to do this shortly once again. And we see, yes, that evidently international migrants have a higher employment rate than internal migrants or non-migrants altogether. But when we hold it up against the decent work framework of the International Labour Organization, we can see that international migrants score the worst in 8 of the 11 dimensions of the decent work framework, and that should be a cause for concern. So I'm extremely pleased to see that the draft labour migration policy, which Statistics South Africa will make comments to, takes into account the adherence of rights of workers, that they be upheld whether you be a foreign worker or a local worker. During COVID-19, we also conducted an investigation into the informal sector, which is exactly the theme of this particular session. And I think one of the things that stand out here is that we always think that international migrants are in the informal sector are mostly in the Western Cape and Gauteng. If we have a look at these, this graph, especially towards the right-hand side, in gray, we can see that 66% of these international migrants who are working in the informal sector are in the Eastern Cape, 71.8 in the Free State, 65.5 in KZN, 62.7 in Mpumalanga. Not the metropolitan provinces, which would seem to attract most skilled workers, but we are finding that the unskilled workers in the informal sector seem to move towards the less urbanized provinces. In addition to that, we find that 55.6% of, let me just hide this, 55% of international migrants do not contribute towards UIF. 40.5% have no employment contract, and of those that do, 41% of them indicate that it is a contract of unspecified duration. So this puts people in a very vulnerable situation during COVID, and there's no reason to suggest that this situation will change anytime soon as we are emerging out of COVID-19. I think I have just a few slides left here. So given the fact that this session is looking at the informal sector, I quickly pulled up some numbers. As Professor Buhlungu said, these numbers are at my fingertips, which they are. In the quarterly labor force survey of those persons who are working, so out of a total employed people, those who are working in the informal sector, which includes the informal component of the agriculture sector, we have about 11.6% working in the informal sector in 2012 and 12.3% in 2017. The census, which uses a different set of questions and makes the comparison to the household survey not quite a direct comparison, estimated this at 13.05 in 2011. If we have a look at some of the sectors, the restaurants, bars, canteens, shebeens, that had increased from 8.5 to 10.6. The hospitality industry, hotels and places of accommodation is quite stable at 7.2% of foreign nationals. Building industry, which includes civil engineering, up from 8.9 to 12%. And then in the agriculture sector, growing of crops, as well as farming with animals, up from 7.3 to 11.7%. So no real evidence to suggest that particular sectors are overwhelmed with foreign-born persons, you know, in the region of 40, 50, 60%. There isn't any evidence that seems to be the case. We spoke earlier about adhering to international obligations, and two of these obligations are the Global Compact for Migration and the Global Compact for Refugees. Both of these were signed by South Africa in 2018. These are both non-binding agreements, just like the UN Declaration on Human Rights back in the 1950s was a non-binding agreement, but is today the blueprint for any Bill of Rights. And these two global compacts serve as a best practice guide that nations should aspire to in terms of migration and refugee management. So this should really be a guide for us in terms of what is it that we can aspire to? What can we implement today? And what should we aspire to implement in the forthcoming years? Final slide, looking at the road ahead, I think Jacques made some comment about the Migration and Urbanization Forum, which was endorsed by National Cabinet. This forum is the one that I've been promoting on the chat box. We'll be meeting on Monday for most of the day. It really is an attempt to get migration data producers and users together and to put together evidence which hopefully policymakers will take note of. We'll be reporting back to Cabinet on the work of the forum on an annual basis. And one of the deliverables of this forum will be to produce a migration profile report, which is a standard report that many countries around the world produce, which includes migration data from a variety of sources as a means of collecting empirical evidence to inform policy as we try and manage the opportunity that migration presents us. I think that in terms of COVID-19, we have emerged from COVID-19 with reduced population growth rates. We've lost 3 years of life expectancy in one single year as a result of COVID-19, so from 2020 to 21. So those for the first 15 months of COVID. And the number of deaths have equated to the number of deaths at the peak of the HIV epidemic in 2006. So this is the situation from where we are recovering. There are a variety of socioeconomic challenges, which I'm sure you're all aware of in terms of education and placement of children in schools, in terms of health and access to health, employment, which is currently at 35%. And if we use the expanded definition, which excludes the job search criteria, is standing at almost 50%, and issues around crime. But it would be improper to blame all of these social ills on migrants. Rather than that, we have an opportunity to recover from all of this from an evidence-based perspective. And I think that as a statistical office, this is where our challenge lies, and to ensure that people take note of the evidence, that the evidence guides the policy and not the other way around, because so very often we find that the policy stance is already predetermined, and then evidence is sought in order to justify it or to make it fit in. And it should not be that way. We need to ensure that the way in which we manage migration, and that we should manage it. I like the comment someone made earlier that we should be managing it and not controlling it. Should all come from an evidence-based perspective, as well as our recovery from COVID-19 should be based on the same premise. With that, I thank you very much for your attention. My apologies if I overshot the time.
Thank you very much. I just want to open my video, and while I'm trying to do so, I just want to thank you very much for the time. I was taught never to argue with a statistician about time. So if I seem to be lenient, it was because that lesson has stuck with me for many, many years in my life. Thank you very, very, very much. All right, we're going to move now. I'm battling with my camera for a minute. We're now going to go to Lizette Lancaster. Please come in. There we go. There.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It is an honor to speak at such an esteemed event. I'm going to speak from a crime and violence prevention perspective, and I think Stephen and Diego has really given me the building blocks to do so. In the interest of time, I'm not going to share a presentation. In the past 2 decades, we have been it has been deadly for African as well as Asian-born migrants in South Africa. And unfortunately, if past trends are anything to go by, given certain dynamics at the moment, it is about to become worse. We are regularly met by shocking footage of attacks on immigrants, especially informal traders and workers. In fact, attacks happen daily in urban centers as well as rural areas across the country, especially during violent protests and routinely perpetrated by organized groups. One of such groups is the type of extortion groups that we see in operation that have taken advantage of the negative sentiments and then they demand protection money from foreign-born vendors. Studies and media reports often allege that local leaders and police members are involved. While South Africans also fall victim to many of the robbery and extortion and other types of gangs plaguing our communities, immigrants are particularly vulnerable. The African Diaspora Forum is an umbrella organization of about 35 associations representing various nationalities. Some of their member associations have reported that in 2021 that over 40,000 shops have been abandoned in the previous 10 years due to fear of robberies and murders by criminals. The ADF also recorded the deaths of 300 Bangladeshis between 2011 and 2015, and 47 Ethiopians killed in 2015 in KwaZulu-Natal alone. The ADF also believes the problem is compounded by corrupt police officers who deliberately ignore extortion claims and often demand monthly protection fees themselves. The Institute for Security Studies research also confirms that government officials and police often overlook the pleas of immigrants. In his February 2021 State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa said that task teams have been set up in various provinces to deal with the growing crime trend. We know that the Minister of Police have often reported on this, that there have been successes in the past years. Yet, while this may address some of the immediate dangers, it won't change xenophobic attitudes and scapegoating. Etched in South Africa's collective consciousness should be the loss of 62 lives and displacement of over 200,000 migrants in 2008. Many, including the ADF, cautioned that these attacks were fueled by politicians ahead of the 2009 local government elections. Some political parties blamed, as they do today still, immigrants for the country's socioeconomic woes. We saw similar spikes in attacks in the advent of subsequent elections. Our Protest and Public Violence Monitor, which has been monitoring events since 2013, has also seen an increase not only in peaceful protests, but also violent protests as well as xenophobic attacks in the past 2 years. For example, in the second half of 2020, we have seen a spike in xenophobic attacks around KwaZulu-Natal, and this continued in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng in the first half of 2020, culminating in the events that took place in July last year. Events that had central to it often attacks on immigrants and especially informal traders. Of course, last year was also a local government election here. Linked to violent protests, vigilantism and xenophobic attacks is the high levels of distrust in policing, which according to the HSRC's social attitudes survey that Stephen spoke about, stands at something like 73% nationally of people distrusting the police. And in Gauteng, that figure rises to 81%. Further HSRC analysis in the same line that Stephen spoke about suggests that xenophobic violence is positively associated with experience of crime and low levels of trust in police. Given increases in violence since 2020, when we look at the crime statistics released by the police minister and the police, the proliferation of organized crime rising food insecurity and the dire state of local level service delivery in many communities, high levels of violence, including xenophobic violence, will continue. Alarmingly, this time, unlike in 2008, we are seeing more and more organizations on social media and on the streets peddling their xenophobic sentiments in a very heavily coordinated way. To prevent xenophobic attacks and promote social cohesion and tolerance, the Cabinet adopted the National Action Plan to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances in 2019. Community-level interventions are currently being piloted in communities in Gauteng. And this is headed by the Department of Social Development, as well as the Departments of Justice and Constitutional Development. And despite criticism, it is a Cabinet-adopted policy that actually recognizes xenophobia and talks away the fact that it sometimes is said not to exist or that it's mere criminality. Several sectors, public sectors and civil society organizations are involved. Amongst the interventions are public education in the communities on the plight of irregular and regular migrants, the strengthening of community resilience and early warning systems through dialogue forums and training, and the training of community leaders. So far, the NAP initiatives are in their infancy and wholly under-resourced and from a financial and capacity perspective. They cannot be upscaled fast enough in light of this, to have a substantive impact before the national elections set for 2024, or to curb the current wave of anti-xenophobia. So for me, the key question is, how do we bolster its implementation? Courageous conversations are desperately needed in public forums and schools about the benefits of migration in South Africa. Community organizations, local government councillors, community policing forums, religious leaders and political parties must be enabled and encouraged to facilitate dialogues and bust the myths driving xenophobic sentiment. Government and political leaders need to set an example by reining in their members who make xenophobic statements that blame immigrants for the country's socioeconomic hardships. One cannot attempt to implement developmental and anti-xenophobia policy and practices if one do not address the mindsets of role players, including leaders at all levels of society. We also need to urgently ask how we can change protest language away from targeting the informal traders and business people, and how we can hold local leaders, municipalities, and the police more accountable for their actions or inactions in escalating or de-escalating tensions at a grassroots level. We also need to recognize the collective trauma of centuries of structural violence. And we also need to recognize that the right documents, as Diego has pointed out, is highly problematic, and that very often it is not the making of the carriers or of those that do not have the documents, as we're sitting with stateless people or people whose documents have not been renewed. And having a regular status does not make one immune to xenophobia or to violence. Specifically, too, the police need to be held accountable for their role in perpetuating these sentiments. In the words of Section 205(3) of the Constitution, the responsibilities of the SAPS members are to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property. All members need to participate in sensitivity training relating to the plight of migrants. Furthermore, aligned to the developmental policy approach required, police leadership and policy need to recognize the need to refocus operations away from the never-ending stop and searches towards prioritizing professionalism, the building of community trust, and the investigation and dismantlement of organized or group crime relating to armed robberies, extortion, and other drivers of fear in high crime areas. Imperative is the need to strengthen station-level oversight and accountability structures to eradicate corruption and criminality in their own ranks. SAPS, like most institutions, need to look at theories of change to transform perceptions and practices internally, because their culture is not speaking to one that serves all in South Africa. To conclude with Prof's question, many working at courts will tell you that immigrants make up a large proportion of offenders that appear before court. The question we have to answer is based on the disproportionate attention law enforcement place on policing, spent on focusing and targeting immigrants. As Professor Landa pointed out this morning, we know that disproportionate number of operations target immigrants. And this is a low-hanging fruit, leading to low detection rates of violent crime. We are seeing murder and armed robbery detection rates well under 20%. And this means that the right people are not getting to court. South Africa, like all countries, have been plagued by transnational crime syndicates who often employ South Africans. We have to look at the local groups, such as construction and extortion gangs, as well as local other gangs that are most exclusively South Africa. We are not seeing their cases being convicted, and we see very low detection rates there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lizette. Very, very, very informative indeed. And thanks for picking up on that question about crime and this story about transnational gangs and syndicates, and how some members of our informal law enforcement agencies basically get hooked into these rings of criminality. But that's another story, and I think Professor Hope Misha Chipungu is going to speak to that further. Without further ado, Prof, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the opportunities to present today. I'm not sure if my slides are moving.
Yeah, there's yes,
okay.
It is happening, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think the platform provided today is such a good one and thought-provoking. And I just thought, as I was listening to colleagues since morning, then what comes to mind was that at the end of this, all of us were going home. At the end of this conference, call it conference, panelists, seminar, symposium, we're going home, and going home on its own, it is a luxury. And also to able to sleep at night is also a luxury. Able to sleep without fear of someone bombing your house, able to wake up the following day to go to school and drop your kids and pick them up later is still a luxury that most people don't have. Some of us, we may be talking from home because at our own comfort zone. So we are living comfortably. And what comes to mind as I was thinking about going home and how important that is, I was quickly reminded about what is happening in Ukraine, where we find that about 3,459 people died. And of those people who died, about 238 people are children. Of those are children. And if you look at it closely with the statistics which has been released in the media, you find that about 4 million of people are also forced to flee their homes not just their home, but also their country in the past 10 weeks. Now, these people are the normal people who are living normal life like myself and yours. We are all now sitting in our own space without expecting anything that we have to be deported in the next, or we have to leave the country in the next week or so. So some of these people, when they're fleeing, obviously they've left their IDs, they forget their IDs, they forgot their medical cards. Some of them, they don't even have the passports. Even if they thought about the passport, they can't locate their passports, but they need to run away from Ukraine because they have to save their life, because that is what is important at the moment. Now, these people, they're people who had visions and ambitions, who had investment, including their properties, life policies, education plan for their kids. And in the strategic plan, which some of them they had at the beginning of the year, maybe it does not even include being out of the country, but they have to leave. Now, until Putin show up into their space, everything changes. And now, immediately, this reminds me that people can move at any given time. We can move in here in South Africa, depending on whatever happened at any given time, and we become refugees and leave everything that we have and we have worked hard for. This brings me to the next slide, which suggests that it's not just Ukraine, which is actually documented where people are moving, but also there are other countries like Syria, Afghanistan, Somalia, and Sudan. Obviously, this may not be hitting the media at the moment because Ukraine has taken over. But people are in crisis, people are moving. And of course, there are a number of reasons, as you know, most scholars know, why people move. One of it being war, obviously, that's what we're talking about, gender-based violence, economic opportunities, education, and of course, some of them, they want to join their family members. Now, also, people, they also move because with climate change within their own environment, and this has been expected to grow up to 150 million of people will actually be moving because of the climate change within their space. Who knows what's going to happen in the near future, given what just happened recently in Durban regarding floods in other parts of South Africa. Now, if human migration is both inevitable and growing, what is it that we are doing? And this is a question that I keep asking myself. What is it that we are doing about it? Of course, there are a number of policies that we can put forward, that this is the policy that we're trying to integrate people. There are a number of policy initiatives across the globe. But also, important to note is that people who are seeking to find safety and living better life into other people's country or other countries, or country which is not their own, in most cases, they're languishing in dangerous situations for decades, and also they keep trying and navigating suffocating bureaucracies that are used by different countries to determine who's supposed to come in the country or who's not supposed to come in the country. And there's nothing wrong with that, to have a procedure in a way you're gonna document people coming into your country. So in other words, every country does have its own requirement, and South Africa does have the same. And we had some policies framework which are being revised, amended, and of course are being introduced. And there's nothing wrong with that. But now the question is that we need to ask ourselves is that at times I feel very conflicted as South African, and this is the way I'm running towards my actually main message is for today's discussion. Sometimes I ask myself whether I should be proud for being South Africans, and I will tell you why. So at the moment we have a position or treaties that recognize that refugees obviously are a shared responsibilities across the globe. So South Africa will also obviously have its own share, and we have policies in place. But we spend so much time in the media, in the different platforms, lamenting about human strugglers and women being sexual abused. Yet we are making people from the foreign nationals to actually be left with no option in most cases to use the path which is expose them to this environment. And the example which comes to mind is the people who, some of them, they opt to use Limpopo River crossing to South Africa. Those people, they're exposed to dangerous situations. And there's a reason, some of them, based on our studies that we've done, why they take that route, not the normal route. Some of them, they think that's how you're supposed to come to South Africa. They have no idea or exposed to the formal way or educated in a formal way in which they're supposed to come to South Africa, because some of their friends or colleagues expose them or introduce them to that way. Now, what is it that we are doing to able to educate the public about, including the migrants who are supposed to be coming to South Africa, about the procedure and the right ways and their rights, which they need to explore? Some of them, they just don't know. We spend a lot of time complaining about migrants maybe taking our job. We talk about the crime, but yet our system in South Africa right now, it does provide for the space in which we have to address people who are committing crime. Now, South Africans, they have the responsibilities through the legal framework to arrest people who are committing crime. Why are we not doing that? Why is it that South Africans now need to take responsibility, the law into their hands, trying to justify that the police are not responding? Most of us, we know where these illegal migrants are, or at least undocumented migrants, as suggested. We know where they are. Some of them, they came here, and I like what colleagues have said, they came here legally and later on become not legal. What is the Z that we are putting in place as South Africans? That once your status expires, this is the plan. Are we going to deport you? What is the procedure? What is the strategy? When someone is waiting for their status to be confirmed, and in the process, their status become rejected, what is the procedure? Now, the question is, do we even have enough space in our police station to arrest people who are conducting illegal activities within the space in South Africa? That is the question we should be asking ourselves. Recently, in our study in a focus group, which we're having with migrants, they're now complaining about some police officials who are coming and saying, we are here actually to check if you got legal document. If you do not have legal document, we are going to deport you. But if you do not want to be deported, you have to give us 500. And they do that. They have to give them, then they release them. Who is failing who here? So what I'm basically saying is that we are complaining about undocumented migrants as the one who are taking our jobs. This is the narrative on the street. But yet these people are being employed by South Africans. If I take this further, if you talk to most of South Africans who are actually having what we call a backyard rentals market, most of those people, they are having people who are coming from foreign nationals who are staying into their space without the documents. They know that. Now, if you ask them that these people are here illegal and you're accommodating them, they need to be deported. In our focus group, it comes very clear that no, if you are to remove them within our space, who's going to rent? Because these are the people who are actually helping us to survive. Now, what I'm saying is that we are in a position where government on its own cannot solve the problem. Not even just one sphere of government like local government or provincial government, but we need everyone on board to assist us in solving these issues. We cannot plan for people we don't know, yes, undocumented migrants, because we don't know how many of them who are in our spaces. But there has to be some effort towards coming up with the way in which we have to document migrants. And that has to be universal. So we cannot be selective in our approach. In other words, maybe what was supposed to be my title of this, as I'm going towards the end, was that maybe South Africa is at war with itself. If we are to solve the issue of migrants, we need to deal with it on our own at every level and everyone involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hope, and thanks very much. And then we're going to now, this is coming together very nicely now, and but I am concerned about time. So I'm going to be, I don't know if I'm even capable of that. I was going to threaten that I'm going to be very harsh, but I'm not sure I am capable of doing that. So just please assist me with time. Nompumelelo Nzimande, you are going to speak about, or you're from the Population Studies Association. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Prof, and thank you for the opportunity. I hope that my slide is visible.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to try to be as brief as possible to stop you so that you don't have to be harsh to me. My talk today is going to focus more on a program that we've been running with the Department of Social Development, which Jacques van Zedam spoke to briefly in the morning. This is partly on integrating migration into municipal plans. And today I'm going to make reflections on some of the lessons we've learned from the program and some of the real issues that still remain in terms of our ability to manage migration, particularly and properly plan for migration. When we do the program, we are running a program across all municipalities in South Africa, where we've already trained about 70 municipalities, where we spend a week with municipal officials, particularly ITP managers, talking about migration, talking about how management of migration has been an issue in their spaces and how they can deal with it. So we usually are anchored and driven mostly by a sort of many models, but the management of migration model has been quite helpful. And so a lot of these domains that I'm going to talk about are those that we really elaborate on, debate on, and learn from when we deal with municipal plans and experiences of ITP managers. So what are the issues that have come up, which is where I want to focus most of my contribution today? The big issues that come up is, the first one is, as a group here, we've been talking about migration. A lot of concepts and terms have been used, and we're all in understanding of them. But one of the key issues we found when we engage with municipal officials is that they do not understand migration. They do not understand classification of migration, issues related to voluntary and particularly the vulnerable migrants in the involuntary migration space. So a lot of what needs to happen is a bit of orienting and capacity development in that area, in classifying migrants and understanding migrants in the space. The second issue linked very closely with that is, if you don't understand migrant classification, you also are less likely to understand legal obligations, both at a country level and at a local government level, especially in relation to migration. A good example that we always find is we always make a case presentations on asylum seekers versus refugees. What are the legal obligations and access that they both had? What are the legal status in South Africa and legal obligations of municipalities in their spaces? And that you could tell that there is very little understanding of that. There's also little understanding of migration legal obligation on labor and also on participation of migrants in the informal sector more specifically. Part of that is linked with the overall sort of delinking a bit of migration policy with its local level implementation as well. The third big observation we often make, which has been indicated since morning, and my colleagues from population and demography has mentioned this, is that the use of data in planning is quite a big gap, especially because it then stops the ability to have a population-centered planning. We see, for example, that in municipal plans, there is very big gap on profiling of demographic indicators in the IDPs and in other related plans, including sector plans. And also there is also no profiling of migration in the plans, particularly when it comes to understanding the composition of migrants, both demographic and socioeconomic in other ways, and understanding the issues that migrants are facing, but also being able to understand some of the benefits of the profile of the migrants that the municipalities have in their spaces. What that does is it's the inability to identify vulnerable migrants, some of which have been indicated here as a big issue. For example, we always talk about stateless children, for example, and also individuals in distress. What are the implications of this? We've heard since morning that one of the big implications for planning for municipal population in general, because of pressure on service delivery and delivery of other services from sector department. But more specifically also in relation to migration, it puts a lot of pressure on planning that supports integration approach into migration. If you do not understand the migrants that are in your space, you do not understand the legal obligations and are not necessarily also in touch with your ability to use your resources that you do have towards the management space, then it becomes a big problem. It really threatens the ability to manage migration with a human rights approach. We have a lot of narrative from municipal officials on this, and also overall threatens social cohesion, and therefore what we then see as resulting xenophobic attacks and some of the related issues. What recommendations can come from this? The first one, which has been indicated, but I wanted to stress it now, that migration at different, particularly at a local government level, is looked at as a home affairs issue. And wherever you have problems and you are trying to identify solutions, Home Affairs come up as a stakeholder that is supposed to provide solutions. Just as much as we pulled all our efforts when we're dealing with a pandemic such as HIV and AIDS back when, this is actually one of the issues where we need to pull all government departments and have an intergovernmental approach in managing migration. Part of that is the issue of the dangers of the current migration discourse that are circling in the South African space, which creates a very hotbed for xenophobia and such sentiment. But also one of what then happens is the narratives about the positive contribution of migration and actually social cohesion among populations and migrants that we experience when we do various studies within different spaces in KwaZulu-Natal more particularly. Those narratives are not coming up, and therefore it creates a very negative view on migration in the population generally, which we know that politically that has been exploited. The last recommendation is capacity development. Capacity development at a different level when it comes to migration is going to be critical in changing the agenda. Policy implications at local government level need to be taken into consideration. If you look at the white paper on international migration, is a very big chapter that speaks on integration of migration and speaks on the role that should be played by local government in this. But if local government is not aware and is not party into this conversation, then the implementation of this becomes a bit of an issue. Also, capacity development when it comes to use of data for planning. This is specifically on migration, but we really have done a lot of work on assessing this and assisting in meeting this gap, particularly when it comes to integrating demographic indicators into plans. But advocacy in the end is going to be also key in making sure that all of this come together for the greater good of actually South Africans and migrants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nompumelelo. And yeah, very interesting angle in terms of how some of these things should be approached and tackled. Dr. Nelson Popiwa, it's now your opportunity. The floor is yours. Once again, I will plead with you and others to consider my predicament with time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Bushungu. It's an honor to be part of the panel. Quite a number of old faces that I remember. We've worked together in different contexts, and including yourself on State of the Nation at some point. Yes, so I think I want to start off from the previous speaker. I think Nompumelelo touched on something quite interesting, which is the framing of the issue of social cohesion. At a time when Department of Social Development was quite instrumental in some of the issues on migration and xenophobia, social cohesion was sort of like the driving theme, and that is what Department of Social Development was gunning for, including social active dialogues within communities to ensure that what they called victims and perpetrators also came together to speak about issues that were concerning in communities when it comes to issues of xenophobic violence. But I want to start off also by saying, therefore, now the shift towards maybe Department of Home Affairs coming in at the center of migration management or dealing with issues or responding to citizen concerns around irregular migration or undocumented migration. It takes me to the presentation that we had in the morning from Mr. Mtiane from Department of Home Affairs. And way back, not way back, but sometime in 2016, he made a presentation, which was quite, and he shared a slide, which today, again, the same slide appeared. And back then in 2016, when he made his presentation and he commented on that slide, it was a slide which shows how many people apply for different types of permits or visas in South Africa. In 2016, he made a remark that said, "We are a loving country." And when he said that, it was in reference to the accompanying spouse permit. At that time, there were so many people applying. The most applied for permit was the accompanying spouse permit. And what that type of permit means is that it's people who are applying as spouses of South African citizens. So he remarks to say we're a loving country. That is the biggest category where people are applying, instead of, for example, the skilled work visas of different categories. I then saw today that the same slide had now shifted a little bit, and the highest number of applicants for visas and permits is now the dependents category. And again, I don't remember what his remark was, but there was a concern that the highest number being dependents applying, and these will be dependents of South African citizens who have been married to non-nationals or foreign nationals who have permanent residency, or even who have work permits or work visas, who then have their dependents applying. But I think this is not supposed to be surprising, because migrants tend to be young and still of childbearing age. So you would find dependents would be perhaps maybe children, because the stats that were shared did not show us whether the majority are children. But again, shifting from there, a comment I could make about migration management as a whole is that being in a panel like this reminds me of conversations that you would find when you're discussing crime issues or crime reduction strategies in the country. At some point in a conference on crime, I remember with the SAPS was leading a conference where they invited us as researchers. At the time I was in the Human Science Research Council. One thing that I picked up was that when you look at the different strategies to eradicate crime, is that as long as there are no other stakeholders being invited to the table, you can think of other drivers of crime, such as poverty, inequality, municipalities that don't cut grass and abandoned buildings are not attended to, therefore muggings happen and all sorts of kinds of things, then it shows that fighting crime without bringing in all the other stakeholders becomes a fruitless exercise. No matter how much investment in crime fighting technologies from CCTVs and so on, if other stakeholders are not involved in the process, it just becomes quite futile. Being an economic historian by training, in my PhD thesis, I came across a very interesting story of, in the 1940s, because I was looking at the Zimbabwe-South African borders history, and I came across very interesting discussions in the National Archives. And these were discussions that were happening between the Director of Native Affairs in Messina, which is the border town between Zimbabwe and South Africa, where Messina Mine was clamoring for labor and advocating for protection so that it could contain labor. And this labor which they were campaigning for were African migrants coming from other parts of Southern Africa passing through Messina. But these migrants were going further on to the Witwatersrand. They were going further on to Johannesburg, where the mines paid better. And Messina Mine was struggling to retain this labor. So they petitioned to the Director of Native Affairs, seeking assistance with ensuring that labor was secured by discouraging or putting an end to the activities of labor recruiters who were stealing, as they said, labor right under their nose. Now, later on in the same discussions and the same papers of the Native Affairs, I then came across this very interesting quotation, and it comes from one of the mine workers or one of the mine managers who said, "It has come to the notice of this department that out of 3,000 natives employed on the Messina mine, only about 500 are union natives. In view of the widespread unemployment amongst union natives, your assistance in securing preference in employment for local natives would be appreciated. The department is given to understand that Bavenda like and desire work on the mine, and the full labor complement of your company could be supplied from local sources. The Native Commissioner at Louis Trichardt and the Assistant Native Commissioner at Sibasa will willingly cooperate with mine officials in making your labor requirements known to natives in their areas." Already this is happening is way back as 1940, when there is this request by the Native Affairs Department that there should be preference for Bavenda mine workers on Messina mine. So that takes you even up to the time when Selby Msimang and others were putting political pressure to deport all Nyasas, arguing that these men who often worked as mine workers or domestic servants deprived local men and women of employment opportunities. And this is something happening at the Transvaal African Congress in 1928. So there are historical antecedents to some of the issues that we're discussing today. And it is important to also contextualize them, not necessarily as some would quickly dismiss them at attitudinal level per se, but to look at the competition for resources that has always been one of the key drivers of some of the challenges that we face in this space. The critical issue, though, is that a question has been asked that says, what then does it mean when we want to analyze the legal and economic dimensions of foreign workers in South Africa and focus on the effect that it has on business opportunities and employment within the informal sector? The issue that we are moving into a space now where what we find as a response from at migration management level, two things are quite critical. The first one being that migration policies are shifting. There's a lot of altering of migration policies. The second one being the establishment of and putting into action now the Border Management Agency. And so when we look at these two, in the sense of them being instruments, this move then means that we will then find a tightening and refocusing of legal migration channels. which then means that there becomes a situation where illegality is almost engineered as people begin to fall out of certain categories that made them legal residents of the country. In recent times, though, one thing that we need to put as a flip side to some of these different changes in policy that we're seeing is that when people have been long in a place, or when migrants have stayed long in a place, relatively from 10 years and going upwards, return migration becomes just an option to them. They will then begin to toy around either moving to a third country or never returning to what they call a home country. So in recent times, we see migrants getting buried abroad, and we see that that then begins to become a new home to migrants. So in the space where people begin to fall out of, let's say, for example, different types of permits that have been dissolved and repealed, we then see a growth in undocumentedness. But not just that growth, but we also see a bulging of the informal sector. So even if somebody was a lecturer, a teacher, or so on, and now they've been kicked out of formal employment, chances are that they will start offering parallel teaching lessons and probably even make more money from such an approach. An interesting part is that we've seen how the gig economy has grown, particularly based on also some of the foreign migrant workers. And migration governance from below is not a new thing. We've seen right over the past decade, already some of the labor recruiters had already been highlighting on their advertisements for jobs that they are only open to South African citizens only. In some accommodation, in some buildings and so on, we've seen accommodation being restricted only to citizens only. And if it's not citizens only, it only says would require you to have a 13-digit ID number. So the argument that I'm putting forward this afternoon as I wrap up is to say, erasing a historical past requires a more pragmatic approach than altering legal frameworks. What do I mean by that? There are countries that in the apartheid era were simply labor reserves for South Africa. And in 2017, we penned an article together with my co-authors where we argued that wishing away low-skilled labor migrants without addressing regional inequalities will be futile. Think about the fact that South African businesses and even DSTV, for argument's sake, are all over the region, such that the whole region consumes South African culture, South African music, South African food, South African products across the board. Everybody lives in South Africa before they even get into South Africa. And lastly, the entry of the Department of Employment and Labor in the labor migration policy space is important. But the absence of DIRCO, International Relations and Cooperation, would be quite critical in this, because leveraging the country's soft power is a critical area, but also the country South Africa trying to push for neighboring countries to resolve democratic processes that then reduce the amount of movement out. And lastly, the question I was asked, why are law enforcement agencies seemingly ineffective in dealing with violence against foreign nationals? It's a difficult question to answer, but I think that my colleague Lizette has sort of touched on it. Issues around corruption, but issues around rent seeking when you see migrants as a potential source of revenue, but also the fact that crime in itself or the police are struggling to deal with, even when we look at the looting that happened or the violence that happened in July last year. So quite a difficult question to package it, because I don't research on crime and law enforcement, but I think I could touch it along those particular lines. Thank you, Chair, and over back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Popua. Thanks so much, and thanks to keeping to the time, and thanks for answering that last question. I'm going to move without further delay to Dr. Vanya Gastro, who I know is going to be very sympathetic towards me and my difficulty with time. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll try and be as fast as I can. And I really don't mind if you interrupt me and tell me to go faster if I need to. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very glad that the Law Trust Chair and everyone involved has arranged this today. I'm very happy to speak. Yeah, today I actually thought I wouldn't talk about something general. I'd talk about a case study which might illustrate some of the general observations and themes that have arisen today. In particular, it relates to the issue of foreigners' ability to work in the countries that they live in. In South Africa, we're considering regulating and curtailing the rights of foreign nationals, including asylum seekers, to work in South Africa. And this type of policy is not new. It's happened throughout history. It's happened throughout the world. But I'm going to discuss an example that's quite close to South Africa, and I think there's a lot we could learn from it. In particular, our neighboring country, Zimbabwe, recently, not that recently, about 14 years ago, enacted legislation similarly aimed at curtailing foreign businesses and workers in the country. In 2008, Zimbabwe made its first regulatory intervention to curtail foreign businesses in the country by enacting the Indigenization and Economic Empowerment Act. I think what it's most well known for is its impact on formal businesses. It provided that 51% of all businesses needed to be owned by indigenous Zimbabweans. But not as well known is that 2 years later, in 2010, it enacted regulations which reserved certain economic sectors to indigenous Zimbabweans only. And these sectors were largely in the informal economy, such as hair salons, beauty salons, retail shops, wholesale shops, taxis, and the like. And it's these regulations and their implementation that I'll be discussing today. So the first attempt to enforce the regulations, which I could find through online research, was in 2010. 2011 at a market in Harare, where hundreds of businesses were closed down by ZANU-PF youth brigades. The only thing was that these were not foreign national businesses. They're businesses belonging to MDC members, which was the opposition party. And the argument of the brigades was that the members of MDC had not supported the indigenization policy. So to quote one member, it says, "Empowerment does not mean just taking over the mines, banks, and big factories. We cannot do that because we don't have the money. So we'll start with the sellouts who are post-indigenization." Then later on, in November 2013, the Zimbabwe government made its first bold, systematic, and formal attempt to expel foreign shopkeepers from the country. So this time they weren't targeting MDC, but in 2013 was the first time they tried to target foreign nationals. The country's Secretary for Youth Indigenization Economic Empowerment announced that foreign nationals operating businesses past the deadline of the 1st of January 2014 would risk arrest and prosecution should they not relinquish their businesses to indigenous Zimbabweans. In particular, he warned that we'll bring in the enforcement agencies from right across the government, so I'm quoting, right across the government departments and the local authorities to ensure that enforcement happens. The Secretary assured that legislators that the states had made efforts to identify appropriately skilled indigenous Zimbabweans to take over the businesses in order to prevent shortages from occurring throughout the country, because that had occurred during the farm invasions, that they didn't have adequately skilled people to take over, or they didn't have enough to take over all the farms. But on the eve of the 1st of January 2014 deadline, the state suddenly backtracked on this declaration. In December 2013, the Indigenization Minister, Francis Nyema, stated that foreign-owned businesses operating in reserve sectors could continue trading. He applauded foreign nationals for playing a very important role in assisting impoverished Zimbabweans. So it seems like they turned 180% direction. Instead of seizing foreign-owned businesses, the minister explained that licensing in reserve sectors would be skewed in favor of indigenous Zimbabweans. And then in the aftermath of this big turnaround, there was a lot of debate about the act and the regulations. So some of the points raised, concerns raised about the legislation, was that it would cause immense harm to the country's supply chains and inhibit access to household goods. There are also fears about whether indigenous Zimbabweans would successfully take over all the businesses that would be closed. There's the issue of mixed marriages, because a lot of foreign shopkeepers, they were mainly Nigerian and Chinese nationals, had married and had children with indigenous Zimbabweans. And this has been raised before today as the issue of foreign relations. So there was a fear that the seizure of foreign-owned businesses would spark concern amongst countries such as China, which was an allied country to Zimbabwe. Many were concerned about the impact on Zimbabweans living in other African countries. They thought it might impact on the country's attempt to draw foreign investment and be open to business to the world. And so, yeah, the list of concerns actually goes on and on. And there was also fear that actually these businesses would be handed over to ZANU-PF members and wouldn't be fairly distributed. And others just thought the whole issue was a huge distraction. One person said it basically distracted the population from the unaffordable and unsustainable populist policies and corruption in the country. So after this debate, the government sort of conceded that it had decided not to expel foreign traders from the country. In 2015, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development stated that in spite the law, foreign nationals operating in reserve sectors could remain open, but new shops were prohibited unless they met special requirements, still to be determined. And then eventually in 2018, the Zimbabwean government formally amended the empowerment laws. Foreign-owned businesses that had opened prior to the 1st of January 2018 could remain open, and new ones could also open on condition that they met certain criteria, like they showed that they contributed to local economic development, or they helped introduce and establish effective supply lines. So in terms of this case study, it raises a lot of questions about what we want to do in South Africa. It's fine to enact legislation, but how, and this also goes to the question that Professor Bulungu asked me, is about how enforceable are these types of laws and regulations in practice, and will they really help poor South Africans? Will they really help help grow the South African economy? And is it, yeah, so just to answer the question that I keep thinking he's standing there or something, and there's the camera. Yeah, and just his question to me is it possible?
Somebody please mute. Somebody please mute your camera. I can't see who it is. Please continue, Vanya.
So I'll just try and wind up. So I personally don't think it's a great idea to try and engage in, I think the informal economy should be regulated. I think there should be inspections related to health and tax compliancy, but I think that bean counting and quotas and not only is it discriminatory, but I also think it's just not easy to implement. And there are all these other negative spin-offs that could happen. I think that, but I also don't think that anyone who wants to migrate to South Africa should be allowed. There should also be effective regulation by the Department of Home Affairs. I've frequently met asylum seekers who've been living in South Africa for more than 10 years. So for me, that demonstrates that there are problems there. There are incentivization policies the government could have. I mean, personally, from the foreign shopkeepers I've met, they don't want to be in the formal sector. They don't want to be victims of extortion and robbery and assassination. So if there are incentivizations for them to formalize, if there are better opportunities in the job market, I think that that's also a way of curtailing foreign business activities in the informal sector. And obviously also by promoting South African businesses and policies along those lines. And yeah, so that's, I think that covers my talk and also the question that I was asked earlier about the informal sector.
Thank you very, very much. And I just wish we had more time about this to discuss these matters. I'm now going to invite High Commissioner Oredo to come and give his presentation. High Commissioner.
Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity. I had already committed myself to attending the mining in Daba in Cape Town. So when I got this request, to share my few thoughts on the subject matter, I thought that why not, take the opportunity to be physically present here. At least, if for nothing at all, I'll get to meet people, also, share some of these thoughts that I have. So Ghana, it's a member of the Economic Community of the West African States, made up of 15 countries. Ghana is bordered by French-speaking countries, and then usual for any member of the ECOWAS states. There's a protocol of free movement, movement of goods, people, and services. So people can move into other countries without a visa. So say Ghanaians can travel to any of the West African countries without a visa for 90 days. After 90 days, you would have to leave and then re-enter. Likewise, other members. In terms of people who would want to work in Ghana, they will of course require a working visa and then a resident permit. So these are the two requirements. Of course, Ghana, Nigeria, specifically, we see Nigeria as we call the Nigerians big brothers. Yeah, because Nigeria has a population over 211 million, whilst Ghana, we only 30 million. So they are indeed our bigger brothers. But then in terms of our relationship, we've also gone through some patches. And then it started in 1969, when after our independence, Ghana was booming, leading country in Africa, leading gold producing country in Africa, leading cocoa producing country in Africa. So of course, it served as an attraction for a lot of the West African migrants, to come in. So you had a lot of Nigerians coming in, of course, because between us, we are all, we're all colonized by the British, and then we share a lot of things in common too. There was a law, that was promulgated around in 1969 to deport all undocumented migrants. So we had close to 2.5 million Nigerians, being forced, to leave Ghana. Nigeria also retaliated in 1983, by also deporting close to 2 million undocumented migrants. Most of them were Ghanaians, and then when you have such things happening, immediately puts some strain, on the local economies, because infrastructure will be affected, services and whatnot. But then of recent past, the issue has been about trade. How do foreigners, take advantage of the opportunities in Ghana to also engage in retail trade? We've had some skirmishes between traders in the informal sector and in Ghana and that of the Nigerians, who have migrated to Ghana, to do business. Per our laws, the retail trade is reserved for Ghanaians. That's what we've we've said that we wanted to do. So in terms of retail trade, Ghanaians are supposed to, do that retail trade. If you're a foreigner, you want to come in, there are so many other avenues that you can come in, to do your business. But when it comes to the trading, the retail trade, you leave that for Ghanaians. But then you have a lot of Nigerians in Ghana who are also involved in retail trade. That's supposed to be against the laws, of Ghana. So then these Ghanaian retail traders have a union called the Ghana Union of Traders Association. They try sometimes to take the laws into their own hands, go around, lock up some of these Nigerian shops. And then when these things happen, it tends to mar, the relationships that exist, between Ghana and Nigeria. We've tried, I used to be the deputy foreign minister, and I handle a lot of these matters, when they happened. I've engaged leaders of the Nigerian Association, leaders of the retailers in Ghana, just try to see each other eye to eye. Let's see how we can regularize, some of the infractions, that have been caused by the Nigerians, and so that they live in harmony, they work in harmony. But I think that the issue has been that from the Ghanaian side, they complain that the Nigerians, I think that they are smarter in terms of the way they sell their products. They're able to beat the prices, they reduce the prices and end up, selling more as against some of the Ghanaian traders. We've tried in our own way by going around, educating people. So in terms of recommendations, I would say that one, like what is happening in South Africa now, the citizenry would have to be educated. The radio stations, the media, they would have to get involved. Because when these things happen, it's the media that sort of puts the news out. So they would have to be informed, to drive home the need, to respect the rules of the game, the laws of the country. If somebody is gone against the laws, it's the police. They are supposed to go and arrest people, not individuals, not, so that shouldn't be encouraged. Again, I also say that governments across, from Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, we should create a lot more opportunities for our people. Because if people have the opportunities, they will not go around locking shops of migrants and then thinking that migrants are in to take their jobs. Once we do that, people are okay, they go about doing their businesses, and then they don't sort of see the other competitor as an enemy. Again, I think that we should also encourage a lot of people-to-people contact. It's really, really important. So between Ghana and Nigeria, for example, there are a lot of things we do together. You have Ghanaian artists or Ghanaian movie stars, shooting movies with their Nigerian counterparts. It's helping. Soccer, recently we beat them to qualify for the World Cup. Yeah, of course, they will not be happy, but then that's it. It helps. Then there's also Ghanaians do enjoy Nigerian music, across Africa. The Nigerians are doing a lot more, in terms of music, pushing the frontiers of their music. So this helping. Then our debate, the jollof, Ghana Nigerian jollof. We always debate them. We think that women prepare the best jollof, and they think that they do theirs better. So these things help, to calm the nerves and then get people to recognize that we are one people, with a common destiny. We all want to create opportunities for our people, because migrants, when they come in, believe it or not, they also impact on the economy. The Nigerians who come to Ghana, they come in with some skills that probably we do not have. They're able to sell, they are smarter, in terms of the businesses that they run, and we also learn so many things from them. So I'm pushing, these thoughts or these ideas that the South Africans in general should also embrace a lot of these people who come in. There are so many things that the ordinary South African wouldn't do. The barbers operating of saloon shops and whatnot. But these migrants come in and they also contribute to the economy. So let's find ways of regularizing or formalizing the activities so that the state can, get more taxes, more revenue from these people. At the end of the day, it has to be a win-win situation. These are my few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. So I thought I wouldn't interrupt you, but I'll show my picture, because if I interrupt you, it might cause a whole diplomatic situation between Ghana and South Africa. So thank you very much for your thoughts, and also for actually answering the question I raised initially. Now we have our last presentation of the German attaché, political attaché, Dr. Baer. Dr. Baer, the floor is yours. Again, please assist me. I don't wish to cause a diplomatic situation with the German Republic, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for chairing this session properly, and I promise I'll do my very best. Excellency, fellow colleagues on the panel and the audience, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Buschnungi, you shared your experience in Kassel in Germany and your struggle with paperwork. Being a German bureaucrat, I can confirm your impression that we Germans like both regulations and papers.
Yes.
We have a long tradition of rule-based governance and will probably stick to rules, but in the process of replacing papers in the course of digitization and getting a modern administration. As a temporary guest in this great country, I do not feel like teaching a lesson, but I'm happy to share with you what the dimensions of foreign workers in Germany are. Like my colleague on the panel, Diego Iturralde from the Statistics Office, I would like to distinguish between foreign workers in informal and formal sectors. When it comes to informal sector, at first I would like to thank Professor Magdishma Shapungu for raising the hardship of people being forced to leave their country, and Diego Iturralde for pointing to the difficult situation migrants face working in the informal sector. Germany as well is a target for human trafficking tied to illicit employment or even forced labor and slavery. Mostly affected are sectors in construction, meat processing, logistics, and cleaning. And there's of course also forced prostitution. And this can only be addressed by prosecution through police and units to combat illicit employment. In addition to prosecution, prevention through information campaigns is necessary both in Germany to raise awareness, but also in countries of origin for illegal, for human trafficking. When it comes to the formal sector in Germany, the latest figures of migrants in Germany are quite impressive. So there are more than 4 million foreign workers employed formally and with social security payments. So that's about 14% of all state-insured employees. In addition to that, there are close to 800,000 self-employed people with migration background, and the number of people employed by migrants is constantly rising. So from 1 million to 1.5 million within a decade. So you can see how an economy can actually benefit a lot from migrants engaged in the economy. It is easy to settle for citizens of the European Union. They can easily come to Germany and seek a job or found an enterprise. And it has been traditionally difficult for non-Europeans, but we are constantly easing regulations. And the rationale behind this is that Germany is seeking skilled employees. Most important are nurses, medics, engineers, handymen, IT specialists, and scientists. But we are now struggling with the issue that Germany for a long time has not been a country of immigration, at least not in its self-perception. And that's why we now have to actively try to be attractive for skilled workers. And of course, the situation is quite different, and also the debate is probably different than in South Africa, as we are glad to have a very low unemployment rate, just about 5%. And so we face the opposite problem of lacking skilled workers. So given that we're already behind schedule, I will leave it there, and I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
Where's my thing now? Thank you very much, Dr. Bayer. Thank you so much. Before you go, just hang in there. Just to tell a quick anecdote, because you kept within your time. One of the anecdotes I brought back was in the circles where I moved and the people I spoke to, there was this thing, an amazing thing, where the German people embraced the Turkish migrants very much. And I often, not once, but several times, got told that the only problem the Germans had was the Turkish people did not marry the Germans. They would all go back to the villages in Turkey to fetch a wife. And they were frustrated with this because they wanted them to integrate and be part of the economy. Are you aware of that sort of thing?
I think that it still happens, of course, that people choose a partner back from Turkey, but I think majority of people with Turkish migration backgrounds, especially like in the second and third generation, there's a lot more intermarriage now with the rest of the community. And when it comes to like anecdotes with the Turkish community and benefiting from them, so like I would say like the most popular dish in Germany, like in terms of street food, it's called döner, and it's like a mixture of original Turkish food and in its adaptation in Berlin. So that's really shows like how we've benefited from migration, also like in terms of food.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Bayer. Colleagues, we've really run out of time. We're not going to take questions. There's been a lot of questions in the chat box. Please go there. And I also am aware that some of this will feed into the final session. So that's very, very nice. Just one observation, Professor Madonsela, which I thought I will flag right at the tail end, and it's a quick one. It's a quick thought. We all here in this conference we are the converted. We're preaching to one another. We are the converted. But I'm wondering what it would take for people to get to those people who still feel very strongly that they can take the law into their hands and kill and maim and cause violence to migrants, because there doesn't seem to be kind of dialogue at that level. I listened recently, I listened to a woman in a community meeting, hysterical, absolutely hysterical about how the migrants have come to ruin their town and their city and take their jobs and do all sorts of horrible things, and that the government is not doing anything, and that they will take the law into their hands. Those people no one seems to be talking to those people directly. So, and I think that's the next point after this conference. That's the next lap I would see in terms of having these dialogues. Thank you very much for inviting me to be in this session, and thanks to all the participants. Lovely and informative kind of presentations, full of facts and figures, and of course, very, very important for this larger conversation. Thank you very much once again. Before I leave now, please turn on your cameras, all of us, and let's do the photo thing once again. Please, and just, very, very important. All right, yes, others, please. All right, I'm going to leave it there for the person who takes the photo to tell us when they're done. The smiles are running, we're running short of smiles now. It's late in the day.
Thank you, Prof. I think we're done.
Are we done?
Yes.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Thanks so much. I'm out of here now.
Dear colleagues, thank you for your patience. We're not going to have a long tea break because the next session is supposed to start, and we are exceedingly grateful to Prof. Sakela Buhlungu, the Vice Chancellor of Fort Hare, for managing this session amazingly. And we do realize that the time lost was not necessarily because of the session. It was lost earlier through other things. So you've got 5 minutes, exactly 5 minutes, which is back at 15:35. We can, but I do think you don't have to go outside, but just shake your head and look outside as the next program director takes his position. Let me just. And those who are here in this room, you can just look outside. At least there's some green that you can look at. Well, what I heard about our brain is that if we look at the computer for too long, we become stressed because our genes, Stone Age genes, are activated. We're looking at one placement, there might be a saber-toothed tiger that is going to kill you, or prey that you need. Either way, if you miss a step, you die. So that's why you had to focus. Now our brain gets confused. And when we're watching, when we're looking into the computer for too long. So our next program director, our next panel, which is the final panel, is a panel that is going to be moderated by Professor Francis Peterson. He is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Free State. His CV, as all other CVs, are going to be given to you via the link in the chart. But what I would like to say to you is that Professor Francis Peterson and Professor Sakela Buhlungu are both part of the Council for Social Justice Champions that is overseeing the Musa Plan for Social Justice, and will now form the advisory and supervisory body for the Center for Social Justice, which the chair will become shortly. Professor Francis is taking us through a plenary session that's going to talk about identifying the nature and consequences of xenophobia through a social justice lens, as well as explore the triggers and causes and solutions to the rising violence against foreigners arising from xenophobic sentiment amongst discontented South Africans. Over to you, Prof. Peterson. And you can then go on until, until 4 minutes to 5. Is that fair?
Right, thank you.
4 minutes to 5. All right, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Professor Madonsela. And as everybody knows, he's part of the delegates to this this discussion, is that we're running fairly late. So in panel 3, which Professor Madonsela already articulated the theme, is to focus on the nature and consequences of xenophobia, and that's through a social, obviously through a social justice lens. And we've got various panelists. We've got 7 panelists that will participate. And I would like to upfront ask the panelists, originally you were given 10 minutes to bring across your thoughts and your thinking. I'm going to ask you to, within our context, try to bring it down to about 7 minutes or so, 5 to 7 minutes. That'll be quite useful. That allow us to have a very good discussion, and also I would look to see if there are particular questions also in the chat box. So our first panelist is Andre Vlok. Andre is a conflict resolution specialist at the Conflict Resolution Center and a Yotwa Workplace Conflict Systems Design. And Andre, I'm going to manage the time very, very strictly. So if you could help us to make sure that we manage this session so that the session becomes useful in terms of questions and also discussion. Over to you, Andre. It's now 3:35. Let's look at about 3:40, 46, 47. And then I'll stop. As soon as I switch on my camera, you know, you only got 1 or 2 minutes left. Thank you. Over to you, Andre.
Thank you, Chair. That is helpful if you give me that hint. I don't believe that, I'm not convinced that we are inherently a xenophobic nation. I think what we have are the causes and triggers of xenophobic opinions and actions. Those opinions, those causes, those triggers are easy to see, easy to establish. They are, as we all can see, our levels of inequality, our levels of unemployment. That is the easy part of this debate. What we need is to take it a step further, and this is where I think a classical conflict resolution approach, or peace building as it's referred to nowadays, can bring a unique solution to the problems we're facing. We see how, and most of, we heard it throughout the day, we see it on social media, we see it in the general media, we see how politicians and others absolutely abuse vulnerable people who are vulnerable in just surviving. It's easy for them to listen to this rhetoric. It's easy for them to be persuaded. It's easy for them to live in hope that these people will, that if we call it xenophobia, if we act in a certain way, it can be resolved. And that responsibility to cure that, to resolve that, lies with our politicians. It lies with us as a broader community. And that is where I think conflict resolution has a unique role to play. We are, with all respect, we're trying to resolve this as a purely economic problem or as a purely political problem. And we've now already, as we speak, we've turned it into another political soccer ball. We are gearing up to turning it into an election issue 2 years from now. We don't have that time. We don't have the luxury of doing that. What we need to do is to take the classical conflict resolution approach to this. That would give us several benefits. For example, we don't have to then pick a winner. We don't have to call it xenophobia. We don't have to decide who is right and who is wrong. Are the migrants correct in their position? Are the xenophobes correct? Should we put South Africa first, as the slogans tell us? Conflict resolution will approach the problem at its core and use those techniques to resolve it. We can start with that tomorrow morning. We don't need to turn this into a political debate, to turn it into a political argument, where people are used and where people are used as fodder for other very much unrelated agendas and benefits. Now, what would conflict resolution as a lens through which to see this problem bring to the table? We would be able to change the narrative of what this is all about. It's not, and it shouldn't be, an us against them situation. This problem can be resolved without this bipolar approach of creating a dichotomy of it's us or it's them. Conflict resolution will change the lenses. We should take control of the narrative. We should change the way that we communicate about the problem. It has several other advantages. For example, we find in conflict resolution studies, we find a marked difference between the tools that we use for fact-based disputes, such as what was the score in the Pirates game last Saturday. We can use facts for that. But when we're dealing with a situation like this, where we're dealing with a very different type of dispute, where we're dealing with an identity type of dispute, where it goes to people's identities, to the values that they have, we shouldn't use facts only in this debate. Research shows very clearly that to use facts only in a dispute, a value-based, identity-based dispute, such as this is, it simply serves to entrench people in their position. It simply brings up the defensive walls, and it simply polarizes us further. Now, if we look at the debate at this stage, that is exactly what we're doing. We either ignore the problem, or we use so-called facts as we see them to hammer the opposition, the other side, into what to us then is clearly apparent facts. And that's not how this works. So we're using the wrong tools that may sound logical. We're using the wrong tools to fight this battle. Conflict resolution will I wrote about this earlier a few months ago in an article called Angels Unaware, where I set out the steps why we should get away from a purely factual dispute, why we don't have the time. And there I list the benefits of a conflict resolution approach, where we would address, obviously at a certain level, the causes and the triggers of poverty, is inequality, and that must be addressed by everyone involved, from government throughout to everyone in their street and their community. But a classical conflict resolution approach would give us all of these additional tools, and it can be done quickly, it can be done cost effectively, it can be done in a very much non-partisan way. It doesn't require any buy-in to a position. It doesn't require any political affiliation. And if we follow those tracks, we don't even have to, all of it can be resolved without that being a middle of the road approach. There are creative possibilities here. There are creative solutions here that we can unlock if we step back from this increasing shrillness, this increasing polarization on this debate. And that is a responsibility that all of us carry. Pope Francis speaks very eloquently of this, and he says that if we follow this approach, he summarizes the approach in 4 words. We should welcome these migrants, we should protect them, we should promote, and then integrate it. Now, why can we not deliver on any of those 4 steps? I believe it is workable, and I believe it is pretty much the only way of doing this. We should have government taking a different focus on resolving this. It can start from tomorrow morning. We can appoint mediators. We can create community structures to do this. It is all very simple. The tools are there. It just takes the will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if I have any time left, but those are my main thoughts.
Thank you very much, Andre. And we will come back to some of those. Our second speaker is Adeoye Akinola, who is a senior researcher at the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation in the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Johannesburg. His camera is already on. I'm going to ask all the other members just to switch off their camera so that we don't distract the speaker. So over to you, Adeoye. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
for this privilege to address this session. I will cut off, so that because of limited time, I will just go straight to the point. And what the first thing I want to note is just that it is very, very imperative to situate the South African migration question in proper socio-economic and political context. And I will start by saying this first, that the optimism that actually occasioned the majority rule in 1994 has actually dwindled due to the pervasive inequality and poor service delivery across the country. While the Constitution guarantees for the provision and implementation of policies to promote social justice, and the government also attempted to achieve this goal through its transformation agenda, but the reality on ground is that South Africa remains an unequal society, in fact, the most unequal society in the world. Poverty, unemployment, including dilapidated infrastructure, are the lot of the majority of the citizens, particularly at the local level. Many of them are angry, many of them are hungry, and many of them are restless. And we also know that the National Development Plan that was put in place highlights 9 major problems which remains unattended today. I just do not want to keep listing the problems one by one, but if you look at the 9 problems that were identified, all the 9, none of them have been attained today. So it is extremely important to know that it is this environment of frustration that engenders anti-migration sentiments and anti-migration as in the country. Then secondly, I raised the question that how do we find ourselves in the dehumanization of human beings in the name of extreme nationalism? The same extreme nationalism we are condemning at the global level, we are also perpetuating in it and accommodating it at the national level. There are 3 major decisive factors which I will explain that could be responsible for the mass mobilization against the vulnerable, which we usually call the others, or we call them migrants, foreigners, and etc. I do not also want to reflect on the reasons embedded in many perspectives, such as the frustration aggression theory, the economic denialism explanation, even the isolationism explanation, which focuses on the anti-migration behaviors of individuals or groups of people that are usually on the streets moving against migrants. But what I want to focus on today are on the remote pushers of xenophobia. And I can boldly say that in a society, we have about 4 different groups of influencers, people that have the opportunity of mobilizing society for different causes. And in a typical society, we have the religious group, we have the traditional groups, we have the political groups, which are political leaders, and we have the mass media. All of them are involved actually in mobilizing society. But in the case of South Africa, based on the experience and what we have witnessed since 2008, both the traditional leadership, the political leaders, and the mass media have become very active actually in mobilizing people for xenophobic acts. I'm not saying this as a general law. I'm saying many of them have been. Every form of xenophobic act since 2015 had been linked to one of these groups. Now I will start with something like a theory that tries to explain how the political elite or traditional elite has been responsible for the proliferation of xenophobia in the country. And I will use the securitization theory to explain this. And what the securitization theory is trying to argue for is that it is taking note of the relevant place of the role of traditional and political elites in the spread and aggravation of any issue that these leaders constitute as a threat to the state or to the economy. This story, of course, many of us might be familiar with it, initiated by the Copenhagen School in 1998. And what they were trying to argue for was to look at selective exaggeration of something that some people would tag as a threat to the society. Then because they have categorized it as it, then the state will mobilize resources, or maybe the traditional institutions will mobilize resources to actually try to combat what they regard as threat. This could be through speech,
This could be through the establishment of motor trade or in the form of mobilization of people who will legitimately become violent in a bid to contain what they regard as this threat. So we call them the securitizing actors. So what do? They do is to frame a particular situation as a threat, and they try to explain to the people that this is a threat to your economic survival, this is a threat to social stability. They may even exaggerate it to the fact of raising it as a threat to the survival of the state in itself. And this is what we have witnessed in this country, where the penalty for being foreign could be death. We are not saying that South Africa is the only society that has manifested xenophobia, but the difference is that other societies do not tend to kill foreigners. They will tend to tell them to leave their countries. I can also quickly touch on the agenda setting roles of the mass media. Ordinarily, we know that they can mobilize, and what they tend to do, either consciously or unconsciously, is begin to promote certain news captions that tends to generate or aggravate the trend of xenophobia in the country. I will give you an instance. If a foreigner's made maybe something extremely extraordinary in South Africa, the report you will see is that someone did this. That would be the caption. But if a foreigner should slap a local, the report you will see is just that a foreigner has gone on the slapping spree. So the way they captivate the sensitized information has always been one of the drivers of xenophobia. Then the last one is just the international capital. People don't pay attention to the way the international capital itself has furthered the inequality of the world, moving them into two extremes, the haves and the haves not. And this same thing we see at the top has been brought down into national economies, whereby the enemies that both the anti-migrations groups and the foreigners should contend with is actually international capital. Both of them are victims of this capital, because we can't take away the fact that this local population, many of them are particularly poor. They are just striving to eat, and most of the time, because the government itself has not created the enabling environment to actually reorientate the masses and for them to know where to turn their anger to, then they see the foreigners as scapegoats. There are many things the government can do to begin. If they are committed to wipe off xenophobia from the country, there are many things they can do. They can stick to constitutionalism, because migration is a human right. They can begin to insist on the protections of everybody within the territorial integrity of the country. They can embark on peace education, civil education. And one thing we have also noted is that people that are committing the crime of xenophobia are usually going scot-free. There's no justice against justice for the people. Then one thing I am happy about is just that this engagement, I call something a community engagement. This could start at the top and at the bottom. Why I'm happy that the AU and the IOM and the UNNDP just today sent out an invitation inviting people to come and dialogue. They call it the Continental Diaspora Engagement Framework, which they are also launching in South Africa, whereby international organizations, civil society, the community leaders, and foreigners will dialogue, and whatever problem that they could locate, then they will find a way of amicably resolving it. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Adeye. And again, we will pick up some of the pointers that you have made. Thank you very much. Our third speaker is Dr. Dorcas Etang. She's a senior lecturer of political science and has a doctorate, PhD in conflict transformation in peace studies. And she's from the School of Social Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Dorcas, welcome. And Adeye, I'm just going to ask you to switch off your camera. Thank you. Over to you, Dorcas.
Great. Thank you very much, Prof. Badonsela and the organizers for this opportunity. And I'm glad to perhaps give some insight and reflections on solutions to xenophobia, Afrophobia, within the South African context. And I think I'll take a forward-looking approach to some of the ways we can begin to address these issues. The first thing I want to talk about is the issue of integration. Migrants are integrated into many aspects of South African society and economy. And so they are part of the solutions. We cannot have solutions to xenophobia without including migrants in that conversation. We cannot find solutions to xenophobia without also including the host communities, the communities that host migrants. And I think we need to emphasize the importance of the community level. That's where these threats exist. That's where solutions are to be found. We have migrants who have families made up of South Africans and non-South Africans in the townships. They exist there, they work there, they live there, also in schools. And so the community level is a central step in finding solutions and realizing that migrants are also part of various aspects of society. The second thing is that South Africa's demographics are changing. We're having intermarriage between South Africans and foreigners. Children are being birthed from these relationships. What happens to them? Many of them have foreign surnames. Does that mean their future in this country is gone? What does this mean? And so we need to think about the change in demographics, the change in societies. And I say this because we've conducted a study with migrants, the wives of foreign migrants, many of them who are South Africans. And yes, they're South African citizens, but because they have chosen to marry a foreigner, they are excluded, they are discriminated upon, they're not assisted at home affairs just because of a choice they have made personally. So this is how, or these are the ways in which xenophobia is having an impact on family relationships, on children who are even ashamed of their culture and their names because they're birthed from intermarriage between foreigners and South Africans. And so we need to consider this in solutions. The second thing is linking development and migration. Migrants are contributors to social assistance and supporting the needy. We cannot continue to criminalize migrants and see them as a security threat, but as contributors to the development of South Africa at the community level and nationally as well. So they have business, they are business owners, they have skills that they bring to host communities, to the economy. They provide a safety net in their communities. They help vulnerable groups that need assistance. They provide employment opportunities. And so there needs to be a shift to how one can harness these developmental benefits that migrants bring to South Africa as well. When we talk about that, small business owners rent business properties from South Africans and they pay for these. They provide cheaper services, food, credit to poor customers who can't afford it. They help to generate employment, as I've mentioned before. Migrant businesses buy from wholesalers and retailers that are South Africans in many instances. They pay licensing fees to municipalities. They pay VAT on purchased goods. And so these are many avenues through which migrants are contributing to economic development, and this needs to be reflected on in solutions. Thirdly, I want to look at the issue of values. What values underpin migrant and host community relationships? Do we have the value and respect for human life? Because at the end of the day, the migrant in front of you is a human being. They have a story, they have a history. They are in situations not of their own choice. They were forced into many of these situations. And so where is that respect for human life? And not seeing a foreigner as someone to be destroyed or killed, but as somebody who has a family, who has a history, and who has a future. So the respect for human life is a key value that needs to be embedded when we talk about solutions. The second thing is the shared humanity. We are linked and related. And if we talk about a future Africa where there is free movement and trade, and we're looking internally in the continents to build a better continent, looking at ourselves as the drivers of such a process, we need to realize how linked we are as a continent. Thirdly, the respect for the other, understanding who they are, where they have come from. These are the values that we need to bring back into conversations and bring back into how we see each other. Finally, I want to talk about relationships. how do we transform the relationships between migrants and host communities? This, for me, is a starting point. We need to shift from xenophobia, Afrophobia, stereotyping, to begin to think of more positive relationships. And there are stories that will show these, but these are not represented in the media. Okay, there are positive experiences of host-migrant relationships that are flourishing, that are positive, that are successful. Where are these stories? Why are they not being publicized and talked about? And so in transforming relationships, what do? Raise awareness. This has been emphasized. Educate communities. This is a key approach. Creating an understanding of the role of migration in labor development and national development in the country. Migration is central to development, whether it's in terms of labor, in developing nationally. Migration is central to that conversation. Getting policymakers to understand the positive role of migration in development, training the media, sensitizing host communities and migrants to limit negative views, and increasing face-to-face interactions. If there are spaces where migrants and host communities can sit together face-to-face, engage in various platforms, this will improve and transform relations positively. Also, building relationships culturally, politically, socially, economically are avenues in which solutions can be developed. Okay, and so relationships shapes the fabric of society, or else without positive relationships, conflict will become the mainstay. And so in conclusion, we need to see migrants as bringing some advantage in various ways, developing various parts of the communities they live in. And so creating a positive and welcoming environment for them, training and supporting migrant and host community businesses as well, reflecting on principles of equity and inclusivity. What does this mean in reality? And at the grassroots level where we need to have that engagement. And of course, the scarcity of resources. Without addressing the scarcity of resources and improving the means of production, there will be competition. There will be poor coexistence between host communities and migrants. And so this is a very key area in developing solutions. And I hope in embracing migrants as positive sources and contributors to South Africa's development, community, society, with vast contributions that they have to bring, I believe that we can begin to see solutions to xenophobia in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dorcas, and I can see you're very passionate in terms of bringing this, your thoughts across. So thank you very much, and I'm pretty sure that we will come back to some of those. Our next speaker is Dr. Valerie Ferrum, Senior Lecturer at the Department of Political Science and International Relations at the University of Fort Hare. So Valerie, can I hand over to you?
Yes, good. I hope you can see me. Good afternoon, yes, everyone. Okay, yeah, thank you. Because of the indicated time constraint, I'm going to move with the speed of lightning. And I'm also going to focus on just one aspect of the problem, or one part of the problem. Of course, there are many sub-variants of that aspect. And the aspects that I'm going to focus on is something called the politics of indigenization, or autochthonization, as they say in political science. And that basically is discrimination which is targeted at those who are not considered as sons and daughters of the soil, in this case in South Africa. And by the way, this is not a uniquely South African problem, but it is rather an African one, wherein immigrants are excluded from socio-political and even economic spheres because they are not born of, in this case, South African parents. However, it is perhaps more concerning in South Africa because of the vast socio-economic and political rights that are enshrined in the country's constitution. Moreover, this exclusion kind of downplays on social inclusion and the dream of the rainbow nation that the founders of the country's constitution who, by the way, sought to make South Africa an exceptional state on the continent intended to build. So the politics of exclusion kind of reinforces institutional and societal discrimination against foreign nationals. And the evidence of that abound, right? The first one is something in Latin, means nationality by birth. So that is not applicable in the case of South Africa. I mean, most African countries don't have, you don't get their citizenship by automatically being born on their territory. I think one or two, Tanzania or so. In the case of South Africa, even if you are a permanent resident holder, your kids are not automatically South African citizens if they are born here. So for instance, my two daughters who are born here in South Africa, even though I'm a permanent resident and my wife, who is from Botswana, by the way, they have to apply every 2 years for renewal of their visas, which in the era of COVID-19 has taken a little bit longer than usual, sometimes over a year before an application is finalized. So there are also different forms of institutional discrimination. They have, for instance, there is something called a visa facilitation service where you go and submit your application for a visa renewal. If for instance, you are aware of the strife that local South Africans go through with Home Affairs offices with regards to long queues and often offline machines, try to multiply that by about 10 for foreign nationals who are vulnerable. Right? There is only, for instance, one VFS office in the Eastern Cape, and some immigrants have to drive all the way from, say, Umtata to Kebera, where the office is located in the Eastern Cape, a distance of about 6 hours to submit a permit application. And then they have to drive back there for collection when the outcome is finalized, which, by the way, there might be a rejection, and that would require further drives to and fro for appeal processes. And the costs are not cheap. They are very exorbitant visa application fees. VFS charges about 1,800 rands for renewal of either a study visa, work visa, or a spousal visa. And for some reason, just about 1/4 of that goes to the Department of Home Affairs. Probably 3/4 or so goes to, I'm sure it's a tender or something that has been given to this visa facilitation service. And similar fees are paid for appeals, for rejections. Sometimes these rejections are issued with very frivolous reasons. I remember one of our PhD graduates her application was rejected because the Department of Home Affairs claimed that they could not verify the authenticity of her application on the phone. This was in the era of COVID-19 when most people were working from home, right? So there are very long queues. Such as in refugee reception centers. So it appears that the Department of Home Affairs lacks, if the department could just, for instance, get a mobile immigration truck and go to a local community, calling for all undocumented migrants to come and get documented without any risk of prejudice or arrest, you'd be surprised at the turnout that will come out, right? I've come across numerous undocumented migrants whose permits have expired, and in the era of COVID, they've got no idea on how to renew these permits. And this often leaves them at the mercy of unscrupulous agents and corrupt immigration officials. A legal status is conferred, so is an illegal one, right? Often determined by the inaction of the Department of Home Affairs, which is why it's very problematic to term people as illegal immigrants, or in this case, illegal aliens. And then there's also exclusion from socio-political and economic spaces. A very long time ago, when I joined the University of Fort Hare, one of my professors told me that being out of your country, because the socio-political and economic conditions in your own country are unfavorable, is abnormal. So emanate out of that abnormality, right? By virtue of their surnames, and they are tacitly excluded from holding certain offices and job opportunities, even for ID holders or naturalized citizens. I remember they fought at one point in time over allegations of a Chinese individual being in the South African parliament. At times, even commenting on the radio station would draw the ire of locals just for one's accent and to go back home and fix your country's own problems. This is largely different from more advanced democracies like the United States, where all citizens hold full right to occupy any position in government, of course, with the exception of the president, where you have to be born on US soil, for instance. So this exclusion is potentially endless. There is, the Minister of Home Affairs was suggesting to build countries for the citizens who come for medical attention in South Africa, and proposal. So there's no feeling of belonging, as some refugees have fled their countries, and some immigrants come from countries where dual citizenship is not allowed, and they are kind of stuck with South African citizenship, and this leaves them in principle stateless. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie, for your contribution. I think your network bandwidth is probably a little bit low on the other side. So there were certain parts that we couldn't hear it clearly, but I think the essence of your message did come across. So thank you very much, Valerie. Our next speaker is Dr. Hilary Musaburwa. Is a PhD candidate in peace building studies at the Durban University of Technology. Hilary, is Hilary on the call?
Yes, I am on the call.
Okay. Hilary, over to you.
Okay, I will try and share my screen. I hope it's working. If you can see my slide, please continue.
I can see a slide with a picture. Can you just go to the next slide? Yeah. So you've got 7 slides here, Hilary. You probably will have to work through that fairly.
I'll run through them fairly quickly.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, thank you. So basically, I'm going to talk of taking a conflict transformation approach towards addressing what I'm not going to call xenophobia, I'll call Afrophobia in South Africa, and we'll understand why I say so. But a conflict transformation approach helps us to look at how to end something destructive and build something new. And it is also aimed at bringing change across the 4 levels where conflicts affects people. This is namely at the personal, relational, structural, and cultural levels. And also conflict transformation allows us to, it is multi-dimensional and is also carried out as collaboration between different stakeholders. So I think they've been discussions today in terms of the different stakeholders that are involved in the whole conflict, and why the first step is let us call this conflict as it is. Prof. Madonsela asked the question of whether this is indeed xenophobic violence or it is Afrophobic. And I will postulate that this is Afrophobic, as Prof. Shaka noted in 2008, the black other from north of the Limpopo River. I mean, we haven't seen migrants from outside of Africa at the level and magnitude that the African migrants are being attacked. So I think we need to call it as it is, and this is Afrophobia. And looking at second step will be the conflict mapping. And at the top, we're seeing, I mean, on the surface, we're seeing the direct violence, which is being manifested through mob killings and protests and also suicide. I think we need to point out that a number of people have committed suicide due to pronouncements that have to do with their visas. I know of a lady who had been teaching in South Africa, who had come from Zimbabwe, and when the current ZPS permit when it was announced that they're not going to be extended, she felt helpless and hopeless and committed suicide. Recently, we know of an academic colleague from WITS who committed suicide due to frustrations that have to do with the process of getting his student permit extended. Below the surface, we've got a lot of structural and cultural violence, which I think, as many have noted, is manifested through poverty, inequality, crime, and I think some of the drivers of these are the utterances from politicians and the political elite, as well as delays in implementing. We've got a good white paper on international migration, which was launched in 2017, and I believe that should this paper be implemented, what it contains can help in addressing some of the challenges that are leading to illegal or undocumented immigrants. And then there's also the issue of institutional violence within the Department of Home Affairs and the SADC region, or the SADC organ. And I'll just expand a little bit on this, and I'm basing this also on personal experiences. I think I've listened to submissions that are made during the day. They've mainly been focusing on refugees, asylum seekers, as those who are also being frustrated. But I would want to point out that whilst we're also looking at documented workers, we also have critical skill workers, those who want to seek for permits, being frustrated. I think the Home Affairs is notorious not only for corruption and the porosity of the borders, but also intentional delays of processing work permits. A good example is here in Zimbabwe. I know of colleagues who have submitted critical skills applications. I've submitted an application for my spouse to accompany me, and it has taken more than a year for the visa to be processed. Up to now, it has not been processed. And we have instances where when you submit your papers, additional documents are requested for as a way to frustrate. There is deliberate structural violence that ends up causing people to jump borders and get into the country undocumented because the process is just not working. Even when you try to make an appeal.
But you can't have everybody coming here.
No. Can you please allow me? Can you please allow me to finish speaking? When you say we can't have everybody coming here.
Can I just ask you to mute yourself? Thank you. And let us respect the speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are talking of people who have job offers, people who have critical skills that are on the critical skills list, and they're just frustrated. I mean, if on paper DHA says it should take 6 to 8 weeks to process a work permit, and I have a work contract that is only activated when my visa comes out, why should it take more than a year for me to get the work permit? I've got a job offer, I've got the critical skill, I've got the qualification. And why should structural violence perpetuate the splitting or the separation of families? There is no justification as to why a spouse cannot accompany someone who has a valid permit. And also, I think I'm just touching on one of the reasons why we might have an influx of Zimbabweans in South Africa. There has been a lot of quiet diplomacy. And I think in the morning, if I recall well, Justice Mavhedzenge did talk about it in terms of international relations. And the quiet diplomacy has created a situation where there is an endorsement of disputed elections and there's an endorsement of an illegitimate government. There's also leaders within the SADC region who are stuck in what I would call liberation euphoria and camaraderie, which stop them from calling each other out when there is bad leadership and human rights abuse. At the end of the day, you now have an influx of asylum seekers and refugees who come into or who go into neighboring countries in sake of protection. So these are some of the challenges that we have to live with. But moving on to what I would call the possible solutions, I think looking at the 4 different levels that they affect people. On the personal level, there is need to increase access to economic opportunities. And by saying increase access to economic opportunities, I am not referring to the access being increased for the migrants, but I'm referring to the access being increased for the South Africans who are disputing to say that there is a fight for space with migrants. So the government should make deliberate steps to increase access to economic opportunities, also identify and support social entrepreneurs, those who live within these communities and understand the problems that the communities are facing, and they can make a living out of trying to address this access to services. On the relational level, there's need to teach Pan-Africanism across the country to citizens. There's also need to reprimand leaders who make incisive utterances. There's also need to restrain Afrophobic mobilizations. We've seen this happening over the past few weeks with Operation Dudula, and there hasn't been much effort to restrain such Afrophobic mobilizations. On the structural side, there's need to improve service delivery and access to houses by locals, because those are some of the areas of contention. But there's also need to speed up the visa processing at the DHA. If that is, if visa processing is done faster, that means that people don't have to wait longer or don't need to jump the border to be able to be with their spouses or to go and work. And we also need to move away as a region and as a country to move away from quiet diplomacy and call out despotic leadership and help promote human rights across the SADC region. On the cultural level, there's need to promote coexistence and social cohesion, and also encourage community level dialogue or discussions between South Africans and foreigners. I think the more we have these dialogues and discussions happening at community level, there'll be an opportunity to build a cultural setting that constructively responds to the conflict and is able to handle it when there are flare-ups of these Afrophobic attacks. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Hilary. And again, I'm pretty sure that we'll come back in our time for discussion, which might be limited. We will pick up some of those things. Our sixth speaker is Professor Pragna Rugunanan, who's the head of the Department of Professor in Sociology at the University of Johannesburg. Prof. Pragna.
Thank you very, very much, Prof. Peterson. I just want to share my screen there. Let me just go to full screen. And can you see that? Oh, I should go to this.
Yeah, we can see that. Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much. And so good afternoon to Prof. Thuli Madonsela and Professor Peterson for inviting me to present at this very esteemed and really important discussion. Good afternoon to all the panels and presenters today who shared their in-depth knowledge on this very important topic. And I think it would be very remiss of me not to acknowledge and extend a very warm greeting to Professor Sekela Buhlungu, my ex-supervisor and mentor. Thank you for this invitation. So although I have 9 slides and being one of the last speakers of the day, you presented with the problem that what do you actually talk about, given that many have already covered a lot of the information that's been given. So I'm going to highlight just key important areas where I think research needs to focus on, as well as key areas of recommendation. I mean, we started off this morning and everyone has alluded to our progressive constitution that enshrines the foundational values of equality, dignity, and freedom with a view to realizing social justice for the majority of its people. So I'm not going to go into too much of detail because I think the foundations have already been well set out throughout this day. But I think slightly something that we maybe just need to think a little bit about is, the reasons for migration, because when I was trying to prepare for this presentation, I looked at quite a bit of research and I came across this chapter presented by a colleague who writes on Ethiopian migration, and he had spoken to Ethiopians about their reasons for migrating on the continent, and some of the reasons which and this slide is obviously not exhaustive of all the reasons for why people migrate, but I think it's important just to touch on some of the issues which covers a lot of the reasons for migration within the continent, and that is failed governance, persecution, political turmoil, armed conflict, poverty, natural disasters. And we can see that actually, the point of environmental distress and natural disasters is going to increase migration in the coming years. Armed conflict, poverty, natural disasters, population stress, and obviously moving for economic opportunities. But many other migrants also use and come to South Africa and as a stepping stone to other countries. However, we've seen and research has shown that post-2000, many migrants have, because of the stringent policies of EU migration, as well as moving to America, that they've decided to settle in South Africa. So my argument has been in that increasingly what we are going to be seeing is that there's going to be an increase of south to south migration rather than an increase from global south to the global north, but rather the global south to south countries. Migration patterns are going to be changing, more migration is going to be happening, and that's going to have an impact on policy and policy making and governments as well, and government strategies about how to deal with migration. Something that was interesting for me was the institutional weaknesses that he found in his research, something about forced marriages, dysfunctional homes, the culture of migration. So there's this culture of migration that is this expectation of families for the elder child to migrate and remit back to the family. And so, I think these are much more micro level issues, but they nevertheless contribute to reasons for migration. Again, causes of migration, xenophobia, we've dealt extensively today, but I think there are a few key points that I want to highlight. And one of this is by Prof. Landau, who talks about it's not a response to an immigration crisis. Instead, immigration numbers are not any higher than they have been for a decade. Rather, there's a crisis of constitutional credibility. And this is what we need to be talking about, this crisis of governability and of a government in denial about migration in South Africa and to South Africa. I think during the pandemic, we've seen an increase in terms of xenophobic nationalism and how South Africa took a huge step towards this, increasing nationalism and trying to exclude migrants in South Africa in terms of its policies and in terms of protecting them within the COVID era. Freeman also talks about migration, that there's a lot of emphasis. There should be an emphasis on migration rather than immigration. And it is this migration that fuels community tensions and frustrations. An important point is about the politics of space and how political leadership within communities where migrant informal traders operate, use these kind of spaces to spark attacks on outsiders. And I think this was also recognized by the African diaspora in 2009, who argued that, the economic power, there's been this differential power shift from locals to foreigners, and how these developments close off economic spaces for them, leading to sparks of xenophobia. So, we've also spoken extensively about the consequences of xenophobia today. And I think what we need to realize is that there's a confluence of failures that have taken place that has allowed us to arrive at the point we are at. To some extent, it's the responses of government have been reactionary and knee-jerk responses, and that our institutions are actually organizational weak, lacking public goodwill. And so there's this recognition by government institutions that they need to be accountable, for us to work effectively together to resolve a lot of these issues. So there is this commitment to trying to resolve xenophobia in South Africa. And a lot of the panelists today have spoken about that. There's something here that we maybe may not have spoken about today, and it's about the media and how xenophobia and how foreign migrants are actually portrayed in the media. I think the media more recently has become aware of the manner in which it portrays events, incidences around xenophobia, and even just about migrants and foreign nationals. So they've become increasingly more responsible about the media representation of migrants. Some work that has been should be given more attention to, for example, is Muswede and Mpufu's work on migrants' access to healthcare, which has been neglected to some extent, and it results in a very prejudiced view of migrants as becoming a burden to the state. So they become this burden of care narrative that is perpetuated by the media. So there's just, that's just something that we need to park and flag about how the media and the role of the media in all of this. Colleagues, a lot of my work has been on South Asian migration to South Africa. And to some extent, a lot of the panelists have argued, that we speak about Afrophobia, but there are other groups of migrants that have been either there's been an underreporting of it, that they have been discriminated, they have been killed. I think there was an announcement yesterday or today that about 600, was it Bangladeshi, have been killed between 2015 to now. So, you know, it's not that other groups of migrants are not being attacked, that xenophobia is not being carried out, but it's just that there's less media coverage on these groups. And to what extent are they perceived as a threat? A lot of these groups, for example, tend to live under the radar, or they live in predominantly apartheid era created ethnic neighborhoods, so they tend to blend into communities much more easily. But you know, as we see them moving out into townships, and also intermarriages taking place, that more recently, 2015, 2018, 19, 20, that increasingly there have been xenophobic attacks against migrants and foreign nationals from these South Asian countries as well. I mean, I think we all know, you know, and we've spoken broadly about the contribution that African migrants do make and migrants do make to South Africa. So I'm going to skip over that, but I want to come to the recommendations, which I think are important, and highlight some of the things that some of the colleagues may have spoken about more in detail, but I also think are necessary. And it's, for example, about government discourses and policy, and how we should have a much more integrative approach and much more community and create dialogues between at all different levels of community. But I think what is also important is a vision for migrants that is inclusive. I'm almost finished. I've just got another slide. A broader understanding. So, you know, a discussion more broadly, information is needed more broadly about social justice at all levels of society. And where important areas of research and where this particular panel can actually take forward is about this migration justice nexus between migration and care, gender-based related violence, social protection of migrants, access to health, migrant labor and citizenship. And as Prof. Prof. Smith in the morning spoke about domestic workers, and the fact that so many of our migrant workers are actually domestic workers. I think something that was very key that Judge Davis spoke about was this focus on managing migration instead of controlling it. So it's this change in mindset that we need to think about. Prof, I'm almost done. I think what is really urgent, so, you know, prior to 1994, a lot of our migration research and literature was on labor migration. And as colleagues have correctly said, you know, South Africa cannot, was founded on the backs of African labor to South Africa and on the mining industry. And since 2000, since 1994 and post 2000, there's been a lack of research on internal migration, but we need to start understanding what are the impacts of internal migration in and on urban areas. And so, but the other narrative is also important. You know, Prof. Pushrum always tells me, look at the other side, and the other side is this movement of migrants to smaller towns and cities. What is happening there in terms of integration, employment, inflows and outflows? So outflows of South African nationals to urban cities and the impact of that, but you're having migrants actually moving into these smaller cities and towns, and the impact then that has within those particular areas. Something that's very, very important is, you know, women as internal migrants, but also the feminization of migration. So women have previously been under record in terms of numbers, underrepresented, and not given as much voice, not a lot of research, and yet there's been an abundance of literature on looking at gender and migration and particular effects of how women migrate, what happens to them when they migrate. So there's a whole, you know, extra emphasis on that we need to talk about. And then I think the 2-3 key speakers before me have adequately spoken and extensively spoken about the micro level relationships that are really important to developing a socially cohesive and about social cohesion, but also socially cohesive and just society. And then Prof. Tuli Maransela mentioned very importantly about statelessness. And some of my students are actually working on second generation migrant youth who are born in the country, but actually stateless because don't have any documentation. So, you know, they're youth between 18 to 35 who are sitting there unemployed because they don't have documentation. They don't, so what are their rights? What are they, how do we then integrate them and bring them into this broader body discussion that we are having. How do we give them access to social justice and rights within the country? So, Prof, I think what I've tried to do is highlight some of the key gaps that perhaps we may have neglected in our presentations today, and I hope that is fine. So thank you very, very much. How do I click exit?
Thank you very much, Prof. Krakner. Are you just going to unshare your presentation?
Stop. How do I do that? Oh, sorry, just
Yeah.
let me. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, you can just switch off your camera. Then thank you very much, Prof. Krakner. Our last speaker for this session, the final session, is Dr. Quattro Mogogo, who is a senior lecturer in journalism from Northwest University. I just want to check, Professor or Dr. Gogo, are you on the call? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here, Prof. Can you see my slides on your side?
I'm going to hand over to you. I can see the slides here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know we are under a lot of pressure in terms of time, so I will try to rush through my slides here. So I will actually give a perspective on xenophobia, so in a form of horizontal violence and ethnic tribal violence as a new form of media. So I will be actually giving an insight into the media representation and influence and South African universities. Okay, so let me just minimize this. Okay, so just to quickly talk about the problem at hand, especially pertaining the South African institutions of higher learning. So South African institutions of higher learning, they are host to more than 70,000 of students, of international students from different countries in the African continent. So this statistics is only based on the students that are from other African countries, right? So it is not a secret that these numbers, according to the literature, have dropped drastically since these xenophobic attacks that have took place, right? So in incidents of xenophobia in South African university campuses, of course, based on my research, so I found out that they are motivated by ethnocentrism, prejudice, negative stereotype, tribalism, and social exclusion from South African students. So I will just highlight some of the findings that I have found throughout my research, which is based on xenophobia. So we haven't seen a number of cases being reported on media. So the cases that are about xenophobic attacks or happening inside the institutions for a long time. But however, since 2018, so we have seen some media reports now, so gaining momentum in terms of reporting on some of those xenophobic related violence occurring, so which are also campus based in terms of the university. So I know xenophobia has been defined and has been given names throughout this discussion, but I brought this up because there's something that gives me calls about the way we have adopted xenophobia as a concept. So within the field, so there is a wide understanding that xenophobia is a word that is coming from Greek language. So it's a combination of xenos and phobos, so which then equals to xenos phobos. So which means xenos, it's a stranger, it's a foreigner, and phobos is based on fear. So that translates to xenophobia as it was adopted in English. And then within the literature, it is widely understood as or described as an unreasonable and unjustifiable anxiety, hatred, and distrust of foreigners. But Now, I have a list of questions that actually emanate from this definition of xenophobia, so which perhaps we might keep in mind as I move along with this presentation. So are we really foreign or strangers to each other as Africans? Are we really anxious or fearful of each other, given that we are also able to marry each other? What about the common traits, specifically cultural traits that we share? So you would think that, especially in the SADC region, so Nguni culture is dominating. So we have Nguni cultures in Zimbabwe, in Mozambique, in Zambia, so which were previously Zulus, which migrated during the Shaka era, Shaka Wars and everything. So now are we really neglecting all those commonalities in terms of culture so that we can call each other strangers or foreigners? So what about the colonial borders that that were not there before? So there was a free movement, but now colonial borders, they actually segregated people, so which then people now thought of themselves as strangers to each other, and so on and so on. So are we really dealing with xenophobia, or we are dealing with other issues? So I want you to keep these questions in mind. So this is also a question that has actually come up, especially from Prof. Thuli Madonsela earlier on. So you will keep in mind. So I know also that the causes of xenophobia have been discussed well, but then I thought maybe of highlighting a different take, especially bringing in the media that some of my colleagues have highlighted that it is under prioritized in this discussion. So some of the drivers of which, so to speak, the causes of xenophobia. So in terms of theoretical hypothesis that I have highlighted throughout my research on xenophobia. So I'll begin with frustration. I'm not going to highlight all of them, but I'm just going to highlight the ones that I think needs to be highlighted. So you would think of frustration aggression hypothesis, right? So this is where the xenophobia, so to speak, is attributed to frustrations and experiences or imagined by one group for which another group is held responsible. So we know the issues that we are experiencing as a country: poverty, crime, unemployment, etc., etc. And then another driver is a scapegoat hypothesis, right? So which is a blaming game. So between the immigrants and the local people. So, and it is usually motivated by a slow service delivery from our government and poverty, unemployment, etc., etc. So another interesting hypothesis is the cultivation hypothesis. So in terms of cultivation as a theory, so it is about people's views about the world based on the construction of social reality by the media. So which means we rely heavily on media for constructed reality. So whatever we see on the media, we take it as a reality because it has been constructed by the media. The viewers cultivate now, in my opinion, violence as portrayed by media and deemed by the society as constructed reality. So I would always make an example of the spaza looting. So the spaza that are owned by immigrants, where the looting happened, it spread like a wildfire. So started in Joburg, and then as people saw in the media that there were reports that spaza shops that are owned by immigrants, they are selling expired food, and then through the whole country. So everyone began to think of looting because that is the reality people got from the media, right? So the framing hypothesis as well. So this is not to blame media, but then this is to say media is at the forefront. It is a mouthpiece of the society. So whatever reality that comes from the media, so it is assumed by the society that that's the reality, that's it. Right. So now the framing of immigrants now also, adapting to some derogative names. So it also leads to some of those attacks that we see. Unorthodox foreign international churches and so on and so on. So another point is probably diversity. So we think positive of diversity, as South Africa is dubbed as a rainbow nation. But however, I have noticed that there is a proper, in fact, there is a lack of proper management of this diversity. So you would think of a setting of universities, for instance. So the universities have assumed a community kind of setting, especially with the availability of residences and so on and so on. So there is diversity there, but I feel that it is loosely managed, because as a former student myself, so from the research that I conducted, so I found out that there were complaints, especially in the residence by students, that some other students are discriminated based on their food they're cooking. Some, they are told that their food has a unique smell, so they must cook after everyone is cooked. Also in the TV rooms, so some students dictate who must watch what, and then one would want to watch rugby, one would want whatever. So usually the local students would want to dictate. So which means there is diversity there, but perhaps it is loosely managed, right? And also, you would also read a number of issues that I've highlighted here, so that I will not dwell much on them because of the time. So the issue of framing that I've spoken about earlier on, that I'm not blaming media, but then the media is at the forefront, it is a mouthpiece. So it should pay attention to how it represents immigrants and immigrants. So you would see a number of articles that I've highlighted here, and some other names, derogative names, are in bold. So to see, let alone that there's tabloid newspapers here. So what is frustrating is that also other newspapers or articles that are not based on tabloids, so are also adopting, you know, some of these names. For instance, at the beginning, at the bottom here, my friend. So my friend, we know that in essence, it means someone dear to you, but then now that definition has actually flooded in terms of meaning. So it now has become a derogative norm. So anyone that we cannot familiarize ourselves with, or who is considered to be foreign, have been called my friend, right? I'm not going to say much on the impact, so I think it has been highlighted. The reason I was raising those questions at the beginning, and the qualms I was talking about, especially when defining xenophobia in our context, because I wanted to bring for horizontal violence as a new form of xenophobia. Right? So I also do not think we are dealing with xenophobia, but I think we are dealing with horizontal violence, right? So as highlighted here, that horizontal violence is a notion that people often transfer the guilt for their own oppression onto others like themselves, or others in more vulnerable positions than themselves. So the reason why another reason why I also thought of bringing xenophobia as horizontal violence, because if we say it's Afrophobia, and what about the violence that has been directed to South Asian people, for instance, the spaza shops that are owned by especially Pakistan people and Indians and so on and so on. So I think we are dealing with more than just Afrophobia. So this also goes to issue of colorism and so on and so on. So I'm not going to talk much on because of time. Also, I find it difficult to delink tribalism to the so-called xenophobia or horizontal violence, as I've mentioned. As we say, tribalism is the feeling of being blindly loyal or to a tribe or tribe identity, and so on and so on and so on. So we have seen, or I've witnessed, some of the xenophobic or horizontal violence which stem from the issue of tribalism, because earlier on I highlighted that we are not so strange from each other as Africans, so to speak, because especially in the SADC region, so we share so much in common in terms of culture, traditions, color, if you want to talk about color as well. So, but now we can maybe think of tribalism as one of the factors. So, because if you are probably xenophobic towards a Ndebele person who is originally a Zulu person, so how does that happen, right? And this also goes deep in terms of subcultures as well. So I've seen such kind of behaviors being directed from cultures to subcultures. You know, if we would talk about, for instance, Xhosa culture and Impondo culture, and I've witnessed some of those behaviors, for instance, in the idea of manhood, you know, so where a particular tribe would say this is the only perceived way to become a man, and if it's otherwise, then you are not man enough, and then those violence would stem from that as well. So this is deeper than we think it is, right? So now, as I conclude, so I've lined up a number of implications here, or recommendations, so to speak. So in the research that I have done on xenophobia, so I've mostly come up with a number of recommendations, and this is one of them. So this is directed to media, so to speak. So peace journalism as an alternative model for reporting violence, right? So I think we have taught our students to adapt to the Western way of practicing journalism, which focuses on 5 W's and H: who, what, where, why, and how. So, but that does not bring solution on the table. And as Africans, we are people with solutions, right? So hence now at this model, the peace journalism model, so which, just to highlight a few, here, we say that at least journalists must look at the causes of the conflict, and they must examine, right, the cause of conflict, and then their reportage must lead to resolution, right? And they must look into uniting conflict parties to do away with us and them. Must seek facts and negate official propaganda. They must focus on the consequences, or emphasize on the consequences, or remember the consequences of reporting. Must consider that. They must offer counter narrative, right? Discredit, perceived stereotypes, and misperceptions, right? So those are some of the principles under the peace journalism that perhaps we should teach our students, especially in the journalism field, to follow. So as the last slide. So now this is a list of some other implications that throughout my research I have highlighted.
I think just be very quick on this slide. We're running, so just half a minute on this slide.
Yes, Prof. So thank you very much. So I've already talked about peace journalism, and there is also another model, which is Ubuntu, that is loosely incorporated in journalism practice, so that I think we should also incorporate in our content that we teach our students in terms of practicing journalism. So, and also a number of those implications that I have highlighted. So as I conclude, so it is high time that as scholars, or as lecturers, or as academics, we teach our students now to focus back on what is meant by being an African, and also what do we mean by African values, right? And also direct this to the media as well, and to also incorporate the African values in their practice of journalism. Thank you very much, Prof. I think I should stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mbogo. And as in the previous panel, it is a little bit difficult to embark on a discussion. And we're not going to have a discussion. I want to thank all of the 7 panelists for their contribution. It seems to me that some of the things that are pulled through is a sort of a understanding definition of xenophobia. And there were two speakers in this session that feels that it's not xenophobia the way that we articulate it. It's either dealing with this particular issue as a conflict or deal with it as an horizontal violence. But what it seems to me is that there need to be a change in narrative. And that change in narrative is also going to be driven quite tightly by the media. And the last speaker, Dr. Bagogo, talked about the particular media and the sort of peaceful journalism. But what I also pick up from the chats is that the urgency that societies and government deal with the issue of xenophobia, that also need to increase. I think if you rate it as a pandemic, I think there's going to be more attention. And what I pick up is, although there's a lot of research that's going to be conducted and that's being conducted, there's also an issue that government doesn't necessarily respond in the way, either through their policies and their actions, in the way that they should. The other point that came out very strongly is the relationship between the migrants and the host communities, and for us to understand that a little bit more fully. So colleagues, before I hand back to Professor Tuli Madusela, let's all of the 7 speakers just switch on their cameras, and there's an opportunity for us then to take a photograph. So if you can just switch on all of your cameras. Right. Is everybody there? I don't know who's going to take the photograph, but if they could just indicate whether they have done that, that will be helpful.
Prof, just 1 minute. We just dimmed the lights. Everyone just keep that smile. Thank you. Another one. Thank you. Done.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So it's 4:56, and I think we're probably 1 minute over time, Professor Madusela, but I think we've handled the time very well, and I'm going to hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Francis Pearson, for moderating yet another amazingly spot on panel. It is a pity that these roundtables are restricted to a day. However, the information that we collected will be compiled and the conversation will continue. You may wish to join our reading room on social justice, where these matters will continue. We will also next week, Wednesday, have a social justice cafe that will still continue with the issue of xenophobia, immigration, and equal distribution of resources. It's now left to me just to thank all of you for sharing amazing research insights and even including some of your personal experiences when it comes to social justice, economic inclusion, and immigration, particularly looking at the issue of xenophobia. We've been enriched with knowledge. We've been inspired to start thinking about more dimensions of the issue than what we knew. we've been wizened to begin to think about solutions, especially arising from this last panel. I particularly like the way we ended, which was from Professor Mgogo's approach to say how we talk about an issue can either lead to healthy solutions or exacerbate the problem. And advising us to think about how we report on these matters, how we deliberate on them, and how the media talks about these matters. Does it talk about these matters in a manner that embraces the humanity of all involved, that encourages humanity, and that encourages a solutionist approach? That for us is in line with where we started, which we said we have to start with a constitutional vision, hence starting with the national anthem and the preamble to the Constitution. I hope we all leave with a broader understanding of the social justice issues and dimensions of immigration, its regulation, and xenophobia. I hope even though we did not define social justice when we started, we all have a sense of it now, that it's really justice like any other. But instead of individual justice, it is about justice between social groups. And in the context of immigration, you're looking at justice between domestic communities and justice between immigrant communities and domestic communities. Here at the Social Justice Chair, we see social justice pretty much the way it was seen when the term was coined by Luigi Tamparelli in 1843. It is justice like any other. It just focuses on justice and fairness between groups in terms of equitable distribution of benefits and burdens in a society or group and between societies. The formal definition, we say social justice is about just, equitable, and fair distribution of all opportunities, resources, benefits, privileges, and burdens in a society and between societies. And I hope we have found enough information that will not only enrich our research as a change social justice and as professionals, but it will also enable us to engage with the Department of Home Affairs meaningfully. We got an invitation from the Department of Home Affairs to engage with the white paper. As a chair, we are going to engage individually, but we encourage that every community that's represented here engages with the Department of Home Affairs directly, but also that you continue holding hands with us so that we also engage with the Department of Home Affairs as a group. Just in conclusion, what emerged today, I'm able to capture it in 4 points. The first point was, what are the issues? And the way the issues were defined, I saw them as coming from 4 constituencies. The groups, the concerns of the immigrant communities. The second group is concerns of government. The third group is concerns of citizens. And then the fourth group is just concerns that cut across. They're not specifically government concerns, civil society concerns, immigrant community concerns. I think the loudest voice we heard today was the voice of immigrant communities, concerns about how refugees are treated, including how difficult it is to apply for asylum for yourself and for your communities, how difficult it is to apply for the various permits, work permits, resident permits, accompanying spouse and children permits, how difficult it is also to renew these. Concerns about support, concerns about economic opportunities, security, social hostility by local groups, and security concerns that include attacks, economically related attacks, and other attacks. We will document all of them. I just gave you some of the highlights. Government gave its concerns that as government, it has to regulate for all. It has to regulate for citizens. It has to make sure that it complies with its domestic laws and international obligations. From government's concerns, I picked up some of the following issues. The first one is that the system is abused. Government gave us 12 ways of regularizing your entry and stay in South Africa, and it said the system is abused. It said only a small percentage of people who apply for refugee status, and the rest of them just do it to ensure that the stay is prolonged. Government complained about, or rather asked us to think about affordability or the capacity of the economy to carry everyone. So the elasticity of the economic opportunities in the country. There were concerns that were raised about crime. There were concerns raised about social cohesion, the elasticity again of the social system in terms of social welfare, education, health, and water, energy, housing, etc. But government specifically said that in response to these issues, it is bearing in mind its international obligations and the Constitution, plus strategic issues around regional integration. Then there were some concerns from civil society, local civil society, that just emerged in bits and pieces from some of the discussions. And around those issues are shared space around work, the informal economy, security issues relating to drug trafficking, abduction and human trafficking, and social cohesion. From the fourth group that was unrelated, the biggest issue that was emerged was how do we ensure that civil society or the host community is brought in so that there is some kind of social compact that binds the locals and immigrant communities within the spectrum of shared humanity. There was also concerns about statelessness, which is an issue we didn't discuss extensively, but it emerged in the early discussion, and more recently it was also raised about children. But linked to statelessness and not really a legal issue, but a social issue, was the issue of when there's a xenophobic paradigm towards foreigners, what happens to children whose parents are both foreigners or of foreign origin and locals? And then lastly, an issue that was also not discussed was how does government govern in a manner that is social impact conscious? And I must indicate that as a social justice chair, we will be concerned going forward to ensure that government governs more closely on the basis of constitutional fidelity. I thought government's approach was more strategic and more regional integration. We do think that's the starting point should be what is the constitutional responsibility and what are the international obligations. That should be a starting point, not an add-on. And then of course, government should do a balancing thing, which is a requirement. What we would love all of us to also think about is what each of the solution means in terms of systemic impact. And I think Professor Flock dealt with that a bit, which is also a major issue of concern for us as a social justice chair, that it doesn't matter what your intention is. If your impact is going to exacerbate existing inequality, poverty, and hostilities, then you have to rethink your approach. But just lastly, to say, the atmosphere was positive. There was a clear understanding that these concerns can be resolved within a framework, which is international obligations under the United Nations, the AU, and SADC as a region within which we're supposed to be integrated. They can also be resolved through two social compacts that are already existing, one on refugees, another one on immigration. And these matters should also be resolved on the basis of the Constitution, which includes 3 key goals: social justice, fundamental human rights, and democratic governance. Some of the principles that emerge are principles of equality, human dignity, human solidarity, shared humanity, and a sense of rights and obligations. The third issue that emerged was what could be a response? What could a purposive response to immigration look like in the future? And some of the issues that emerged were, how do we deal compassionately and in a social justice way with entry and the processing of applications? The second one was, how do we deal with the exit strategy for those who have not been successful in applications? Another issue is, how do we ensure that opportunities are shared equitably and that the way we handle immigration does not exacerbate existing disparities in this country? How do we share space when it comes to business? We heard from Ghana that there's a particular approach, and there were different views around whether there should be quotas or there shouldn't be quotas. But at the end of the day, it was, how do you deal with the sharing of the informal business space in a manner that is consistent with the social justice dictates of our Constitution and international conventions? Social cohesion came through, and I would say that one of the key issues that came up in terms of what would the future look like was that we need to involve communities. We need to get communities to buy in. We need to get communities to understand what are their human obligations, but also how does everyone make immigration work for everyone? Again, I think one of the professors said it need not be a win-lose situation. It is possible to have win-win solutions between all communities in our country. So this is the way forward. One, we're going to write a report of everything. The second thing is we'll prepare a policy brief for government that will go to the Department of Home Affairs and Parliament. Once we've done a draft, please comment on it. Or if you want to be in the drafting committee, please indicate. We had really an expert roundtable. The number of experts in this room was just simply amazing. The fourth issue, we are going to find some of the good practices from the rest of the world around how do you handle immigration in a socially just way. We would comment on the white paper from the Department of Home Affairs. We'll continue with dialogues on the issue. And the last one, which was not discussed here, but which is from us, from the Social Justice Chair, is that we ask that when we advise government on what to do, we move beyond evidence-based solutions and look at prospective social impact consciousness. Because everything that's done can be evidence-based, but if you don't look at this solution that you're proposing for A, how will it impact on B? How will it impact on C? How will it impact on D and E? And will it exacerbate existing disparities? Then you may be evidence-based, but if you're not social impact conscious, then you will exacerbate existing disparities and create a new problem. And we suggest in this particular case that we consider leveraging sufficiently disaggregated data and tools to predict the likely future impact of any policies. From the side of the team, I now want to indicate who do we thank. Firstly, we thank the Faculty of Law at Stellenbosch University for its amazing support. We then thank the entire social justice team led by Marna Lawrence, and among them being Diane Kahisa, Prishan Govender, Sarah Sydenham, and Chilidi Rambau. We thank the moderators of this amazing roundtable. Professor Peterson was the last one from the University of Free State, Professor Sakela Buhlungu, and from the University of Fort Hare, and Miss Pelisi Nkomo, who is an economist and chairperson of and then we thank all of the presenters and participants. We also thank the representative of the Minister of Home Affairs for the keynote. His name is Sihle Mtiane, and the representative of Minister Tulas Mwesi, Marius Olivier. And above everyone, we obviously thank the head of the law school, the Dean of Law, Professor Nicholas Smith, who gave the opening address. We thank Steers for the venue and food. And we thank the team that has provided us with media support. And the name of the company, right, it was not written for me. Creative Gear, and you can see that. Thank you, Creative Gear. But above everyone else, thank you to everyone who participated. We believe it was an excellent use of the limited time that we have, and that something good is going to come out of this. Blessings, everyone. Goodbye.
Properly.